Everything's a mess. Everything's falling apart. 1 second. There we go. And then, where am I? Where am I? Hello? Here. There I am. Leoha, hello. I want to do like a pre-stream Zatsu a little bit of a Zatsu before we started. Because I know not everybody wants to be here for the Seigex. Alex, thank you so much for becoming a member. 16 months. Leo, how's your day? It's been, it's reverbing. Fuck. Wait a second. Of course it's reverbing. Right, because we did karaoke stream. Right. Right. I'm tired. It was completely brought on by myself though. I'm completely at fault entirely. I have no one but to blame but myself. I haven't really been in the headspace of my work recently. So work, I'm really behind and I was trying to catch up today. And then I got some other stuff coming. And then yesterday I didn't work almost at all. I worked in the morning and then I went to a concert. Yeah, yippee! I was gonna talk about the concert a little bit. So I did go to the festive concert yesterday in Alhambra in Los Angeles. And I saw you guys there. I was with Rumi-chan and I saw on Discord that a couple of my fans, a couple of Palcaries are going to be at the event too. So just a heads up. And she was like, huh? I was like, it was a mistake introducing Palcaries to idols. I can't go to idol things anymore without running into Palcaries. So the first person I saw was obviously Mimi. Because Mimi has this hat that has a button with my face on it. And then the other side of his hat has a button with Kokone's face on it. And then he had a bag, an Ita bag that had like 20 of my face on it. I was standing there, I saw Mimi, and I looked at Ruby-chan and I pointed at him and I was like, hey, look at that guy's hat. Wait, sorry, my cats are fighting. 1 second. Anyway, yeah, I was like, look, he has a hat. Look at his hat. And she was like, is that Leora? And it was also really funny because before I went to the concert, I messaged Kokone and I was like, oh, I think, I was like, oh, lol, Mimi is going to the same event that I'm going to. And I was like, I wonder if he's going to wear the hat. So if you guys are not aware, Mimi wore this hat to Off-Kai last year and we got a picture of it from a friend. So we had an awareness of the hat. And so when I was like, Mimi's gonna be at the event, I wonder if he's gonna wear the hat. Or actually I said, I wonder if he's gonna wear the Leora shirt. And then Kokone was like, I think he's gonna wear the hat. And then I saw him with the hat and then I texted Kokone, I was like, he's wearing the hat. But Mimi's actually not the only one I saw. So most of you guys I don't recognize by face. So the ones that I recognize by face are if you have been a whale curry and you have taken a photo for checkies. So I recognize you guys. And then I also recognize some people that showed up to the meet and greet 2 years ago at Off-Kai. So if you went to the Off-Kai meet and greet 2 years ago, if you saw me on the robot, I do recognize some of you. And actually it was funny because I was standing in line for a checkie with my Oshi and I'm standing there with Ruby-chan and I looked at the guy in front of me and I looked at his arm and I was like, wait, I recognize that tattoo because he and I had talked when I was doing the off-kai meet and greet. He actually had we like spent like a good 5 minutes talking about his tattoos, because I was like, oh, those are really cool, and he was like telling me how he had got them in Japan or something, or like that he had wanted to finish it. And then I heard somebody else call out to him and they used his screen name, and I was like, oh shit, that guy is him. He's the guy that was in chat, but he hasn't watched my streams in like maybe a year or half a year. So rest in peace. And then I joked to Rumi-chan about how we should have heckled him. We should have like, you know, like pushed him against the wall and like been like, yeah, so what are you busy with, huh? Like what are you doing, huh? Not watching Leo streams? What do you think you're busy doing? What other streams are you watching, huh? Show me your YouTube history. Remembering that he hasn't been around anymore is crazy. I think literally it's been about half a year since I've seen his name in chat. It's fine. It's a, you know, a natural progression of life, and I understand, and you know, I get it. My content's boring. I understand. I just stream BL porn now, you know. I understand. It's a change of content. You don't want to watch. I get it. I'm not taking it personally or anything. I'm just wondering who you're watching now, you know. I'm just curious, just for science purposes, you know, research purposes. Yeah. Not like I'm hurt by it or anything. I'm just kidding. I understand that it happens. I understand that it happens. It was mostly a joke, but I did think it was really funny that I was literally standing behind him in line, and Rumi-chan and I were talking. I don't know if he like recognized my voice, but it was pretty funny that he was literally standing right in front of us in the checky line, and I recognized his tattoo, and then his friend called him by his screen name. But yeah, if you saw me, no you didn't. If you saw me, no you didn't. And it was cool. It was cool to see Valkyries in the wild. Even though, you know, I'm in incognito mode. I'm in a disguise in my flesh suit, so people don't know. But yeah, it was I had a really good time. It was pretty cool. So Festive is really known for kind of like, I guess in the West, what we would call moshing. They're like actually pretty famous for moshing. They have like very specific dances and stuff, and like moshes that you kind of do. Some other idol groups do it too, but I think Festive is actually really like infamous for it. I have been following Festive for probably a little over a year. When I talked to them, I told them it's only been a year, but I think it's been much longer since I've actually been keeping up with Festive. But I'm not like super into them. They're not my main group because I never really like really strongly had an Oshi in Festive, and I like their music and I like the dancing aspects of it, and it's the singular group that I always show people when they're like, what is idol concerts like? They're like, I have like a watch later Festive video saved on my YouTube, because I always bring that up when people ask me what idol concerts are like, because they are like my token example, because they're just so fucking crazy. Did you have to stay quiet or aware of your voice now that you've seen Valkyries as well? I mean, I think like my off-stream voice is a bit different than my on-stream voice, and I do talk a little bit differently with my friends. I definitely have a little bit more of like a Valley girl accent, I think, when I'm like just chatting with friends. I'm a little bit more, yeah, I don't know how to explain it. So I do think like naturally, if you haven't been watching like all of my streams, you probably wouldn't recognize it just normally. But I think like if you're like, you know, most of you guys here right now, where you guys are here for most of my streams, especially if you're here for the Sweet Pool stream, you know, I know you're kind of around, then you guys probably would recognize my voice, because you guys kind of know or hear kind of all my different inflections, or I'll make a voice while I'm streaming, or, you know, like all of those things. So it's like a combination of those things. I'm sure you could recognize it if you heard it, but I'm sure if you weren't like a super fan, then you probably wouldn't recognize it, is what I think. But I've had a lot of people tell me that like it's pretty obvious. So I've had people tell me that, and then I've also had people tell me that they were really surprised and they couldn't tell. So I don't really know where on that spectrum I actually am. But yeah, I don't know. People are saying different things. Michael H, thank you so much for 2 months of membership. Really appreciate it. Thank you. If I hear your voice, IRL, don't be afraid if I approach you and give you IRL. Are you gonna just hand me cash? You're just gonna like walk up to me and hand me a wad of cash? Do you know what that's gonna look? You're gonna get arrested. We're both gonna get arrested. What do you like? You think that's gonna? The onlookers, what will they think? Eric just walking up to me, handing me a wad of cash. Can you imagine? I don't know if I talked about this because but now that I've like kind of talked about like being in the same space as people, I feel a little bit better about talking about it. Usually I'm pretty like, obviously as a VTuber, I'm trying to like be pretty low key and trying to keep to myself and stuff like that and trying not to dox my ass. But I was introduced to, so I was hanging out with a friend, and she's also like an online, she's not a VTuber, but she's like a Utaite. So she and I were hanging out, and we were at this event, like a con, and she was like, oh, let me introduce you to my friends that I'm here with. And she like introduced me to her friends, and it was like 3 of them. And I was like, oh, hi, nice to meet you. And then she introduced me to one of them, and he goes, oh, nice to meet you. And he like leans over, and if you're in chat, he leans over and he's like, by the way, I don't want to make it weird, but I know who you are because I could recognize your voice, but I don't want to make it weird, but I want you to know, like, I think he was saying it in good faith. Like, I don't want you to not know that you're being introduced to somebody who actually like knows you and watches your streams. And I was like, oh. I was like, oh shit. But yeah, no, those, I mean, it's one of those things that are, I don't really know how to react to those things. Again, it was like completely in good faith. I think that he wanted to tell me because we're being introduced as like friends of friends, that it could be weird if he didn't say anything and pretended like he didn't know. What's the protocol? I mean, obviously the protocol is like, you act like you don't know. You act like you don't know unless, you know, for whatever reason, I make it known, or like, for example, I know some people have done IRL meet and greets. Like, I think some of the Mythos girls and some of the Glitch Stars girls have done IRL meet and greets, but I don't think I'll ever do an IRL meet and greet. So, you know, if you know, you know. If I recognize you, or if you're wearing a button or a shirt or something, I might quietly, I thought about, because I knew that Mimi was going to be there, because Mimi had posted that he was going to be there, but I thought about like bringing something if I saw him to give it to him, but I didn't have anything to give him. But maybe next time I'll make like a little sticker or something. Make like a little sticker, and then if I see you wearing something, I'll give it to you. But I don't know. I don't think, see, the thing about that is I don't think management would be very happy about that. So I'll have Rumi-chan give it to you guys. I don't think management would be very happy about that. So Rumi-chan, I'll make her give it to you, and yeah, or something. I don't know. But the protocol is, yeah, obviously if you see me in the wild, because I do go to cons and I do go to events and whatnot, just like don't approach me, please. Because I am in the space, so like, don't approach me, don't, you know, say anything, just pretend like you don't know. It is a secret. Obviously, again, I'm trying like not to get doxxed, and management would not be happy if they knew that I was like interacting with people, or, you know, all that stuff. So, because obviously it's like a safety concern, and I completely understand that. It's like very, 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 very valid. And we don't want an instance where like I'm at an event or something, and then someone recognizes me and then they post, oh my god, Lyra's at this event, and then like a bunch of people show up. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of other reasons why it's not ideal. And that's why like even the event yesterday, like I don't say that I'm going anywhere and I don't talk about that stuff if I am going somewhere. Like even when I stop by Off Kai, like obviously I'm not gonna say that I'm going. I'm not gonna like talk about being there or where I'm gonna be. Like I don't want that to be yeah, like I don't want to make it like a no. Oh fuck, I just broke this pen. Nar, I like this pen. I was fiddling with it and I broke it. But anyway, yeah, so we just don't want any. I'm very happy that I am such a small enough streamer that I can show up to events and different things and not feel concerned about that. But I do think like if ever that were to be a concern, then I will lose my ability essentially to be able to freely attend events. And I don't want to do that, right? Like I want to be able to go to my events. I want to be able to go to my idol concerts. I want to be able to go to my cons and stuff and kind of be there in that space without worrying too much. So I would appreciate it if you could respect my privacy and not be rude or weird about it. And you know, just if you happen to get a sticker from Rumi-chan or something, then you know, it's my way of trying to show that I appreciate it. But otherwise, like I would appreciate it if you could respect my privacy and allow me to enjoy the things that I enjoy within my own spaces without having to worry about it and without management stepping in and barring me from attending things or joining in on things, right? I think that's like really the worst case scenario is if management hears like, oh, Lyra was at this event and her fans were there too and she saw them. Like now you're not allowed to go to events because it could be a safety concern, which again is completely valid on their part. But I just don't want like my own privilege to be able to like do things and attend things, you know, be taken away from me because I really enjoy doing all these things. But anyway, I had a good time at the concert. There was a separate girls section of the concert. So like the main area was like a general area. And then they had this like left side that was just for girls. So Rumi-chan and I were over there because it was more of like a safety thing since you could get trampled if you were in the main section. And we were on that side, and the parts where you do like the can and stuff, you're usually supposed to like link arms like shoulder to shoulder with whoever's next to you, but there weren't that many girls in that section, so it was like me and Rumi-chan at first, and then I saw the girl next to us. She was like doing it, but she was doing it by herself because she wasn't standing anyone next to that she knew. So I looked at her and I was like, do you want to like, you couldn't hear me, but I kind of made a gesture like, do you want to like join? And she nodded. And then so we canned with her the entire night, which was really cute because I don't know who the fuck she is. Well, now I do, but I didn't know who she was. And then afterwards I saw her in the checking line and I like went up to her and I asked her for her social media and stuff. And so now we're friends and we were like chatting and stuff last night. It was super cute, and I was like, oh yeah, I don't really have friends that like idols, so I was hoping that we could chat. I just dragged my roommate to the event with me, and then the girl was like, I can be your friend that likes idols, and I was like, oh my god. And we were talking, and it was crazy because that event in like 2013 that I went to, Japan Expo, where I saw Denpagumi, she was there too, and she was like, oh my god, because I mentioned that was like the first event that I had gone to, and she was like, oh, I was there too. And I was like, wait, that's crazy. And she was like, yeah, but I'm surprised because she was saying that she kind of knew everybody who was there, like she had met everybody there. And I was telling her like, oh, like I'm really shy, so I probably would kept to myself and I just like didn't talk to anybody. But it was really nice, and we were talking and we exchanged discords as well, and so we were like chatting and sharing our checky photos and stuff, and it was really cute. And I didn't know this, but she does like dance covers and stuff. It was very, very cute, very nice to talk to her. she got so much fan service yesterday. It was actually insane because in our section there weren't actually, I think Hinako was pretty popular, or Hinatan was pretty popular with the girls, so a lot of girls had pink light sticks, but she was like at the very end, so I guess like Hinatan just like, and I guess she was at every single event, so Hinatan like recognized her, and then yeah, it was crazy. She got so much. What type of fan service? So like when I'm talking about idol fan service, it's probably different than what you guys think of fan service. I forgot that fan service is a word that anime people use too. But it's more like she'll look at you. So you know the song Fansa from Honeyworks? Fansa is just short for fan service. And Fansa is basically like when they look at you directly in the eye and they do stuff like, yeah, like they give you a wink, they blow kiss you, they do like a little heart hand right at you, or they smile at you. Like it's very obvious when you're getting fansa, although sometimes it's hard to tell if it's you or the person next to you, but like it's pretty obvious when they're giving you fansa. And oh my god, she got so much fansa, was insane. I was like shocked. And we were talking about it, and it's like when the streamer reads a child out. Yeah, kind of like that. It's more like when the streamer like gives you like choose or whatever when you super chat kind of thing. It's a little bit more similar to that. But yeah, that happened. Another funny thing was Rumi-chan and I went there late because Rumi-chan had to leave work early. So actually I Ubered there and I met her like in that area, and then she drove over there from work to go to the event. So we didn't make it to the performances like prior to, we got there just in time. Actually, we were kind of late because then we had dinner and then we went to the event hall, and then we went to the event hall, and then we were there literally like maybe 10 minutes before Festive was supposed to go live. So when we got there, it was kind of funny. I forget her name, the blue one, she was outside practicing, and I obviously pretended like I didn't see her, and Rumi-chan and I like hurried in so it didn't make her feel awkward. And then I was like, I gotta go to the bathroom. So we go to the bathroom, and fucking Riona's in the bathroom, and I was like, oh god, I'm like just running into them, and I'm trying my best to not make it weird or awkward because I'm obviously there for them, but like I don't want to intrude on their private space when they're, you know what I mean? Like it's like pre-show. The blue one, she was like outside getting ready, and then Riona was like in the bathroom, and I think she had like a stain, so she had been trying to like get out a stain on her shirt or something. And I was like, really, because so she was at the sink, so I used the restroom, and she was outside at the sink when I was at the restroom, and I came out and she was like still in the sink, and I was in the restroom like waiting for Rumi-chan, but I was trying not to make eye contact or make it awkward, and it was like a whole thing. I guess privilege of being a girl, but also I just felt really bad. Like I was like, I feel like I shouldn't be here, like even though it was like public space, it's not like I was in private areas like at all. They were all just in public areas, like the bathroom or right outside the venue. So yeah, I felt really bad and awkward, and then so for the entire live I did not make eye contact with them a single time because I didn't want to make them feel weird about the fact that I had seen them both kind of like out of their element, and yeah, so that was kind of a thing. I also had paid to get at the end of the event, you can get like a group photo with everybody in it, and I had paid for that, but towards the end I was like feeling really unwell, and I don't know what it was. I had this like really, really intense like stomach / back pain. It wasn't just my stomach, it was like my back too. So I was thinking it might be like a blood moon thing, but then I don't know. I couldn't really tell because then the pain was just really, really bad. And then when we got home, I felt fine actually after we got home. So I don't know. It might have also been the fact that I was like jumping around and like, I don't know, running around and stuff and dancing and shit, that things that I don't normally do. My entire body, I like woke up today, I was like sore. I was like, holy shit, I haven't moved my body that much in like years. Were you still taking a picture? No. So, okay. So what happened was we had to wait. So I had to leave early. So instead of getting the picture, I actually asked the staff because I was like, I'm really not feeling well. Would it be possible for me to like get a refund or exchange this for something? So they said I could exchange it for, because the cost of one big checky was 2 small checkies. So they gave me 2 small checkies instead. And then so I went to go see Hinatan because I didn't get a picture from her. So I wanted to get one from her. So I went and did that. And god, and my light stick too, at some point the batteries were almost out, so it was like this whole thing. I had to switch light sticks in the middle. Luckily I had 3 light sticks, one for Rumi-chan, and then I had one extra one, and so I just had to switch to my extra one in the middle, which is fine, but it was a little bit annoying. Yeah, the concert was really good. Festive was awesome. I think they're really great live. The vibe was really good. It was weird though, because I listen to Festive quite a bit, right? Like almost any time that they have a live that goes up on YouTube, I do watch the full live. And so I've seen a lot of their lives because it's been over a year that I've been watching them. And they played a bunch of songs that I had never heard before, which I thought was weird. I don't know if maybe they were like, oh, the Western audience might like this more, or if they were like newer songs, or sometimes they just perform songs that are on albums that they haven't performed before. But anyway, all of that was, I was really surprised because I think there was like 3 songs that I didn't know. And it was really sad because my Oshi Ruriko is graduating. So this was essentially her last performance. I don't know if it's like her last performance. Or if she's gonna have like a graduation performance when she goes back to Japan outside of this, but I think it's essentially her last like quote unquote general performance / public performance. And so when I talked to her during my checky session, I obviously cried. And I thanked her, and I was like, you know, I was trying to like tell her that I really appreciated her and that I really was gonna miss her when she left. And she was very sweet about it. But it was really nice because I also then took checkies with Maya and Hinatan, and I think both of them asked me who my Oshi was. They both asked me who my Oshi was because they knew that they were not my Oshi. Which I thought was funny. And when I said it was Ru-chan, they were like, oh yeah, like sad, you know, like she's leaving. And I was like, yeah. But they both were like, but you're gonna come back to see us, right? You'll come back to see me though, right? And I was like, So both of them on their checkies wrote like, I'll see you again, like mata aeru yone, you know, or like and so it was stuff like that. And oh yeah, Jinx is the person I was talking about. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Look what the cat dragged in. Jinx was the person I was standing behind in the Ruriko line. I heard from Mimi you were talking smack. Well, I heard from sources that you haven't been watching me for the last 6 months. I heard from sources, aka my brain, that you haven't been in chat for the last 6 months. Aka my eyeballs. Leoha, welcome in. It was actually funny because the girl that I met, the new friend that I was talking about, she's a Hinatan stan, and she she said that when she talked to Hinatan, so she had seen Hinatan every day, so for the last 4 days, because they had 4 concerts, and she had been there at every concert, but at the concert yesterday, her pen light was blue for about like 10 seconds, 20 seconds. And she said that when she got the checky with Hinatan actually scolded her. Hinatan was like, I saw your pen light change colors. And my friend had to be like, I'm sorry, it won't happen again. It was pretty funny. Idols are ruthless, man. They're going after the parasocial vibes. Yeah, your cheating pen light is literally exposed. How dare you have somebody else's pen light for 10 seconds? It was pretty funny. You know what I'm exposing you, Jinx. You know what Jinx did? I'm exposing Jinx for the whole world. You know what? I'm right behind Jinx, right? Jinx literally asks Ruchan. He literally asks Ruchan to do a Marin like Sencho pose. He literally got out a photo of Marin and showed it to her. And asked her to pose like Marin. So what? I saw your ass. I saw your ass. Oh my god. That's so many levels of cheating. It literally is. I was like, I cannot believe. This guy got 9 checkies. I think I got 7 festive checkies. And then I got 1 checky with Phoebe. I helped you. How did you help me? What did you do for me? I didn't even talk to you. What did you do? You stood in front of me in line. What do you mean? You didn't do anything for me. But yeah, I got to talk to Phoebe. If you guys don't know Phoebe, you guys should check her out. We have... I think it's an open thing, right? She is also Ami from formerly Prism. She is Ami's fairy godmother, I think, as she says. But I got to chat with Phoebe. I got a Polaroid with her, and you look better to her because of it. You're welcome. But yeah, no, I went up to Phoebe and I like whispered in her ear. I was like, hey, by the way, I'm Leora. And then she was like, ah! She like freaked out. And then her like staff member was so nice because he was keeping time for her, and he was like, oh, I'll give you guys extra time. And I was like, oh, thank you. So Phoebe and I chatted for quite a bit, and we were like catching up a little bit and stuff, and we were like, yeah, we gotta catch up sometime. And I haven't had a chance to talk to her since Ami's birthday, I believe. So it was really nice to chat with her and such. Phoebe's the sweetest, unlike a certain Valkyrie. Okay, well, I don't want to hear it from someone who hasn't been here in 6 months, okay? You have no say on the matter. No, I mean, it's funny because sometimes I'll go to other streamers like chats, and then I'll actually see they're like dead names. I'll see people in their chats and I'm like, you haven't been in my chat in a while. You used to be a Valkyrie. I'll see them there. And then I'll make them feel bad by typing in the chat. Try to make them feel like they've been seen. But I think the problem is that a lot of people when I do that, or I think just in general, a lot of people in chat don't realize like how much VTubers actually recognize names. It's like, it's one of those things where like I think they don't realize, like they're like, oh, they wouldn't remember me, they don't know who I am. But I think like you would be surprised at how many VTubers recognize most of their active chatters. I got a tissue, give me a second. I feel like the way you remember is because you thought I was gonna strip it off kite. Well, I did think you were gonna take your shirt off at off kite. That was really surprising. But I was saying earlier that I actually recognized your tattoo first, but I was like, oh, but maybe it's somebody else that has like a similar tattoo. And then some like one of your friends called you by your online name, and so I was like, oh shit, it's literally him. Don't change your names, chat. If you change your name, I swear to God, you will literally be a new person in my brain. I hope you know that if you literally change your name, that I will not recognize you. I hope you know that. And I hope you know that if you change your profile picture, or if you're gonna change your name, you can change it, but don't change your profile picture, okay? Or if you're gonna change your profile picture, don't change your name, because I have to have the two things need to be, one of the two have to be there for me to recognize. So you're telling me I need a different name for each VTuber I watch? You know, honestly, that might be a legitimate strategy. Fear my Reno! Don't do that to me. Real ones would recognize us without our profile pictures and names. Y'all, you don't even have a voice. What do you mean? Can't believe you're trying to gaslight me. Getting recognized kind of scary. Why is it scary? Isn't that a good thing? I feel like most people like don't want to be recognized because they're like, you know, or it's not that they don't want to be recognized, they just don't think that they would be recognized. But also I don't know how to see your names. Zweety. If you guys are not familiar with their artwork, they make the most amazing, incredible artwork ever. The art that you did for Nova's 80K recently was like so good too. Being perceived is scary. What the fuck? You guys are so tsundere. Don't even lie to me. You guys like the attention, you fucking weirdos. Let's stop trying to lie to me. I'm not falling for that BS. Recognized, yes. In the limelight, hell no. That's true. I think being in the limelight and being recognized is different, right? I honestly don't care if I get recognized. What are they gonna do? Stalk me? Yeah, you fucking wish. You wish I had time to do that. I love attention. Mimi, isn't that what your little your fucking, because some of you guys took that character personality test thing. It was really funny when everyone took those character personality test things, and some people had like secretly likes getting attention. Just realized 7 VNU talents know what I look like IRL because of off-kai. Okay, so the thing about me is I actually have like slight facial recognition blindness. So like if I just look at somebody's face, it's a little bit more difficult. I think anime profile pictures are a lot easier, or if you have like a certain like feature, like tattoos, or like a certain type of glasses, or like Mimi's hat, for example, was the thing that, you know, I recognized him with. Stuff like that is kind of what helps me, because again, my facial recognition blindness is kind of bad. The animal thing, the raccoon love quiz. No, it wasn't a love. Wait, was it a love quiz? No, it was like another quiz. It was another quiz. That one I didn't completely agree with either for mine, but I think it was like 50-50. Like 50% of the stuff I agreed with and 50% of the stuff I didn't. It takes me about 5 attempts before I attach anything. I think if I like sit with somebody for more than an hour, like one-on-one talking to them, maybe not an hour. I've talked to people for an hour and I still don't remember their faces. I don't know. In general, I don't have a hard time recognizing faces. You recognize by his hat, but not his eyes. Well, I didn't hear his voice. I don't know. I just saw him from afar. I saw him from afar. Omegaverse quest? No, it's like a, wait, let me find it. If you guys want to do it, let me find it. Where is it? It is a, what's your spirit animal quiz? Yeah. Our eyes are up here, Lyra. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, if you guys had massive honkers, I'd probably remember you. It's a different one, nothing else. Yeah, this is a different one. This one came out more recently, I think. Yeah, like I reckon so. Or like if you guys have done the photo, I think the photos help a little bit more for me, because like for the checkies, if you had a photo in the checkie, then I might remember a little bit better. But I'm not gonna remember who it is, but I'll remember your face. When you're on the robot, is the feed that you get super fuzzy because of the internet connection? So it's like a webcam feed. So it's not super fuzzy, but it is like, it's not good. But like I feel like I could see pretty well. The only thing about it is that the audio delay was really bad on the robot. That was the thing. But I haven't done a meet and greet in like, it's been over a year. It's been over 2 years now since I've done a meet and greet. So I don't know. Maybe technology has improved in the last 2 years and it's a lot better now, but 2 years ago, yeah. And it's hard for me to remember faces from 2 years ago because I haven't done a meet and greet since. Unfortunately, I just don't get a lot of opportunities, I guess, for meet and greets. They're a little bit harder. Thank you for the panty, D'Angelo. Thank you for the super chat and the panty. BBB. It's B-Anjo today. I wish we could have another meet and greet soon. Yeah, that would be really nice. I really, really, really would love to do meet and greets. Like, I just really, you know, as you guys know, like a big thing about streaming and stuff is like the community aspect of it. And I really love like talking to you guys and getting to know you guys and like that sort of thing. And it's obviously a lot more difficult to do that. Just like within stream sometimes. And sometimes like it's nice to just like have you guys talk, not just me. I don't want to meet and greet with you. You wouldn't have meet and greeted with me anyway, Jinx. Don't even act like you would have, Mr. I haven't been in stream for half a year, okay? Like, you wouldn't have meet and greeted me anyway, so it's not like it's a net zero. You got a cuddly bear from the test? Wait, what's the bear personality? What are the ones that you vibe with in that? Note to self, get massive honkers. True. I'll definitely remember you if you have massive honkers. I haven't been in stream for an hour. You were a little late today, D'Angelo, actually. Tisk, tisk, tisk. But yeah. That quiz I got, what did I get? I got Sassy Fox. Hates repetition, which I agree with. Full of imagination. Super curious. True. Artistic dreamer, maybe. Extremely cool vibes. I don't know. That I would say people have told me, but I do not agree with that. This is the one I don't agree with. Highly competitive. I don't feel that I'm highly competitive. I don't feel like I'm competitive at all, actually. Asks a million questions. That is me. And clumsiness. I wouldn't say that I'm clumsy because I know people who are like actually clumsy and they are like really clumsy. I feel like I'm not clumsy compared to those people, but I wouldn't say that I'm like on the clumsy scale. Am I on the put together side? Probably not. But I'm also not on the clumsy side. I'm kind of like more in the middle, you know? Did you go to the off-kai? No, I didn't. So I was actually busy all weekend with being here. With being on stream. So Friday, I had my fucking 9-hour sweep pool video, as you guys saw. And then Saturday, as you guys also saw, I had the relay. So the relay took so much of my time because I wasn't prepared for it. So usually I prepare for the relays in advance, but I was preparing basically up until I went live. I was still changing stuff on my stream. So relay preparation, and then after the relay prep, I went to see Fujo Pal. And I had dinner with Fujo Pal and hung out with a little bit. And then Sunday, what did I do on Sunday? Did I stream on Sunday? I don't think I did. What did I do on Sunday? What day is it? Was yesterday Sunday? No, yesterday was Monday. I don't even know what I did on Sunday. Oh, I think I was working on Sunday. I have been working on a couple projects, as I've mentioned, a couple really cool stuff that we should be announcing very soon. Very, very soon, hopefully. Had a clumsy neighbor upstairs who caused water damage in our apartment, so I'm kind of healed considering clumsy girls are cute. No, I don't think clumsy girls are cute. Because you're gonna be the one cleaning up after their mess. You know, we have a couple really big announcements coming up. A couple I've already alluded to. and a couple that are completely new. So hopefully we can actually announce those. And then I have 2 group covers that 2 on my channel, group covers that should be coming out hopefully soon. One of them is literally winter themed, and I'm like, it sure is approaching the end of winter. So hopefully that comes out before the end of the month, but I don't know, no promises. And then what else is there? It's a lot of projects. I have a lot to do, and I know it doesn't seem close to you guys, but did you guys know Symphoria's 3rd year anniversary is right around the corner? It is in May. It may end up being the stream might end up being later in May, possibly. So we'll see. Because I think our debut date is like May 5th or something, right? But I think the actual stream might be a bit later. But that's coming up, and hopefully you guys are looking forward to merch and such as well. And speaking of merch, if you did purchase the pastel melon collab, or if you missed out on it, when wave 2 goes live, so if you're following the pastel melon Twitter, whenever her wave 2 goes live, that is when the restocks are going to go up. So I don't know exactly when that is, but that's when you're going to get restocks. And I believe there's a little bit of a shipping delay with the orders. So if you did get it in the first wave, the orders might not be shipped out for a little bit. So just as a heads up, I would highly suggest keeping tabs on the pastel melon Twitter account for updates and stuff. Especially if you missed out on the first wave. The second wave, we took the interest check and then we padded it a little bit more so that we don't miss too many people. But obviously, for the sake of not having too many leftovers, we didn't order that many more. So just putting it out there, especially if you're looking to buy multiple. Like, I bought 3. I bought 3. I always buy 3. You guys know my policy. I always buy 3 of everything. So, like 5 different VTubers I follow are on that Pastel Melon collab. Exciting chance to get matching merch of you all, but ouchie my wallet. Luckily, I think it's pretty affordable, and the shipping is better if you're in Europe, because she is shipping from Europe. So if you're in Europe, then this is a really good chance for you to get something with really low shipping. Probably, I think it's a little bit higher if you are in the States. But it's not too terrible, so highly recommend checking out the merch and whatnot. Anyway, okay, let's play this fucking yaoi game. We've been stalling for too long. I just wanted to chat about the idol concert stuff. Obviously that's fun. Where the hell is it? What the fuck? Why isn't it working? Okay, give me a second. Hello? What? Oh, there it is. I forgot it's so tiny. Do I have a... Okay. We have our sensor Palkery here. And then I'll make myself a little bit bigger. Because we have so much space, you know? Might as well make use of all the space that we got. Okay. Okie dokie. No! What? How do I... Oh, load. Load, yes. Alright. What was the recap? I don't know. I don't know what the recap was because I don't remember what was happening in this game. I know we're on the Tetsuo route. Oh, and then Makoto was getting yandere on us. That's what it was. Okay. Arrived at the classroom, Yoji walked to his desk and took a seat. The room was as noisy as ever. Out of habit, Yoji glanced towards the window. Oh my god, I can't read today. Tetsuo was already sitting at his desk, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed outside. He always seemed to arrive before Yoji. His personality and appearance aside, he was practically a model student. Per their agreement, Yoji would be going to his house again after school today. Frankly, he wasn't sure how to feel about that. He recalled how Tetsuo looked sleeping on his shoulder and his heart skipped a beat. Somehow, it felt like he dreamed the whole thing. He looked away before his thoughts could go any further down that hole. That's not the only hole it's going to. Just then, the door slid open with a bang and a cheerful voice called out. Uh-oh. Grinning from ear to ear, Makoto strolled into the classroom, his hand lifted in a wave as he greeted the classmate he passed. It was a relief to see him back to normal after his bizarre behavior last week. Spotting Yoji, Makoto set his book back down on his chair, then walked over. Is he okay? Are you okay, Makoto? Do you want to talk? Makoto grinned, then furrowed his brow apologetically. The image of Makoto soaked from the rain flickered through his mind. He clasped his hands together in front of his face, a gesture of contrition. Contrition? Contrition?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, Kamyaから伝言なんだけど、放課後、科学室に。No,
I'm scared of Kamya now! I forgot! I forgot we're scared of Kamya now! Remember, chat? Kamya is like... Remember? Oh, I already forgot all their fucking names. I have facial blindness, but also I can't remember names for shit. Kamya was, remember when the bodyguard guy, when he, was following the dad of the crazy guy, Zenya's dad? He was following Zenya's dad, with like a audio tracker thingy, and then, it turned out that like, Kamya was like, he's like one of the alphas. He's one of the alphas in this Omega verse. And like he was saying that like Zenya can't be the alpha to Yoji because he's not perfect and Yoji needs a perfect alpha, which makes me think that like Kamya wants Yoji for himself. Right? Don't you think? Makoto turned and practically skipped back to his seat. Yoji watched him go, wondering at the disquiet he felt in his stomach. Something was off about Makoto just now. Not his tone or his attitude or his expression. Those had all been normal. It was his eyes. Wait, I didn't notice! His smile hadn't reached his eyes. Wait, was his eyes... Did they have no light in them? Oh no, I should have looked. Or was Yoji overthinking it? Before he could decide, the morning hymn began to play over the speakers. After school, Yoji headed to the chemistry lab as instructed. The basement hallway was pleasantly cool, even chilly, a refreshing escape from the humidity. Passing through the dimly lit corridor, Yoji soon arrived at the chemistry lab. The lights were off. He must be early. In that case, the door was probably locked. But when he tested this theory, to his surprise, the door slid open. No one was inside. Had Kamya forgotten to lock the door, or had he simply stepped away for a minute? The chemistry lab was even cooler than the hallway. Goosebumps rose on his arms as he stepped inside. For a moment, he wondered if a window had been left open, but no, they were all closed. Why was it so cold? For now, he decided he would wait for Kamya. But just as he stepped towards one of the lab tables... What? No! I'm scared! What is it? No, what, I'm scared. Chow, what do you think it's gonna be? I'm scared. What is it? What could it be? I'm scared! He heard the door lock behind him. Startled, he started to turn, but too late. Someone grabbed him under the shoulders. Yoji struggled, but his assailant leaned their weight against him, pinning his arms in place. Unable to support their combined weight, Yoji staggered forward, slamming his gut to the edge of the lab table. Is it grape? Oh no. The attacker forced his head down on the table. His skull met the hard resin surface with a thud. Head throbbing, he tried to push himself up, but the attacker grabbed a fistful of his hair. Not the hair. A tearing pain shot through his scalp. Then he heard a clicking in his ear, and the next thing he knew, his assailant was waving something. Wait, it's Zenya! As soon as he registered what it was, the blood drained from his face. It's Zenya, isn't it? It's his dice. It's his fucking dice, isn't it? A box cutter! Its blade glistened blue in the dim light of the classroom. There was no mistaking that voice is Zenya, isn't it? Oh no! Makoto! Oh no! It was Makoto. His people seemed abnormally large in the darkness. Holding the box cutter, Yoji threw Makoto tugged on his shoulder. Roll over! Bitterly, Yoji obeyed. Next, Makoto used his free hand to pin Yoji's hands above his head, a faint smile playing at his lips as he gazed down at his captive. Forcing down his growing panic, Yoji spoke in a faint whisper. Makoto chuckled low in his throat. The lab was freezing cold, yet Makoto's forehead was pearled with sweat. Makoto, no! His lips twisted in a stare. I feel like Makoto's gonna kill us. Oh no, I'm scared. Makoto clearly wasn't rational. Just when Yoji thought he'd gone back to normal, that must have been an act.
聞いてもいい?
Not wanting to provoke him, Yoji nodded silently. I thought you were into yanderes. Okay, I like yanderes, but first of all, I don't like yanderes that like the knife is too much. The knife is scary. I don't like yanderes with weapons. That's like 1. 2, I don't like boy yanderes as much as like girl yanderes. Like I've been more into boy yanderes lately than before, but in general I like girl yanderes a bit more. I think guys like the yandere I'm not really into. I feel like I like it better when they're a little bit more like that sort of like tsundere, like possessive but tsundere about it, which is it borderlines on yandere, but it's not the same. And then I especially don't like seeing like male characters with weapons scare me. Not wanting to provoke him, Yoshi nodded slightly. Is it gonna give me a blue or red question? I'm scared. Oh no, if it's blue or red, I don't know what I'm gonna answer. I don't want to die. What did he have to do with this? The box cutter touched his throat and Yoji flinched at the chill of its blade. I guess he doesn't know that we went to his house. I feel like that was way worse. At least when Tetsuo came to our house, he literally just dropped stuff off. But when we went to his house, that was like way worse. How did Makoto know about that? Like, you know, this is just like, yeah, he literally know that Kamya asked him. See, like, this stuff is kind of hot, though. I like this, like, the vibe of, like losing your mind stuff. Not the following part. I don't like the stalking part. The stalking part kind of scares me, too. Yoji stared at Makoto and blinked disbelief. He stalked Tetsuo. Oh, it's spilled because Makoto kicked it. He'd certainly found it all right, a plastic container full of Tetsuo's mother's homemade stew. This would explain the loud noise he heard prior to discovering the spill. Okay, then why are you putting the knife at my neck? Put it to his neck. Don't kill me, kill that guy. Makoto's expression hardened and he lowered his gaze to the box cutter in his hand. Yoji heard the blade extend slowly against his throat. Desperately, he fought to keep his breathing level. Oh my god, his eyes! He's getting scary! He's going crazy! Makoto's eyes slowly met his. Yoji could tell that Makoto wasn't seeing him. Not really. His eyes were empty like glass marbles. My favorite.
もうイライラするよな。すっげえイラつく。ふざけてんの？
He cracked his neck with an audible pop. His tone implied barely suppressed fury.
何分考え込んでんだよ。今すぐ答えろ。早く早く。
Me or him is crazy. Suddenly, Makoto raised the box cutter high. Yoji managed to pull another one of his hands free just in time to intercept the dissecting blade. Searing pain shot down his arm, followed by a wet warmth spreading from his palm. Imagine if he found out that we were literally at Tetsuo's house and we fell asleep and he leaned on us and we met his mother. Imagine if he knew. He doesn't even know that part yet. Uh-oh. Makoto's soft whisper tickled his ear as the box cutter loomed before his eyes. His heart was pounding so hard he thought it might burst from his chest. Makoto had completely lost it. There was no telling what might happen if Yoji didn't play along. Regardless, he had no intention of picking one over the other. That wasn't what this was about. Makoto watched Yoji intently. His eyes narrowed and then he smiled.
わかったよ、わかった。なんだよ、幼児。本当に城の。
Oh yeah, he doesn't even know that Tetsuo saw Yoji jorking it in this room. You're right. That literally happened in this very room.
なんかすっげえバカみたいじゃね、俺。すっげえバカみてえ。
While laughing, he slid the box cutter in and out of its sheath. The gesture filled Yoji with terror. It felt like Makoto was falling apart right before his eyes. Still, he couldn't let his fear win. He wanted Makoto to know how he truly felt. The blade stopped moving. The smile vanished from Makoto's face.
だってさ、おかしいんだよ。白沼がお前に何したよ。何にもしてねえだろ。昼休みも二人で教室からいなくなるし、しかもその前に二人で話してたよな。白沼と話してる時の幼児ってなんか違うんだよ。
Oh.
自分では気づいてないかもしれないけど。でさ、
Oh.
俺気づいたんだ。幼児と白沼はなんか似てるって。幼児とかそういうのじゃなくてさ。
In contrast to his detached tone, his gaze was tinged with sadness.
ずっと幼児のこと心配で力になろうと思ってさ。友達だし、こういう時こそ頼ってほしいって思ってたんだよ。でもお前、
The music is so scary! Without breaking eye contact, Makoto tilted his face up.
なんで俺はこんなに思ってるのに幼児はこっちに来てくれないんだよ。俺って何なのかな。
Okay, to be fair, Yoji was really shitty to Makoto. Like, genuinely, I will say that Makoto was a really good friend to Yoji, and Yoji was kind of shit to him. So I do think Makoto has a right to be angry. I will say that. Does he have the right to hold a knife to his neck? Obviously not. But I do think Makoto has every right to be upset with Yoji, because Yoji was really messed up. He kept lying to Makoto like so many times. It's just really a horrible friend.
なあ、ヨジ。俺たちって何なの？友達なの？
And Makoto went out of his way so much for Yoji all the time. Friends. Yoji wasn't sure. He knew that he hadn't been considerate of Makoto's feelings. Could he really call himself Makoto's friend? You fucking dumbass! You know what? You deserve this. You've built this for yourself. Are you fucking joking me? In this moment, right now, in this very moment, you're gonna say this? You're gonna actually think that I'm gonna... He just didn't have an answer. Yeah, of course you don't.
なんだよ。友達ですらないって。そっか。
I feel so bad for Makoto! How dare you, Yoji!
俺の勘違いだったってことか。
No!
なぜ？俺、死んだ方がいいんじゃねえの？
No! Yoji, you fucking dipshit! I swear to God, I'm gonna grab that box cutter myself. Holy shit! Makoto laughed and extended the cutter, eyes wide.
誠。暴れたら速攻刺す。もうここまで来ちゃったらさ、戻れねえよ。後戻りとか無理。俺とお前の関係も、俺自身も。だからさ、ごめんな。俺、もう終わらせるわ。
It's gonna be so bad if Tetsuo walks in on this. Like, if the person that saves us here is Tetsuo, it's gonna be so bad. I feel so bad for Makoto. Holy shit! Makoto's face crumpled, tears in his eyes, and he whipped the box cutter high into the air. It's gonna be Tetsuo, is it? I, as much as I'm scared of Kamya, I hope it's Kamya. Yoji squeezed his eyes shut and turned away. Oh my god! Yoji! I'm gonna punch his face. I'm gonna punch his face. Oh my god, I've never wanted to punch a character so badly in my life. I cannot believe in this moment, Yoji, you are gonna call Shironuma's name. If you swear to God you're calling Tetsuo's name right now, I'm literally gonna punch you in the face. You are so fucking rotten, Yoji. I hate you. The name rang out in his mind. It sounded like a cry for help. I fucking hate you, Yoji. I hate you so much. He imagined Tetsuo's steely gaze. Just then, he heard the door slide open, followed by rapid footsteps. It's Tetsuo. He did the otome. This happens in every otome game. The girl's about to get punched or something by like some goon, and then in her mind, or she'll even say it out loud sometimes, she'll say the guy that she likes' name, and then he'll like save her magically. He's an otome game protagonist. Yoji pushed himself away and turned, his eyes widened. It was Tetsuo. Yeah, no fucking shot. Makoto swung the box cutter wildly, trying to free himself from Tetsuo's grip. The momentum pitched them both sideways and they fell to the floor. The box cutter slipped from Makoto's hand and slid with a loud clatter. Bruh. He summoned him. Yeah. Prayer, the summoning circle worked. Slim, thank you so much for 14 months of membership. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Tetsuo glanced at Yoji, clasping one hand with the other. Blood dripped from his fingertips. He must have been cut in the struggle. Yeah, I was just a homie with a girl having a guy body, no change in person. I will say that Yoji is pretty... He's kind of a dude bro, though. Yoji is kind of a dude bro, though, so I will... I will give him that. Makoto was on his hands and knees, growling in frustration. Oh, Makoto, no! Sheer misery in his voice gave Yoji pause. It was almost like he'd never experienced failure before. But the more Yoji thought about it, the more it made sense. Makoto was happy. He had lots of friends and his parents were still alive. If this was really the first time he'd failed to get what he wanted, it probably hurt like hell. Yoji, can we take a fucking step back and do some self-fucking reflection here, Yoji? Can we talk about this? I cannot believe in this moment Yoji is gonna pin it on Makoto not getting what he wants. I swear to God, Yoji, if I get my hands on you, you motherfucker, I swear to God, you broke him! This is your fault! Truth be told, Yoji envy Ice, I'm gonna punch you in the face. He'd hardly ever gotten anything he wanted out of life. Still, it hurt to see Makoto in such pain. You just gotta like give him a homie hug. Go give him a homie hug. Go give him a homie hug, it's fine. Makoto screamed at the top of his lungs and staggered to his feet and dashed out of the chemistry library. Also, Kamya should have like a fucking tight leash on fucking Yoji at this point. Just give him a bro job, yeah. Kiss the homie goodnight. His footsteps echoed loudly down the hallway. A leash? No, that's not what I meant. You know what I mean? Like, if Yoji is this, like, precious, you know, whatever, Omega that never, you know, they were saying, like, he's an Omega that can get Mpreg, and not every Omega can get Mpreg, then he should be having a closer eye on Yoji, because who knows? What if another, like, alpha snatches him up? You know what I'm saying? And he was gone, and silence fell at last. Struggling to process what just happened, Yoji turned to Tetsuo. He just couldn't believe it was real. Tetsuo met Yoji's gaze. He seemed much the same as always. He hadn't even broken a sweat. Now he remembered he'd agreed to go to Tetsuo's house after school. But Makoto had locked the door to the chemistry lab. If Tetsuo had decided to go home without him at that point, there was no telling what would have happened. Tetsuo might have just saved his life. It was bizarre. Back when Makoto had been about to stab him, Tetsuo's face had flashed through his mind, and then, moments later, he'd showed up for real. It was like something out of a movie. Too convenient to be a coincidence. For now, however, Yoji was just grateful to be alive. He heaved a sigh of relief, and then remembered the cut on his hand, which promptly began to twinge. A dark red line ran from the base of his thumb to his wrist. It was still bleeding, but the cut didn't look too serious. Speaking of which, wasn't Tetsuo bleeding too? Yoji glanced at him. Sure enough, a deep scarlet gash was etched into the back of his... Wait. His wait, what? Wait, why are we waiting? What? Was Tetsuo's cut fading? Wait, remember chat? Remember when Tetsuo got kidnapped? And then the next day we were like freaked out because all of his like stuff was gone. And I was like really hyper focused on that for a bit. And then I forgot because I have ADHD. Maybe he has like healing properties. Maybe that's like his thing. And yet, as he stared at it in disbelief, the wound continued to shrink until it was barely noticeable. Yoji didn't even realize he'd been staring until Tetsuo moved, hid his hand behind his back. Yoji quickly averted his gaze, but the gears were already turning in his mind. Something about the sight was familiar. Of his many fuzzy childhood memories, there was one thing he remembered clearly. Wait, what? I thought he was gonna bring up the Zenya thing. Wait. Daddy? Is Tetsuo his dad? Or are they like brothers? His father had always been quick to recover from injuries. Even when he'd cut himself bad, he'd simply slap a band-aid on it and the next day it would be gone. Back then, Yoji had never questioned it. He'd simply assumed that it was how grown-up bodies worked. But now he knew better. This was wrong. Or was it just a really rare condition? Don't go there. I'm not the one going there. The game is, okay? You don't know how many yaois I've seen. They get really fucked up, okay? Tetsuo's voice brought him back with a start.
手を少し保健室寄っとけよ。白馬は別にいい。
Tetsuo strode off towards the door. Yoji followed, grabbing his book bag off the floor. As he neared the door, his foot hit something. Is it the knife? The box cutter. Yeah, pick it up! Instantly, he recalled Makoto's face, that heart-wrenching expression between crying and laughter. With a heavy heart, Yoji put the cutter in his bag. Somehow, he couldn't leave it lying there. Yeah, don't leave it there. His body ached all over. He'd put in quite a fight earlier, so he'd guess he had a few bruises he didn't know about yet. Why won't things just go my way? Makoto's scream replayed in his mind, and he remembered his sister's advice. I think it's important you try to reach out. Maybe if he'd tried just a little harder, this would not have happened. Yes, I genuinely do think so, Yoji. I do think if you had just talked to him, perhaps it would not have come to this. Now it was too late. You think? After Tetsuo retrieved his book back from the classroom, they headed to the nurse's office to get Yoji treated. When the nurse asked them what had happened, they made up a story on the spot. Tetsuo's cut was now merely a scratch at this point. Had Yoji mistaken the size of the wound? His memories were growing fuzzy. Once he was patched up, they left the nurse's office and headed to the lockers to change their shoes. Surely the study session would be cancelled after all that had happened, he thought. But just as Yoji headed to the door, Tetsuo grabbed his arm from behind. They stared at each other for a moment, then Tetsuo walked off, dragging Yoji with him. Confused, Yoji followed him outside. At first, he didn't know what to think, but as they walked, he slowly put two and two together. It seemed that Tetsuo was hell-bent on studying after all. They headed for the gates, Tetsuo's hand still on his arm. There were no other students nearby, and the light of the fading sunset cast the town in shades of red. He was going to Tetsuo's house again. Wondering why this made his heart pound, Yoji followed Tetsuo through the gates. Okay, personally, if I were Yoji, I would go with Tetsuo too, only because I'd be scared now that Makoto would show up at my fucking house or stalk me home. He literally admitted to stalking earlier, so... They got off at the stop after Yoji's and soon arrived at Shironuma's residence. Nervous, Yoji walked inside to discover the telltale silence of an empty house. They headed down the hallway towards Tetsuo's room. As they passed the garden, Tetsuo suddenly opened up the sliding door and stepped into what appeared to be the living room. He grabbed a bag of something and sat down on the porch. Confused, Yoji peered over at his shoulder. A black cat was rubbing itself against Tetsuo's legs.
Yeah.
As Tetsuo reached into the bag, the cat's ears pricked up and it leapt gracefully into his lap. The bag was full of dried sardines. Bag of meat babies? No! Yoji sat down next to Tetsuo, hoping to get a better look. Aw, the cat's so cute. The moment the cat spotted the dried sardine in Tetsuo's hand, its eyes gleamed. Snatching a sardine in its mouth, it hopped up to the ground once more and began to gnaw loudly on its prize. Yoji watched it eat, its back hunched over like a fuzzy black loaf. He had been fond of animals for as long as he could remember, though he and his sister had been too sickly to own any pets themselves. He could still remember that one family trip to the zoo. What an absolute joy it had been. Within moments, the cat had gobbled down the sardine and was back on Tetsuo's lap, licking its lips expectantly. Somehow, Tetsuo's expression seemed a lot softer as he played with the cat. Oh, my nose is being weird. Give me a second. Still not fully recovered from being sick, unfortunately. Tetsuo grabbed a few sardines and tossed them on the ground. The cat quickly hopped off his lap, grabbed one of the fish in its teeth, and settled down to eat it some distance away. With the cat distracted, Tetsuo got up and returned the bag of sardines to its place in the living room, then headed for his bedroom. Yoji followed behind. Tetsuo opened the door and gestured for him to enter first. His nervousness spiked as he stepped inside. This was now his third visit to the Shironuma household, but he still wasn't quite used to it. Tetsuo set his book back on the floor and sat on the bed. Unsure what to do, Yoji stood idly for a moment, then Tetsuo seized his hand. He yanked Yoji so hard, he collapsed face first onto the bed. Before he could right himself, he felt Tetsuo's breath tickle his shoulder. Yoji rolled over onto his back and Tetsuo climbed on. Red or blue, chat? Red or blue, chat? Blue or healing? Oh, you guys are all picking blue this time. What are we gonna name this baby? Most people are picking blue. That's surprising. Keep it in the family? No, that's crazy. Oh my god, okay. I think we go blue this time because you guys all picked blue. But I am worried about picking blue. I feel like the rational thing is gonna be to push him away. And I feel like at this point, if we push him away, we might get a bad ending. We might get a, I mean, I think all the endings of the game are mostly bad, but we might get like a bad ending. Because then we're kind of not, but I don't know, maybe blue and red don't actually mean anything. He may eat you if you push him away, but we ball. That's crazy. Okay, well, blue it is. You guys all picked blue. I think only like 2 people picked red. His vision grew fuzzy and his breath caught in his throat. He could feel the memory of his... of the grape threatening to revive himself. As much as he wanted to forget it had ever happened, his body remembered every last detail. Ah! It's happening anyway! Before he could get the words out, something pressed against his lips. For a moment, he didn't understand what was happening. Then the warmth latched onto him and it clicked. He was so stunned he completely forgot to fight it. After pressing his lips against Yoji's a few times, Tetsuo nibbled his lower lip. A shiver ran down his spine. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter. Blue or red doesn't matter. Tetsuo took it a step further and ran his tongue all over Yoji's upper lip. Oh god, not the tongue! A moan escaped his lips and he blushed. He tried to pull away, but Tetsuo grabbed his chin and kissed him again. Then his hand slid behind Yoji's head, pulling him closer. Oh no! His tongue traced Yoji's teeth! Yoji could feel the will to resist slipping away. Instead, his mind was going numb. It felt comfortable somehow. Did Tetsuo really have a bunch of girls on rotation? He couldn't help but wonder in the back of his mind. Their saliva mixed, wetting their chapped lips as they melted. Why do you have chapped lips? Get some chapstick, you fucking weirdos. After a moment, Yoji pulled away, gasping for breath, unwilling to waste a single second. Tetsuo pushed his tongue into his mouth. Oh god. The wet warmth made goosebumps rise all over his body. I'm trying to talk over the moaning. Tetsuo's tongue prodded his, teasing it. At this gentle gesture, Yoji felt himself relax and realized belatedly how tense he had been. He used to be so afraid of Tetsuo, but now, Tetsuo's touch, his warmth, his smell, it was all so comforting. He couldn't believe he felt this way about another guy, but there it was. In their previous encounters, disgust had been his strongest emotion. When his body had responded, he could tell that it was happening against his will. But now, kissing Tetsuo, he felt conflicted. Now that he no longer felt disgust, what excuse did he have? Oh god, each time Tetsuo's tongue slid over and around his, a pleasant tingle spread throughout his body. He was moaning a little harder than his dignity would have liked, but he couldn't stop. After exploring every inch of Yoji's mouth, Tetsuo gently pulled away. A string of saliva briefly bridged the gap between their lips before breaking. Ew! Hastily wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, Yoji turned away. How was he supposed to look at Tetsuo in the eye after that? His face was burning hot, as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head. Is that the only place your blood is rushed? Meanwhile, Tetsuo showed no sign of embarrassment as he gazed at Yoji silently.
なんだよ。
What do you mean, what was that for? I wonder. What could it be? Flustered, he spoke a little more harshly than he'd mean to, but Tetsuo simply closed his eyes and buried his face in Yoji's chest. His tanned arm slid under Yoji's body, wrapping him in a tight embrace. This was a little alarming, but thankfully Tetsuo didn't take things any further. A thick frame, firm muscles, broad shoulders, solid weight. His body was masculine in every way. And yet, somehow, Yoji didn't mind. Their body heat mingled together. It was so comforting. Yoji could feel himself growing drowsy. Tetsuo turned his head and pressed his cheek to Yoji's chest. Was he listening to his heartbeat? For a fleeting moment, all of Yoji's doubts and worries were forgotten. In this moment, it felt like Tetsuo could understand him even without words. Booty call! Tetsuo muttered faintly. Before Yoji could ask him what he'd meant, his book bag began to vibrate loudly. Uh-oh. If it's Makoto, I swear to God. Don't pick it up. Yoji, don't pick it up. If it's Makoto, don't pick it up. I'm so scared. Yoji sat up and dug his phone out. Part of him was disappointed that their peaceful little moment had been interrupted. Nevertheless, he checked his notifications. Oh, it's Erica. Oh, thank God. Erica sent him a message. Subject, getting bigger every day. One photo attachment. It was a picture of his little nephew, smiling with chubby cheeks. He seemed to have Erica's eyes. Suddenly, he wanted Tetsuo to see too.
姉さんの子供この間生まれたんだ
Tetsuo leaned over to look at the
子供
screen.
ってどう思う
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's the question.
どうって苦手だどこが触ったら壊れそうだろ
He doesn't want kids, Yoji. He doesn't want your You might be able to get pregnant doesn't mean that Tetsuo wants that. Surprised, Yoji shot Tetsuo a look. His answer had been uncharacteristically delicate.
壊れないよ
Tetsuo glanced at Yoji, then shifted his gaze back to the
お
screen.
前に似てるこの子がああどこが似てると思う目元が
That was the part Yoji thought resembled his sister, not him, though people often said they looked a lot like.
最初から人を信用してないような目とかよく似てる
This little remark provoked a sharp look from Yoji.
なんだよそれそのまんまだけど信用してないって人と話してて楽しいと思ったことないだろ
No, that's not true. Yoji thought talking to Makoto was really fun. He said that earlier. That was a thing that he actually said. He literally said... Yoji fell silent. He couldn't deny it. You're such a fucking liar, Yoji. I hate you. He could understand the concept of enjoying a conversation, but he never experienced it himself.
姉貴は違うのかえそれ見た時の反応いつもと違う顔だった
Tetsuo indicated Yoji's phone with a jerk of his chin. Yoji stared at him in surprise. He couldn't believe Tetsuo was so observant.
これは唯一の肉親だから
Yoji lowered his gaze back up to the photo as he
両親
spoke.
事故で死んだだいぶ前に
As soon as the words left his lips, he realized that it was the first time he'd ever told anyone about it. Poor Makoto. He'd never even told Makoto. Even if Makoto had asked, Yoji would have dodged the subject. Right now, however, he felt perfectly comfortable discussing it.
白沼は兄弟とかいないのか
He had a feeling the answer was no, but decided to ask anyway.
知らない
Huh? What kind of answer is that?
知らない
Is Tetsuo adopted? Is Tetsuo adopted? Is he actually our brother? He taught Tetsuo a dubious
知
look.
らないってなんだよ養子だから
For a moment, he wondered if he'd misheard.
本当の両親とか
知らないし。
Yoji hadn't seen this coming, but more surprising than the revelation was the fact that Tetsuo seemed so nonchalant about it.
知りたくなることはないのか。本当の両親がどこにいるのか。
別に。
He never met his real parents and didn't even want to? That meant he would never learn his roots. He had no memories of his parents, of their warmth. The mere thought filled Yoji with anxiety, as if the ground beneath him were crumbling away. Why do you feel anxiety? The way Tetsuo talked, it was as if he felt no attachment to the concept of family at all. Okay, but he also has a really loving adopted family now, so it's fine. Yoji, you just don't understand. You don't know what it's like. I hate Yoji. Yoji found this terribly sad. Tetsuo's adoptive mother seemed like a sweet woman, but surely he must have had an emptiness in his heart that even her kindness couldn't fill. It might fade over time, but it would always be there, waiting to rear its head at the slightest provocation. If he were in Tetsuo's shoes, the thought alone was frightening. As long as you had at least one blood relative, you could support each other through thick and thin. Yoji had his sister as well as his memories of his parents. But Tetsuo had none of that. He was perpetually alone, eternally empty. Perhaps that was why something had felt off during that dinner. Maybe Tetsuo had closed himself off from his adoptive family. I don't think so. I feel like Tetsuo is a great child. What do you mean? I hate Yoji. I feel like Yoji's projecting. Or maybe he couldn't bring himself to open up. Yeah, or maybe her love is enough for him, Yoji. Yeah, you tell him, Beta Lily. You tell him. Probably treated other relationships the same way.
飯食いに行くか。
Tetsuo got to his feet. Following his cue, Yoji grabbed his book bag and together they left the room. He still didn't quite understand how Tetsuo's mind worked, but it felt like he was finally starting to put the pieces together. And then they're gonna go to that burger joint and then Makoto's gonna show up. Oh no, it's scary. It's scary music. Oh no, it's not scary music. It's normal music. After a short walk, they arrived at a small ramen shop lodged inconspicuously between two apartment complexes. It was right around dinner time and there were a few patrons inside. As they approached, an appetizing smell reached their nostrils. Tetsuo casually walked in and claimed an open counter seat. After all, everything is scary in this game, so true. Yoji sat down next to him. The boisterous cook set 2 glasses of ice water in front of them as he asked to take their order. Damn, I want ramen too. I haven't had ramen in a hot second. Yoji hastily scanned the menu. Miso ramen. The cook promptly confirmed their orders in a booming voice and then set off to prepare it. Yoji sighed and took a sip of water. He didn't often eat in places like this, so he felt weirdly on edge. Not much was obvious from Tetsuo's order. It was just hard to picture him eating ramen for some reason. What is wrong with you, Yoji? Oh yeah, his surprise is... Oh, wow, he's adopted. That's a surprise. And he eats ramen? I could never imagine him eating ramen. He's just full of surprises. In the past, Yoji had seen him as a mannequin, but he would never make that comparison now. After a brief wait, 2 steaming bowls of ramen arrived, followed by a plate of gyoza and a bowl of rice. Yoji reached out and took his bowl from the cook. It was hotter than he'd expected and surprisingly heavy. A mouth-watering smell wafted up amid the cloud of... Oh, that looks so good! That looks so good! It's like... This is given like Ghibli food porn. Like the meat looks very juicy and slick. The gyoza and rice, it seemed, were part of Tetsuo's usual order. He'd already split his chopsticks and started to eat. It was a lot of food, and Yoji couldn't help but watch him out of the corner of his eye. He assumed that Tetsuo was a light eater based on the single sandwich he usually had for lunch. After a moment, Yoji picked up his own chopsticks and took a mouthful. It had been ages since he'd last eaten ramen. Since he'd last eaten anything, to be honest. The noodles were perfectly firm and thoroughly spread, steeped in the strong flavor of broth. It was delicious. The only downside was that it was slightly too hot. He could only eat a little at a time. Mouthful of noodles, Yoji turned to look at Tetsuo.
食わなかっただろ。お。ああ。
He recalled the day he flatly rejected Tetsuo's offer. At the time, it had been a reflex born of panic.
ラーメンは久しぶりだ。
As he spoke, his hand moved on autopilot, picking out all the bamboo shoots. He wasn't normally a picky eater, but bamboo shoots were one of the things he simply couldn't stomach. What? What? I love bamboo shoots and ramen. Tetsuo's yaoi-chin is extra yaoi-full in the CG. I feel like all of their yaoi-chins are always like yaoi maxing in these fucking cutscenes. Once he'd picked them all out, he was about to take another bite of noodles when suddenly a second pair of chopsticks slid into his bowl. Just like that, Tetsuo snapped up the unwanted shoots and moved them to his own bowl. Does anyone actually remember the last time Yoji ate in-game? Didn't he at one point eat a sandwich? Maybe? I think it was like half a sandwich. Oh yeah, and then he ate the soup, you're right, with mom. Yoji's ramen was bamboo free in a matter of seconds.
好きなのか? Yeah.
Huh? Tetsuo's eyes were fixed on his bowl. Not knowing what else to say, Yoji went back to his ramen. As he ate, he found himself thinking of his childhood, of how he and his sister would secretly eat each other's least favorite vegetables when their parents weren't looking. He has the Joey Wheeler chin. He does kind of look like Joey Wheeler right now, doesn't he? With the corner of his eye, Yoji watched Tetsuo work on his meal. He could feel the faintest flicker of warmth sparking in his chest. The next morning, Yoji joined the usual crowd of students heading to school. Are you not going to report the fact that you got assaulted yesterday? As the crowd approached the school, however, he felt the atmosphere around him grow tense. The students up ahead were hurrying through the gates as if they couldn't get inside fast enough. He soon discovered what was wrong. Xenia was leaning against the wall by the gates, arms folded across his chest. Uh-oh. Yoji's mind raced. He hadn't seen Xenia since that fight with Tetsuo in the rain. Xenia was potentially a valuable source of information about his condition, but only if he were willing to be honest. And the chances of that were likely nil. Better not to interact with him at all. There was no telling what he might do. Hello, my son. No! No, we don't like Xenia. Taking care not to look in Xenia's direction, Yoji hurried through the gates. But just as he walked past... Oh no. His brain screamed at him to ignore it, but it was too late. He stopped. They? Who's they? Yoji hated the sound of Makoto's name on Xenia's tongue. It is Yoji's fault though, you're right, Xenia. You are right about that. A faint smile played at Xenia's lips as he tilted his head tauntingly.
これからもまだまだ大切なものがたくさん壊れるよ。幼児はさ、みんなを不幸にするんだよ。
Because of you. The words pierced his heart like a knife. Like a box cutter knife? His temper flared. He glared at Xenia, but the blonde shrugged it off with a smile. He couldn't lash out. That would be giving Xenia exactly what he wanted. Swallowing his retort, Yoji turned and walked off. For a moment, he thought Xenia might follow after him, but it appeared he had no such intention. He couldn't get Xenia's comment out of his head. He knew better than to take it at face value, and yet he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Part of him kept thinking that maybe Xenia was right. Feeling miserable, Yoji paused at the lockers to change his shoes and then headed for the classroom. When he arrived, the atmosphere was unusually tense. The usual boisterous chatter had been reduced to secretive whispers, and the anxiety in the room was palpable. Wondering what had happened, Yoji sat down at his desk. He overheard a group of students talking nearby. Huh?
実際見たやつの話だとさ、ぐちゃぐちゃだったらしいよ。死んだとかっていうより、ミンチ状態。肉の塊だらけで。Wait. Human murder? Whatever. Pet murder? What the fuck?
いやでも職員室とか大騒ぎだよ。警察来てるし、外の人間が侵入してやったんじゃないかって。もしかしたら次に狙われるのは。
Wait, no, it's probably Zenya's dad, right? Because Zenya's dad was like murdering small animals.
ほんとやめてよ、殴るよ。
Chunks all over the place. This choice of words brought back horrible memories. Yoji's condition had been so stable recently he had almost convinced himself the whole thing had been a dream. But he knew better. And that made it all the more. The bell rang, signaling the start of the morning prayer, and the students all wandered back to their seats. Then the classroom door slid open and a teacher walked in. Not Kamya, but their religious studies teacher.
Kamya 先生の代理だ。詳しくは朝の祈りが終わってから話します。
Uh-oh. With that said, he walked up to the lectern. As the tension in the room spiked, the usual hymn began to play over the loudspeaker. Yoji's mouth moved on autopilot, singing along in prayer. Once morning prayer had ended, the students all took their seats. Then the teacher placed both hands on the lectern and leaned towards class.
知っている者もいると思うが、三田が入院した。神谷先生は三田の様子を見に行っている。
Who's Mita? Is that Makoto? Who is Mita again? Is Makoto's last name Mita? Yoji's mind went blank. It is Makoto, okay. Makoto in the
三田
hospital?
は最近体調が悪かったらしくてな。すぐに戻って来られるだろうとのことだ。みんな心配しないで待つように。それじゃあ出席を取ります。
With an air of perfect calm, the teacher began to read from the attendance sheet. Meanwhile, some students began to whisper to each other
知っ
nearby.
てるか、誠が入院した理由。睡眠薬を大量に飲んだんだって。
No!
それって自殺未遂じゃん。んつか誠がありえないだろう。
でも最近さ、誠ちょっと暗かったじゃん。
ああ、まあ確かにな。なんか思い詰めてるっぽかったし。
No, Makoto! Our boy!
そう考え
No!
ると嘘とも思えないっつうか。
Yoji froze, rooted to the spot. Yeah, this is your fucking fault, you rat bastard, Yoji! Makoto was in the hospital after overdosing on sleeping pills. Yoji felt his palm grow slick with sweat. Was it because of what happened yesterday? It had to be. There was no other possibility. They say he's broken. Zenya's words echoed loudly in his ears. Everyone will suffer because of you. Everyone will suffer. The knife in his heart dug in deeper. Was it his fault Makoto went crazy? Oh my god, the audio engineering on this is crazy. Would things have been better for Makoto if they had never met? All this time he'd assumed that his world was separate from everyone else's. He told himself their problems were none of his business. But what if he had been screwing up other people's lives simply by existing? Literally, that it's... I hate you, Yoji. Like, his parents? No. That was ridiculous. Yeah, no, shut the fuck up. It's not about you. Why are you making this about yourself? I'm gonna murder something. Why are you making this about yourself, Yoji? It's literally not about you. It's literally not about... Oh my god. His fingers had gotten numb, his breathing quickened, and his vision blurred. He closed his eyes, willing himself to calm down, but the panic persisted. Yoji had trouble focusing on his classwork that morning, and before he knew it, it was lunchtime. The anxiety in his chest refused to subside. He didn't know how to make it go away. He missed Erica. Her sweet, soft voice floated through his mind, apropos of nothing. He needed to see her right this moment. On impulse, Yoji took his phone out of his book bag and started an email. Mind if I drop by? He selected her email address and hit send. Once the message was sent, Yoji leaned forward, folding his arms on top of his desk. Erica was in the hospital. He knew she might not be able to answer right away. Still, he was eager for a reply. Wait, is he gonna go to the hospital and then also see Makoto? Please write back. Please hurry. About 10 minutes later, his phone buzzed. Yoji sat up and checked the screen. It was Erica. Subject, what's wrong? Sure, I don't mind. Come on over. Yoji immediately pocketed his phone, grabbed his book bag, and left the room. As he walked down the hallway towards the staff room, he encountered his math teacher on his way out. Yoji promptly explained that he was feeling sick and would be going home early. The teacher looked a little skeptical but agreed nonetheless. Yoji thanked him and headed for the lockers. After changing his shoes, he walked outside and headed for the front gates. Oh, oops. He was so worked up, it felt like his heart might explode. He was going to see his sister. With that thought filling his head, Yoji passed through the gates and headed for the train station. After all the old English, I never expected Lira of all people to... Wait, what is that word? I've seen it before, but I don't know how to pronounce it. I think I've said it before too, but like, I think a lot of words I don't know how to say, but I know like the word itself. Like I've seen it in text, but I just don't know how to pronounce it. And sometimes like, it's like segue, where I didn't realize that segue was the same word as segue. I thought there were two different words, like the way it was spelled and the way it was said. Fortunately, he already knew what train to take and where to get off. From there, he asked a nearby police officer for directions to the hospital. It was only a 5-minute walk away, and Yoji had no trouble finding his way there. Unsurprisingly for a general hospital, the building itself was quite large, with pale white walls and seemingly endless parking lot. As Yoji passed through the automatic doors, he was greeted by that familiar hospital smell. But also, is he not? Are we not going to talk about how Makoto is probably here, or? He cut through the crowded lobby to the reception counter where he requested permission to visit Erika. After filling out the visitation paperwork, Yoji boarded the elevator, silently willing himself to calm down. Erika was in room 304. Arriving on the 3rd floor, he quickly checked the directory board mounted on the wall and then set off down the beige and white corridor until he reached the room marked 304. The whiteboard by the door read, Serizawa Erika. Apparently, she had the room to herself. The S is silent. Apropro. Meaning of referring to appropriate in a situation. Right. Apropro. Apropro? His heart began to thump wildly in his chest. Now that he'd stopped to think about it, it had been quite some time since they'd seen each other last. Apropro. Apropro? A poo-poo. How was he going to explain this? Was it better to play it cool? He'd rush over on the spur of the moment, but what was he going to say? He couldn't turn back now. Summoning all his resolve, Yoji quietly opened the door. The warmth of the room tickled his cheek. The interior was perfectly white, but a softer, almost fragile hue, nothing like the oppressive glare of the corridors. The curtains were rustling slightly with a breeze. She must have opened a window. He found her sitting on the bed, her body as thin as a reed. Had she always been this small or this pale? But there was no mistaking her smile. Oh, they do look alike.
Yo-kun.
The instant she called his name, he felt his eyes grow hot. A sob welled in the back of his throat and he bit it back. She looked so happy to see him.
いきなりごめん。
びっくりしたけど、来てくれて嬉しいよ。そう。
At this time of day, he should still be in class. Erika surely knew this, and yet she hadn't asked. Perhaps she'd guessed the reason for his sudden visit. Yoji shut the door behind him and walked over to the bed. His gaze sank to the floor. Somehow, he couldn't bring himself to look at her in the eye.
姉さんは？
もちろん元気だよ。私も赤ちゃんもね。
退院はまだ？
そうね。あともうちょっとかかるみたい。早く外に出たいんだけどな。
She shrugged and sighed.
病院は慣れてるもの。だから全然平気。
Like him, Erika had been in and out of the hospital since childhood. He knew resignation was a natural response, but it still made him a little sad.
おめでとう。会ってちゃんと言いたくて。
Erika broke out in a broad smile.
ありがとう。
This was the most beautiful he had ever seen her. She seemed fulfilled, happy. She had brought new life into the world, and now she radiated joy and strength.
今幸せ？
どうしたの急に？
なんとなく聞きたくて。
Erica smiled shyly and nodded.
幸せよ。
そうか。よかった。
Of course she was happy. Still, he'd wanted to hear her say it. Relief broke the tension he'd felt since walking
よう
in.
くん、そこ座って。
She gestured to the chair by the bed Yoji sat.
ようくんの方は学校はどう？友達のこととか話してくれたじゃない？
Uh-oh. Not the two friends we told her about.
うん。そうだね。
うまくいってないの？そっか。
She nodded and closed her eyes. Then suddenly her face fell. It was such a drastic change. Yoji felt a stab of alarm.
うん。ううん。ごめんね。
She shook her head dismissively. But the next moment she looked at him with resolve in her
あの
eyes.
ね、
She held his gaze as she spoke.
私、ようくんに謝らなきゃいけないこと
Wait,
があるの。
why? Wait, why? Why is she apologizing? I'm scared. This caught Yoji entirely off guard. What could she possibly need to apologize
謝
for?
らなきゃいけないこと？
そう。ずっと言おうと思ってて。でも言えなくて。今日メールをもらった時にね。
We're adopted, aren't we? We're adopted.
決めてたの。
Tetsuo is my brother. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself. In Minecraft. There she paused. A few moments passed before she started to speak once
言お
more.
うと思ってたのは、お父さんとお母さんのこと。それと、ようくんのことも。
No, don't say it. Mom and Dad. He blinked. Erica's fingers curled around the hem of her hospital
もっと
gown.
早く本当のことを言わなくちゃいけなかったのかもしれない。ううん、言うべきだった。あの事故の時。
事故？
She could only be referring to one thing, the car crash that claimed their parents' lives. So what does she mean by the truth? Her long eyelashes dropped once and
あ
then...
の事故があった時。
Flashback? It was a hot, muggy day and the drone of the cicadas were especially grating. School was out for summer break and Yoji and his parents were headed out to their relative's vacation home. The plan was to stay 2 nights. Erica had gone to study camp with her classmates and couldn't make it. His aunt and uncle arrived to pick them up, and Yoji climbed into the back of their station wagon. As they drove, he gazed idly at the passing scenery. Somehow, he'd never got tired of watching the buildings and signs fly past. He rolled the window down, and a pleasant breeze rushed in. Next, he tried to lean out for a better look, but his mother scolded him. The mood was light. Shame that Erica couldn't make it. They said, maybe next year. Then the car pitched sideways. The world flipped. Crash. The screech of the brakes. Gravity yanked him out of his seat. What was happening? He tried to hold on, but his body was thrown from the car. Pain erupted in his skull. He must have knocked it against something. Yeah, no wonder he's so fucked up. His body felt like it was being crushed. Amid confusion and fear, Yoji sank into darkness. He woke in an unfamiliar room. When he tried to sit up, pain shot through his body. He was covered from head to toe in bandages. There was a machine beeping rhythmically somewhere nearby. A clear plastic mask covered his mouth, amplifying the sound of his breathing. A bunch of grown-ups were running around in a frenzy, nurses maybe. Some other grown-ups were standing nearby looking worried. At the time, he didn't really understand what had happened. They told him he'd been in an accident. A truck driver had fallen asleep at the wheel and veered into the opposite lane. The wreck of the station wagon had been unsalvageable. His aunt and uncle had died instantly, as had his parents. Only Yoji had miraculously survived. Apparently, it was all over the news. He couldn't recall much of what had happened, but he remembered feeling like there was a hole in his chest. Something inside him was missing. He didn't know what, but he had an idea. It was a part of him that knew how to laugh when he was happy, cry when he was sad, shout when he was angry. What? After the accident, such display of emotions became few and far between. In truth, he didn't find it that strange. He simply accepted that the accident had made him this way. His brain.
あの事故があって
Brain
から
damage.
1週間後くらいかな。ヨウくんもだいぶ回復して起き上がれるくらいにはなってて、お見舞いに行くとヨウくんはいつも窓の外を見てた。何かを探すみたいに、ずっといつまでも。
I hate it when I get into a car crash and lose my emotion organ. Yeah, needed that. They couldn't give me an emotion organ transplant? A shadow fell over Erica's expression.
ごめんね。部活があっ
It's
たから
baby
今日はちょっ
Yoji.
と遅くなっちゃった。隣のおばちゃんから桃もらったよ。一緒に。え？
たらてなってお父さんが
お父さん？お父さんがどうしたの？
お父さんが僕の上に乗ってきて、お母さんも乗ってきて、何かが刺さる音がして、お母さんがボキボキってなって、
ヨウくん。
お父さんぐちゃぐちゃになって、
Erica breathed a shuddering sigh. As he listened, Yoji felt like a part of his brain had gone numb. It felt like she was talking about someone else, someone he didn't
あの
know.
時ヨウくんの肩を掴んで揺さぶったんだけど、絶対に窓の外から目を離さなくて。ヨウくんがつぶやいてたことも事故のショックのせいだと思ってたの。
Do you think it's real? Do you think his parents actually got murdered? Or do you think his brain was being fucky?
あれはヨウくんが実際に体験したことだったんだよね。その後お葬式でも。
なんで
Oh,
も
she was so
ぶ
cute.
つかったトラックが積んでた鉄骨が窓から入ってきて3人の胸を貫通してたんだと。匠と泉さんが幼児を守るように覆いかぶさっていてな。
まあ、
だから幼児も即死だと周りは判断してたらしいんだがな。なぜか幼児だけが病院で息を吹き返した。
Okay, well, they didn't get stabbed. It was like a steam bolt pole stabbing them.
助かってよかったじゃない。
いやーだがな、少し気味が悪くないか。鉄骨は確かに幼児の胸も貫通してたらしいんだ。それに匠だけなぜか損傷が激しくて人の形をとどめていなかったらしい。幼児は体がびっしょり濡れていて何か血液のような体液が検出されたって話だし。
It wasn't a Megaverse miracle! His period saved him!
厳密には違うらしい。
あらまあ、それはそうね、ちょっと不気味ね。
親戚の人たちはみんなヨウくんが一度死んだのに生き返ったんだってそんな風に言ってた。ひどいよね。どうしてみんな素直に喜んでくれないのかって。でもね、確かにヨウくんは病院に運ばれた時点では死亡していると判断されていたの。 それが
Oh, oops.
奇跡的に息を吹き返したのよ。
Erica struggled to hold back tears. He's a mutant, so what I'm curious about is if she's also like a mutant, because Xenia has mentioned before that Xenia is not human and that Yoji is also not human. So he died and came back to life. I can't believe Yoji was a real. I know everyone calls fucking Alba and Yaoi Jesus. I don't even know why. Yoji recalled a moment at the funeral when a teary-eyed Erica had hugged him tight. He'd never forgotten what she said to him then. I'll keep you safe, I promise. At the time, he hadn't understood what she meant. But now, maybe he did. Just then, a wave of dizziness washed over him. All this time, he'd only ever heard that his parents had died in a crash. No one had ever told him about a steel beam piercing all three of them together. So that was how he'd gotten his scar. He clutched at his chest. His scar was aching. You died and came back to life. You're Jesus! You're not human. Well, I guess it makes sense because there's a lot of religious parallels here, so I think he is actually Jesus. You make everyone suffer. He tightened his grip on his shirt. It hurt to breathe. He didn't know what he wanted to say. He just needed to say something before he went crazy. Erica looked at him, eyes wet with tears, and stretched out her arms.
Yo-kun.
Her soft, pale hands cupped his face, pulling him into a hug. As he pressed his forehead against her shoulder, he smelled something faintly familiar. Fuzzy memories of their mother revived in his mind.
ずっと黙っていてごめんね。怖かったの。本当のことを言ってしまったら、ようくんがまたあの時みたい。窓の外を見ていた時みたいになってしまうんじゃないかって。
I love Alba dearly, but he did not die for our sins. All he did was get dick and wear ugly clothes he's not worthy. So true.
よくわかってんだから言わなくてもいいことなんだってずっと目を背けてきた。本当のことを言わずによくんを守るなんて。
Nah, it's not your fault, Erica. What could you say to him? Oh yeah, by the way, you died and came back to life. Her embrace softened and she looked at Yoji with mournful eyes.
ようくんが体調崩したって聞いた時不安だった。もちろん心配だったからなんだけど、それだけじゃなくてなんだかようくんに何かが起こるような気がしてものすごく怖くなって。
Aw, she's such a good sister.
思い出したの。
Uh-oh.
ようくんが生まれたばかりの頃、お父さんとお母さんに言われたこと。
父さんと母さんに
Erica gazed firmly into his eyes.
幼児と私は
Oh,
た
okay.
った二人きりの兄弟だから、もし何かあっても助け合って生きてほしいって。
Okay, Tetsuo's not our brother. Phew.
なんでそんなことを言うんだ
Dodged a bullet there.
お父さんとお母さんはこう言ったの。
She wrapped her arms around him once more. He could feel a soothing warmth radiating from her petite frame.
変わらないものなんて何もないって。何が起きたって不思議じゃないんだからって。たとえそれがどんなに大きな変化でも受け入れて、それでも前へ進んでいく。
I thought they were gonna say
強さを
something
見
like,
つけなさい。
Yoshi's an alien. I wasn't expecting something so philosophical. I thought it was gonna be like a, yeah, Yoji, he can like regrow his arm.
強さ
そう、強さよ。その時は 意味がよくわからなかった。本当のことを言うと今もまだわからない。でもね、こうやって抱きしめられた時、お父さんとお母さんのぬくもりが伝わってきたの。
She nuzzled her cheek against his head.
わかる？伝わる？私の温度が、ぬくもりが。
Yoji slowly closed his eyes. Sure enough, he could feel her affection and her strength. Her warmth filled his body, enveloping his soul. Forgiveness, understanding, acceptance. He had a feeling that those three things were what it took to be a truly strong. Okay, that's great and all, but that actually solved none of our problems. Erica gently pulled away, wiping at her damp eyes. She straightened up and put a sweet smile on her face. This is like the most normal. I thought it was gonna be a much different conversation. This is a very normal conversation.
あのね、ちょっとついてきてほしいところがあるの。
She put both hands on the bed and slowly pushed herself up to her feet. Yoji quickly put an arm around her shoulder to support her. She looked so frail and unsteady.
ありがとう。
She shot him a grateful smile and together they left the
こん
room.
な風に歩くの久しぶりだね。
Erica looked up at him, her eyes a bit red.
そうだね。
大きくなっちゃったね。
あ、
He could remember a time when he used to have to crane his neck to look up at her. They boarded the elevator and rode down to the second floor. Are they going to go see the baby? There, they walked down another typical hospital hallway until they reached a large window to look into the next room. Oh, it's baby time! Erica stopped and looked through a window. The room was decorated in cutesy style, and Yoji could see rows of little beds with newborn babies wrapped up snugly inside. There were 12 beds altogether, each marked with his occupant's name and gender. 2 nurses wearing masks and scrub caps were inside, checking on each baby and adjusting the dials on their heat lamps as necessary.
ほら、そこ。前の列の一番左。
She pointed at one of the babies.
よく眠ってる。
She spoke softly, her eyes on the sleeping infant. The look on her face radiated the same affection and strength he'd felt when she hugged
ゆう
him.
くん、おじちゃんが会いに来てくれたよ。
ユウって言うんだ。名前。
ううん。
She shook her head and turned to look at him. Is it gonna be Yuji?
ユージ。
Oh my god, it's fucking
ユウナの
Yuji!
ユに
That's
それか
crazy.
ら幼児の
Soon
児。
Yoji's gonna pop on. They'll be cousins. It'll be great. Yuya, that was his brother-in-law's name. As for Yoji, wait, that's my name.
そう。私ね。
Erica smiled to herself as she gazed up on her slumbering treasure.
体が持たないかもしれないから、もう次は産めないかもって言われたの。
Aww.
大切な子供に大切な人たちの名前をつけたんだ。
Emotion welled in his chest. He couldn't speak. The only sound that passed his lips was a soft exhalation.
ごめんね。びっくりした。うん。つけちゃダメって言ってもダメだからね。
She fixed him with a determined look.
譲れないの。
Just then, little Yuji twitched in his sleep. Perhaps he was dreaming.
ダメだなんて言わないよ。
His voice shook as he forced the words out. He was so happy. And yet, for some reason, he felt like crying.
それならよかった。
Erica's smile brightened with relief, and she looked back at her son.
子供ってね、何かを訴えたいときには泣くかじっと見つめてくるんだよ。
見つめてくる。
そう。喋りたくても喋れないでしょ。だからじっと見つめてくるの。それでこっちもじっと見てるとね、何が言いたいのか なんとなくわかるようになってくるの。それでもうまく読み取れなくて泣かれちゃう時もあるんだけどね。私もお母さんになりたてだし、これからこの子と一緒にいろんなことを学んでいくんだろうなって。
Her voice was full of confidence as she turned back to face
よう
Yoji.
くん、何かあったんだね。悪いこととかいいことって意味じゃなくて、ようくんにとって何か大きなこと。
どうして？
この間電話したじゃない？あの時に声の感じが変わったような気がしてたんだけど。
What's a good mishmash of Erika and Tetsuo? Tetsuka. Erisuo. It's a fucking crazy
声
question.
とか顔つきとか雰囲気が少し変わった気がする。だから本当のことを話さなきゃって気持ちが強まったのかも。
Okay, we already had Leora Jr. and Palkari Jr. And then I don't remember what we named the third one. He hadn't noticed himself, but she's probably right. He hadn't changed. I've been through so much these past few weeks. Looking back, it felt like a dream. Jeff... like the shark? He still didn't know what was happening to him, to his body, and the thought made him uneasy. You're having your period. You're having your period. It's okay. But coming to see Erika and hearing the truth, it felt like things were starting to take a turn for the better. His parents had died protecting him. Oh, is that baby Yoji? The steel beam had pierced his chest, and yet he was still alive. No doubt he was incredibly lucky to have survived. All this stuff about him coming back from the dead, that was hard to take at face value. It was madness. And yet... when Erika had spoken of his miraculous resurrection, she'd made it sound so real. He was still skeptical, of course, but he couldn't bring himself to reject the possibility. Everything he'd witnessed recently, the blood, the weird lumps, were they real? He couldn't decide. He didn't know what was happening to him, to his body. Perhaps he'd simply lost his mind. Maybe it was all in his head. Maybe it was just easier to believe that he was some kind of zombie risen from the grave. If so... then so be it. In the past, he'd always wondered if his life had meaning. What worth was there in someone like him? He didn't need to wonder anymore. Erika had named her son after him. That knowledge filled him with a powerful sense of peace. His shoulders felt light as if a burden had been lifted. No matter what happened to him, his name would live on together with his sister. Now, he could descend into madness with no regrets. Tetsuo's face flickered through his mind. Why? The loneliness, isolation, and anxiety that came with not knowing your place in the world. Tetsuo carried those same scars. Now Yoji finally understood. He and Tetsuo weren't so different after all. Just like Makoto said. Just like Makoto said, right Yoji? After walking his sister back to her room, Yoji took the elevator to the first floor lobby. There, he checked the clock hanging on the wall. 5th period was nearly over now. He'd already told his math teacher he was leaving for the day, so there was no obligation to go back to school. But just as he was headed for the hospital entrance, uh-oh, he's gonna run to Makoto, isn't he? A familiar figure cut through the lobby ahead of him. Unless his eyes were playing tricks on him, it was Kamya. Oh! Yoji stood rooted to the spot. But Kamya didn't seem to have noticed him. As Yoji watched, he passed through the lobby and out through the front entrance. What was he doing here? Then he remembered the substitute teacher telling them that Kamya had gone to see Makoto. Was Makoto being treated at the same hospital as his sister? It took you now to realize this? Mimi, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, raiders. I believe last time we also gave this content warning, but there's a content warning. Welcome. It's this game again. Yeah, we're playing the Yaoi game. We're trying to finish the route. Hopefully. I'm thinking that it'll be done soonish. We're getting to like the climax of it, I think. So... yeah, last time it was much worse. Right now things are pretty normal. We're trying to figure out the main character. He's like not human and he's Jesus because he rose from the dead. So we're trying to kind of figure out like what his deal is or like why he's Jesus, why he's Yaoi Jesus. So well, let's watch and see. Was he in this very building? Oh yeah, and Makoto, his friend, went yandere and then tried to Sudoku, and then he's in the hospital right now. So we came to visit our sister, but he might be in the same hospital. Suddenly, Yoji knew that he had to do something. He could still remember those dark, deranged eyes. There was still time. He needed to see Makoto, talk to him. He returned to the reception counter and spoke to the nurse.
ここに三田誠っていう生徒が入院してるはずなんですが。
ご友人の方ですか？お見舞いに？
ええ。
ではこちらに記帳を。三田誠さん、401号室ですね。
ありがとうございます。
Yoji promptly took the elevator to the 4th floor, then headed down the hall to room 401. Surely he won't have a knife this time, right? He's in the hospital. There's no knives in the hospital, maybe? The whiteboard read Mita Makoto. Summoning all of his resolve, Yoji took a deep breath, then knocked quietly. A weak voice answered from inside. Yoji put his hand on the metal doorknob and slowly opened the door. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. So, for recap, for anyone who's interested, Makoto basically tried to kill us earlier because he's yandere for us. And, then we rejected him, and then he tried to Sudoku with sleeping pills. So now he's in the hospital. So this is our first time seeing him since then. So scared. Makoto was there, lying in a bed in a bright white room that matched Erika's. His back was propped up against the headboard, and he was staring blankly down at his hands. When he turned to look at his visitor, however, his eyes widened.
Yoji.
Yaoi shut the door behind him and approached the bed. Makoto's face was gaunt, with sunken cheeks and dark circles under his eyes. He looked so pitiful, a far cry from his normal self.
Yoji, なんでここに?
Makoto stared at him like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then after a moment, he hung his head in shame.
本当になんで?
No, I'm so sad. Makoto, don't be sad. He smiled awkwardly, his gaze darting back and forth over the bed.
気分は?
大丈夫だけど.
Wait, did I just call Yoji Yaoi? I mean, it would be the same thing, but... He clutched his blanket.
Yoji.
No!
殴りに来たの?
Give him a head pat. Give him a little head pat.
違うよ。
じゃあ、なんだろう。言い方古いか。
He needs a hug.
絶交とか。
Give him a hug. If you were in a Otome game, you would hug him. Give him a hug. A homie hug. A bro job, even.
じゃあ、なんだよ。
Makoto laughed sadly to himself.
罵りに来たとか。それ、そうだもんな。あんなひどいことして、あんなひどいこと言って。恨み事の一つも言いたくなるよな。俺だってそう思うもん。もしここが病院じゃなかったら、絶対ぶん殴る。
No, Makoto is so broken. Poor baby. Makoto was
恨み
trembling.
事なんかない。罵ったりもしない。そんなことしないよ。
じゃあ、何しに来たんだよ。
He slowly raised his face to look at Yoji. Fear glistened in his eyes.
話ができればと思って。
話?
ああ。
Makoto's eyes widened even more.
話って何を?
何でもいい。誠のことなら何でも。
俺のこと?
He is like a puppy. Makoto is such a... He's so puppy coded. Oh my god, you know who would love Makoto? Nova would love Makoto. I should tell Nova to play Sweet Pool. She would love Makoto so much. Wait, holy shit. He even has her like favorite hair color. And he's kind of a himbo. And he's yandere. Nova would lose her shit. Wait, Holy shit. She would actually go bananas for him. I'm gonna message her later. He sounded hesitant. Yoji nodded firmly.
誠の話が聞きたい。
Makoto grimaced, tightening his lips like he was struggling to hold something back.
話って言われても、俺なんかの話聞いたってしょうがないだろ。別に話すことなんか。
Getting more streamers this week. Okay, so I had multiple people message me about this game. Amaya asked me about the game, and Shiki also asked me about the game. Whether or not those two people will actually play the game, I don't know. But we did talk about it.
でも俺はできれば聞きたい。
なんで？
うまく言えないけど、ただこのままにはしたくなかった。俺、誠のことを何も分かってなかったし、友達とかそういうのもよくわからなかった。今も何なのかって聞かれたら答えられない。でも、科学室のことがあって。
He thought back to when Makoto had jumped him. He looked so desperate and
初め
sad.
て知ったんだ。誠がどんなことを考えていたのか、本当はどんな風に思っていたのか。そうしたら、誠の気持ちを知りたいって思った。本当のありのままの言葉が聞きたいって。
Makoto had turned away, but his cheeks were tense.
遅いのかもしれないけど、それでも俺は誠と話がしたい。
Makoto swallowed. There were tears in his eyes. Oh, our puppy boy.
言った時か。
God, Nova would eat this shit up.
言われなきゃ気づかなかった。
His answer made Makoto snicker through his tears.
幼児、鈍すぎ。
I know, Yoji's he's a fucking brick. It's his fault. It's not your fault, Makoto. Makoto fell silent, gripping his blanket in his fists. Moments later, a fat tear slowly rolled down. A fat one slowly rolled down his cheek. Oh no! Don't cry, Makoto! Don't cry! The dam had burst, squeezing his eyes shut. Makoto clenched his teeth against the sobs. He was gripping the blanket so hard his knuckles were white.
ごめん。よし。ごめん。俺、もう絶対嫌われ。
No! No! I'm so sad! Friendships are like this, man. Sometimes you feel like people hate you and you don't know. And you just, you know, you feel anxious about it and stuff. And you're like, man, I think this person hates me. And then you start like spiraling. I get you, Makoto. I get you.
もう死んだ方がいいって思
No!
った。自分が本当に気持ち悪くって、俺なんかいなくなった方がいいって。
God, the voice acting is so good too.
謝って済むことじゃないって分かってるけど、でも本当にごめん。
Words tumbled from his lips as tears dripped onto the blanket. Yoji gently rubbed his back. Give him a hug!
ごめん。
A long cry later, Makoto looked up and let out a long breath. His nose was red and his eyes were puffy, but he seemed calmer now.
よし。 覚えてる。俺が初めて幼児に声かけた時のこと。
覚えてるよ。
He nodded and Makoto smiled sheepishly. It was a few days into the first semester and school had let out for the day. Yoji had been at the corner market by the train station about to take the last carton of milk when he'd heard an ack over his shoulder. I wish you could smoosh him, but he only has one ending and it's a bad one. No! Is that the one where he's bleeding out? He turned to find Makoto standing there, reaching for the same carton. At first, he was a little startled, but after deciding he didn't want the drink that badly, he told Makoto he could take it. Maybe I shouldn't tell Nova about this game. She's gonna be so mad if there's only one ending it's bad. Makoto had seemed surprised for a second, then broke out into a delighted grin. Ever since then, Makoto had made an effort to talk to him at school.
学校で見た時はさ、幼児ってちょっととっつきにくい
Oh shit, you're right! He eats Yoji! That's right!
意外といいやつじゃんって。
The meat babies! I remember that now! From all the crazy summaries. That part did get translated. I remember that.
幼児さ、あんまり他のやつと喋ったり仲良くしたりしないだろ。学校休んでたのもあるし。
Maybe I shouldn't tell Nova about this game. I forgot about that.
馴染もうとしてないっていうか。
Maybe this is the best ending though.
だから最初はさ、これ以上幼児が一人にならないようにって思って一緒に帰ったり飯食ったりそういうのしてたんだよ。けど
His expression clouded over and he dropped his gaze to his hands.
それでもさ、なんかこいつ絶対心開いてねえなってだんだん思ってきて、付き合ってはくれてるけど本心はみじんも出してねえんだなって思って、そしたらなんか悔しくてさ。でも幼児って目離したらふらーっと倒れちまいそうな気もして。
So true.
やっぱりほっとけなくて。
Aw, Makoto's such a good friend.
幼児の良さとか、幼児ってあんまり喋らないけどその静かな感じがいいとかいろいろ思い始めて、幼児と普通に話ができるの俺だけかもって思ったらちょっと嬉しくてさ。そしたら
He paused there to run his tongue over his chapped lips. Everyone needs chapstick in this game.
白沼がすげえ近づいてきて、俺焦ってさ、なんか変なこと言うけど幼児取られたくないみたいなさ。そしたらだんだん変になってきて、幼児の近くにいるとクラクラするようになって。
Yoji shot him a puzzled look.
なんだろう、なんかいい匂いするんだよ。最近は特にそうだった。その匂いがする
The pheromones! It's the pheromones! It's because he's on his period! Well, he's not on his period right now, but maybe that means that he's like, you know, like he's fertile or whatever. His smell. Instantly, Tetsuo came to my... Every time he smelled Tetsuo's scent, sparked a desire that he couldn't control. Had Makoto experienced the same phenomenon?
本当にごめん。やけくそで無茶やって倒れて、やっと
Someone get this guy better deodorant, so true.
バカだった。親とか周りにもたくさん迷惑かけて。俺、自分のことしか考えてなかった。
No, Makoto, it's not your fault. It's fucking Yoji's fault.
本当、申し訳なくてさ。
No. That's so sad.
今まで自分の思い通りにならないことなんてなかった。試験でも何でも ある程度はうまくやってこられて、それが初めてつまずいた。だからガキみたいにジタバタダダこねて、人の気持ちまで思い通りになるわけないのに。最低だよな。
Makoto looked up, his eyes were teary again, yet determined too.
だからすごい都合のいいこと言っちゃうかもしれないけど、
Oh my god, shopping for CDs.
俺
What a time.
まだ幼児と放課後に飯食ったり CD 見に行ったりとかさ、
I want a CD
そういう
player.
のしたよ。幼児が嫌じゃなければ。
Makoto. His voice petered out at the end and he hung his head as another tear fell. As for Yoji, he still didn't know what friendship really was. But maybe he didn't need to. Maybe he didn't need to have it all figured out. Didn't actions speak louder than words? He could just take things one step at a time. Maybe that was the answer.
ああ。誠が学校に来るのを待ってる。
Makoto bit his lip.
本当に
Yoji looked straight into his shimmering eyes and nodded firmly.
待ってるよ。
Makoto smiled and wiped his eyes. Give him a hug, you rat bastard! Just hug him! Yoji found himself smiling too. Once Makoto got out of the hospital, he hoped they could still be friends like before. No, that wasn't quite right. This time around, Yoji wanted to be an active participant in their friendship. Maybe then things would be different. Maybe if he just gave it a chance, they could have something truly special.
幼児
Makoto seemed calmer now, and the misery had vanished from his eyes.
白沼のことさ、俺いろいろ言っちゃったけど、あいつ
Makoto's such a
そんなに
homie!
嫌なやつじゃないと思う。前は幼児取られたくなかったから俺も必死だったけど、雰囲気は怖いけど
Makoto's just a nice guy, holy shit.
そうでもない気がする。尺に触るからそんなことを絶対思いたくなかったし言わなかったけどだからさ、今度は3人で飯とか行けたら行こうぜ。
He smiled, his eyes still red and
そうだな。
puffy. Him, Makoto, and Tetsuo together. You could only imagine the looks they'd get. Still, it sounded fun.
それじゃ、そろそろ行くよ。
He didn't want to interrupt Makoto's rest any more than he already
ま
had.
た学校で。
ああ、学校で。
With that promise, Yoji turned and headed for the door.
幼児
He stopped and glanced back over his shoulder.
来てくれてサンキュな。
Makoto was smiling. Yoji gave him a nod and then left the room. After shutting the door quietly behind him, he walked down the hallway, boarded the elevator, and pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator hummed as it began its descent, and he let out a long breath. Had he done the right thing, or would this only make things worse? No, what? What's... Yoji, I'm gonna punch you in the face. I'm gonna literally punch you in the face right now. Oh my god, someone hold me back. Oh, oh, Yoji, you are asking for a knuckle sandwich, my guy. What do you mean would this make things... Literally, everything is going so much better. You're gonna... Oh my god. He mulled it over for a moment and then stopped. No, good. This was for the best. Thank you. Thank you, Yoji. Thank you. He was done questioning himself. Thank you, Yoji. God bless. He knew he would never find an answer by agonizing it, so he chose acceptance. He would accept Makoto for who he was. And besides, right now, the thing that weighed most on him was... Fueled by a sudden flood of emotion, Yoji left the elevator and quickly headed to the front entrance. He must have been too engrossed in his thoughts, because he had completely failed to notice the person creeping up behind him in the crowded lobby. A hand clapped him on the shoulder and he snapped back to reality with a start. Was it Kamya?
やあ、崎山。奇遇だね。
It was Kamya. It was Kamya. Yoji could have sworn he'd already left the building. Yeah, but maybe he just left to take a call and came back. Yoji, did you think about that?
用を済ませて帰ろうと思ったら、なぜか崎山を見かけた気がしてね。
Oh.
確かめようと思って戻ってみたんだけど、やっぱりだ。でもまだ授業中だろ？
いえ、その。
三田が気になってきちゃったのかな？あんまり感心しないね。
Yoji got the vague sense that Kamya was a little different today. He wasn't sure what it was exactly, just a vibe he got. Had his stare always been this chilling?
すみません。でも、俺。
はあ、別に授業をエスケープしたことを咎めているわけじゃないよ。ただね、今の崎山は三田に会うべきじゃないと言ってるんだ。
The Kamya he knew would never say something so heartless. In the past, even half an hour ago, this would have been enough to cow Yoji into submission. But he had just watched Makoto lay his soul
これ
bare.
は俺と誠の問題です。だから。
That's right, Yoji, you stand your ground. Hell yeah, Yoji, you tell him. Yoji could hardly believe the icy tone of his own voice. His classmates would have been completely scandalized if they had witnessed this uncharacteristic act of rebellion. But Kamya merely scoffed and shook his head.
俺はね、ただの事なかれ主義で三田を刺激するなと言ってるわけじゃない。まあ、他の先生方ならそう言うかもしれないけどね。友達を心配するのはいいことなんだけど、それさえも世間の一般論だ。
Ooh.
崎山、お前はそういう当たり前の基準から大きく外れたところにいるんだ。
Oh, he's like, you live in a space very far from the thing that people consider normal. Kamiya's gaze was making him extremely uncomfortable. It felt exactly like Zenya's, a cold stare that pierced straight through him, that laid his deepest secrets bare. Coming from Kamya, the effect was magnified 100-fold.
そろそろいろいろとごまかしが効かなくなってきてね。いい加減崎山にもそれなりの自覚を促した方がいいんじゃないかと思ったんだ。今まで内緒にしてきたことをいくつか差し障りのない範囲で教えてあげよう。
先生。
お前はもうお前に好意を寄せる人間に近寄るべきじゃない。特に三田のような何の咎もない少年にはね。三田がおかしくなったのは本当にお前のせいなんだよ、崎山。
Yeah, at least he is telling us stuff. That was the same thing Zenya had said just this morning. Could it be coincidence or?
まさか先生も何か知ってるのか？沖永と同じ俺の体のこと。
沖永？また沖永に何か言われたのか？まったく、なんてことだ。警告も何もまるきり無意味か。
For a moment, Kamiya's smile faded and he sighed in exasperation. Then the smile returned, mysterious as
三
ever.
田の件はね、崎山に落ち度があったわけじゃない。それでも崎山が原因であることに違いはない。正確には崎山の体。ここ最近のうちにお前の体に現れている変化のせいだ。自覚はあるだろう？
Yoji stared at him in shock. Did Kamya know about the creepy flesh lumps?
例えるなら、
My lumps,
フェロモ
my
ンと
lumps.
でも言うべき。
Oh no.
動
The
物の
pheromones.
異性を引きつけるために放射するあれだ。三田はね、それに抗えなかった。全くの被害者ってことになる。まあ、三田は得意な体質ではあるが、ただの人間だ。オスではない。そういった人間はこの土地では珍しくない。とにかく崎山、今のお前はね、周囲のオスを引きつけて狂わせてしまう匂いを放ってるん
The
だ。
only other alpha we know of is Zenya though, right? Yoji wished he could laugh it off as a joke, but he remembered what Makoto had said just moments earlier. I don't know what it is, you just smell weirdly good, especially these past few days. Whatever I smelled it, I would kind of start to lose it, as you saw.
なんだよ。それ。
Yoji shot back with as much confidence as he could muster, knowing full well that he was playing right into Kamya's hands.
フェロモンって。だったら。
Uh-oh.
おかしくなるのは異性じゃないのか。俺も誠も男同士だ。それがどうして。
Yeah, this is Omegaverse, but this is before the term Omegaverse existed. So, I mean, Omegaverse as a concept has existed for a really long time. Like, for example, did you know that Clamp, their claim to fame was writing JoJo Omegaverse stuff? If you've ever read the manga Wish, that's literally JoJo and Kakyoin's child egg from their Mpreg. So that's how Clamp became really well. That was like their first serialization, I believe.
宿主の先天的な性差なんて問題じゃない。むしろ男同士である方が彼らにとっては都合がいい。お前の体を変えていく内なる存在はね、神への呪いに満ちている。
Oh.
宿主の体を使って繁殖する際に最も神を貶める手段。
That's a really cool like rationale for why it's gay.
ソドムの行為というやつだ。
Yeah, I kind of like that. That's kind of like the whole like they're anti-god and that's why they chose the most anti-god thing they possibly could for reproduction. That's like, it's kind of a cool concept. Kamya's smile was suddenly sinister. The meat babies!
あれがお前がメスであることを本当のオスに知らせるためのサインなんだよ。お前と同じ内なる存在と融合した宿主。お前に純正をはらませることができる優れたオスに。
Mpreg!
嘘だろ。
Yeah, I would think that too, Yoji. If I was a dude and some guy came up to me and was like, by the way, you can be pregnant. The denial rang hollow in his ears. Even as he prayed that it wasn't true, part of him was already starting to accept that life as he knew it was over.
He
needs suppressants! Someone get him suppressants!
だから崎山、これから先は我々の保護下に入ってほしい。悪いようにはしない。むしろ誠心誠意を込めてもてなす。
You gotta trick him a little bit better. Like, we're gonna protect you from all the males. That's what you're gonna say, and then you gotta trick him, and then you gotta kidnap him.
我々って誰だよ。
Yeah, see, you're doing a really bad job, Kamya. Kamya fired.
我々は自らを自由なる民と呼んでいる。お前の体に起こった奇跡を
Do you think he's gonna be happy about this?
立てまつる者たちだ。
It was all so ridiculous. How much of it was true? More importantly, could he trust Kamya? The answer was clear. If Kamya was going to try and pressure him into giving in, then he was no better than Zenya.
信用できない。
Yoji turned his back and walked away. Unruffled, Kamya called after him.
突飛な話だ。すぐに受け入れてもらえるとは思っていない。でもね、崎山。
Uh-oh.
いずれお前は我々の元へ戻ってくることになる。今のお前を受け入れられる場所なんて他にはないんだから。今はただ覚えておいてくれればいい。我々はいつでもお前を待っていると。
Nowhere else to go. It was a bit of a long shot, but he could think of one place that might take him in. He would just have to find out for sure. Frightening though it was, his only option was to press on. Despair could wait until after he got his answer. What? Where is he gonna go? Zenya? Outside, Yoji found a brilliant scarlet sunset. He endured a long and crowded chain ride and then got off at the stop just past his. Oh, it's Tetsuo. Of course it is. Everywhere he looked, the town and his people were dyed red. He retraced his steps from memory. He couldn't think straight. All he could do was follow his heart. All his life, he'd never felt like this. Arriving at his destination, he paused outside the house for a final moment of doubt. Was this the right thing to do? Either way, he wasn't about to turn back now. He pressed the intercom button with a trembling finger, then waited for a response. After a moment, a low voice answered through the speaker. Yoji stood there, not knowing what to say, then the front door opened. Tetsuo was still in uniform, suggesting he'd only just gotten home from school. Their eyes met, but this time Yoji held his gaze unflinchingly. After a few seconds, Tetsuo opened the door wide, inviting him in, and Yoji stepped inside. From there, they headed down the corridor to Tetsuo's bedroom. And they're gonna study, right? After school study sesh, right? Outside, the garden was bathed in twilight. The setting sun peeked through the gaps of the fence, painting bright spots that lingered behind Yoji's eyelids. He followed Tetsuo into his room, then shut the door behind them. Silence fell. It was as if time had stopped.
今日どうした
Tetsuo asked in his usual flat tone.
姉さんに会ってきた
Studying anatomy, you guys are crazy. Yoji was so tense his voice went up an octave. He'd come here with the intention of telling Tetsuo everything. He wanted Tetsuo to
そ
know.
れで両親が死んだ時のこと俺が知らなかった本当のことを話してくれて俺は両親と一緒にあの時一回死んだんだトラックとぶつかって積んでた鉄骨が落ちてきて胸に突き刺さってここに傷跡もある
Subconsciously, he put a hand to his chest. Anyone else would laugh at his story or call him crazy, perhaps. But Tetsuo just listened, and this helped Yoji keep his cool as he talked.
嘘みたいなバカみたいな話だって思うだろうでも俺はそうだと思えなかった俺の体には何かあるそう思ったじゃなければあんな
You remember what Zenya had said. You're not human, pal. It couldn't be true, and yet part of him believed it. The vanishing blood, the disgusting lumps of flesh.
白沼は見てたんだよなずっと何もかも
Tetsuo didn't confirm or deny it, but Yoji knew that it was true. Most people couldn't see the weird flesh lumps or the blood leaking from his skin, but Tetsuo could. In the beginning, it had been frightening. Every time he tried to avert his eyes from reality, Tetsuo would calmly dig up his secrets and shove them in his face. Those sudden encounters with no explanation had only added to the nightmare. But now...
だからかもしれないだからこのままでもいいかもしれないって思った
Perhaps it was all just a figment of his imagination, even
もし
so.
俺が化け物だったとしてもただ気が狂ってるだけなんだとしてもそれでもいいどうせ何が正しくて間違ってるのかなんて俺にはわからないから
Perhaps Tetsuo was just as crazy as he was. Perhaps they shared the same crazy world full of the same crazy
俺
things.
だけじゃなくてお前の目にも見えてるならお前が知ってるならそれでいいって思ったんだ
Going it alone would be far, far worse. Going into it? Maybe.
そう思ったら無性に白沼に会いたくなった 会って話したくなった。よくわからないけど。
He'd realized that he and Tetsuo were the same in a way. But he kept that part to himself. Pausing there, Yoji let out a long breath. He noticed that his hands were balled into fists. Tetsuo gazed quietly at him, his expression as flat as ever. As Yoji gazed back, a question suddenly popped into his head.
白沼はどうして俺のこと助けたんだ？沖縄の時も。
I like how Tetsuo just like silently stares at him.
ずっと嫌われてると思ってた。
But Tetsuo's action implied something else, which made it all so confusing.
白沼はその俺のこと。
About me? There's a cat on my lap. He couldn't finish the question. It felt too weird somehow. Still, he needed to ask. He just wasn't sure how to phrase it. He stared down at the floor, searching for the right words. And that was when Tetsuo shoved him backwards! His back slammed into the door. The impact made him squeeze like, Tetsuo, why do you gotta be like this? When he opened the man, Tetsuo's face was inches from his. His heart shut up to his throat and he squeaked in panic, but Tetsuo's lips sealed his before anything more could escape. Oh god. Okay, Tetsuo's arms wrapped around him tightly and a hand slid behind his head. His tongue forced its way into Yoji's mouth, plundering every nook and cranny. Okay, though the kiss had caught him entirely off guard, Yoji hesitantly prodded Tetsuo's tongue with his own. He still wasn't enthusiastic about this, but he was willing now to let Tetsuo have his way. Wait, why? You're not enthusiastic about it? Why are you letting... Okay. He had a feeling that perhaps Tetsuo's more aggressive behavior was fueled by emotions that were ordinarily hidden. Yoji wanted to know what those emotions were. He wanted to know what this all meant. Every time their tongues intertwined... Yeah, like, you couldn't figure it out just by... Okay. He could feel a faint spark of pleasure shoot down his spine. The fever infected his brain, turning his thoughts to mush. Saliva trickled from the corner of their lips. Their passion was so intense, it was hard to even breathe. Oh, la, 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 la. Then their lips parted and Yoji gasped for breath. Tetsuo's breath tickled his ear. I found you. Okay, what? His hoarse growl sent the shiver down Yoji's spine. Okay. What was that supposed to mean? As Tetsuo moved back to his lips, Yoji finally asked. My what? Omega? Tetsuo had actually tried to answer a question for once, but Yoji pushed his lips against his, silencing him. On second thought, he didn't need to know. The rest of his sentence didn't matter. He nibbled Tetsuo's upper lip. Then, as if in retaliation, Tetsuo did the same to his. As they descended into another deep kiss, their entwined bodies began to shift backwards. Uh-oh, is there gonna be pee-pee? Unable to support himself on his shaky legs, Yoji clung to Tetsuo and together they tumbled onto the bed. Oh god. Tetsuo positioned himself on top and Yoji looked up at him. Normally this would trigger memories of terror, but not this time. He wasn't afraid anymore. Tetsuo's gaze pierced him to the core, but there was no malice in his eyes. He simply accepted Yoji for who he was. I have to speak louder every time they start moaning. That was all Yoji needed. Oh, and they kissed. Tetsuo hiked up Yoji's sweater vest and began to unbutton his shirt so roughly Yoji was worried the buttons might pop off. His bare skin glistened with sweat. Tetsuo pressed a clumsy hand to Yoji's chest, letting their body heat mingle. His tanned fingers slid over Yoji's pale skin, tracing the outlines of his ribs and faintly defined muscles. Oh, Yoji slid softly. To be touched felt surprisingly good. Then Tetsuo's other hand slid up from Yoji's chin to his mouth. His fingers brushed over Yoji's lips, then teeth, before pressing further. Yoji opened his mouth to let them in. Oh, two rough, dry fingers brushed his tongue, quickly coating themselves in his saliva. A muffled groan escaped his lip with two fingers in his mouth. His saliva was building rapidly. Swallowing, Yoji flicked his tongue. Do I need a Valkyrie for that? I feel like it's okay because it's a male nipple, right? If it's a male pepperoni, it should be okay, right? Surely. The boy nip is normal. People walk outside without their top on, right? Just dudes. Yeah, just homies being homies. Okay. This should be okay. The next CG won't. Okay. Okay. His tongue slid from the first knuckle to the second, then pushed through the gap between the two fingers. He sucked on something. I can't read it. Okay. He sucked on them like they were candy, and before long he felt something start to build up inside of him. Oh! As he teased Yoji's tongue with his fingers, Tetsuo burned his face into the other man's chest and began to lick like a beast devouring prey. His tongue slid from Yoji's clavicle to his chest and to his stomach. Occasionally he paused to nibble. Each time he bit down, a pleasant jolt of electricity shot through Yoji's body. His breathing grew loud and ragged. Then, once he'd had his fun caressing Yoji's skin, Tetsuo slid a nipple into his mouth. Ooh! He slid it in there. Oh, nice. The Valkyrie still covers. Very nice. His tongue flicked hard over the stiffening protrusion. That's what I like to call my nipples, too. Then he nibbled the tip, and Yoji nearly bit down on Tetsuo's fingers in, I can't read it because my tablet's covering it. In surprise. There we go. I moved my tablet. Using his free hand, Tetsuo pinched the other nipple and then shot Yoji an upward glance. Normally, his gaze was so unfeeling, but now his eyes were alight with hunger. Yoji had never seen him like this before. He was captivated. Yoji's body seemed to get the hint. His temperature skyrocketed and he found himself eager to learn more. He wanted to discover all of Tetsuo's secrets, like the fact that he eats ramen. Driven by his impulse, he sucked hard on Tetsuo's fingers and wiggled his tongue against them. Blah, 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 as he licked the swollen little nipple. The swollen little nipple! Tetsuo slid his free hand between Yoji's legs. Through the wet sounds of Tetsuo's mouth, Yoji heard his belt buckle click. Instantly, he understood what Tetsuo's intentions were. And yet, he felt no need to resist. Tetsuo pushed Yoji's slacks down and ran a hand over the outline of Yoji's manhood through his boxers. It was already standing at attention. No, not gonna stop me, he says. His hand moved under the fabric as he whimpered in Yoji's ears. Then he pulled his finger out of Yoji's mouth, making him gasp for breath. He slid his saliva-soaked fingers down Yoji's cheek, along his neck to his nipple. Stop, you! Yoji's body and brain were on fire, and it took everything he had just to parrot the words back. Are you okay with this? Tetsuo's fingers curled around Yoji's rod, pulling it from his cloth confines. His senses were being assaulted from two directions. He was quickly losing the capacity for thought. You weren't before. Things were different now, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Instead, he wrapped his arms tightly around Tetsuo, digging his fingers into his back. In response, Tetsuo began to work his palm up and down Yoji's length. What length? Instantly, a wave of pleasure washed over him. Clear fluid began to beat at the tip of his lust. Blah, 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 blah. Tetsuo nibbled his earlobe and then raked his teeth lightly across his cheek. The wet noises were growing embarrassingly loud. Tetsuo slid Yoji's fluids all over his shaft, smoothing out his motions. The pleasure mounted. Yoji gritted his teeth, willing himself to be quiet. He didn't want Tetsuo to hear him panting. It was a younger man doing this to him. How could it feel so good? He knew that it wasn't all that uncommon for men to have romantic and sexual relationships with each other, but never had he imagined himself as part of one. It was all so sudden. His entire life, he'd never once found himself attracted to a man. As for the opposite sex, he'd had a share of small crushes. A few girls had even asked him out on dates, which he'd readily accepted. Sadly, it had never gone well. For all that he thought he was treating them normally, in the end, none of his relationships had lasted for more than a month. When they ended it was always for the same reasons. You're so unreadable. I can't tell if you actually like me. To be fair, even he wasn't sure if he'd actually liked any of them. He'd never felt heartache, he'd never felt jealousy, he'd never much cared whether he was single or not. And considering how unenthused he'd been about his relationships with women, well, it was hard to believe he'd enjoy doing something like this with Tetsuo. He considered the possibility that he just liked men, but no. The thought of any other man touching his body turned his stomach. In the end, he was enjoying it because it was Tetsuo. He couldn't think of any other explanation. Oh, la la la, the waves of pleasure began to overtake him, pulling him under. Right as he was on the brink, however, Tetsuo's hand stopped moving. Feeling betrayed, Yoji shot Tetsuo a look. But Tetsuo simply lifted his fluid-soaked hand and gave it a lick. Oh, this daring gesture set Yoji's cheeks ablaze. Tetsuo rolled him over on his stomach and then slid his wet hand over Yoji's rear, his fingers soon arriving at Yoji's entrance. His body tensed. He knew what was about to happen. This wouldn't be the first time Tetsuo had done it. Things were different now, but nevertheless, he couldn't help but be nervous. Something touched the nape of his neck. The warm wetness trailed down his spine, sending a shiver through his body. Then, as Yoji was distracted, Tetsuo plunged his finger inside. The intruding presence made him whimper. No amount of lubrication could make the process completely painless. Tetsuo went back to stroking Yoji's length with one hand. Why is this so long? Wriggling his inner finger with the other. The pleasure in front of eased the discomfort in the back. As his entrance relaxed, Tetsuo added a second finger. I can't read the rest of this, so I'm going to move this Valkyrie up a little bit. It hurt to have his flesh spread, but the pain was slowly beginning to fade. Right now it's okay, but I'm scared the scene's gonna pop up at any moment now. Oh, it's then suddenly his bowels began to ache, perhaps triggered by the attention to his entrance. It was a feeling he was all too familiar with. Meat babies! Meat babies! The haze of pleasure wasn't enough to keep the flood of memories from rushing back. A crimson pool on the flood of the boys' bathroom, a strange lump of flesh floating in the center. That weekend, he'd hold himself at home. He'd felt the ache almost constantly. Should be fine, right? But this time, it struck him as different. It wasn't painful like before, just a slight twinge. Oh god, okay. The fingers dug and twisted, spreading him wider. Then, once the pain had mostly subsided, Tetsuo pulled them out. With the foreign presence gone, Yoji's body relaxed. As he was catching his breath, however, he heard the rustling of clothes behind him. Tetsuo grabbed his hip and pressed something to his entrance. Okay, we're gonna pull up our safety Valkyrie here really quick. Something hot. It literally is written like that. Before Yoji could pull away, Tetsuo's rigid length pushed inside. Tetsuo's girth was far more substantial than his fingers had been. Yoji cried out in pain and gripped the bed sheets until his knuckles went white. The pain and pressure were unimaginable. It felt like his flesh was being split with a blade. Tears welled in his eyes. He could scarcely breathe. His inner walls screamed out, stretched to their limits. No matter how relaxed his entrance had been, it simply wasn't designed for this. Nevertheless, Tetsuo pushed deeper. Oh god. Then with a slight grunt, he stopped. Was it all in? For a long moment, he remained completely still. Then just as Yoji turned to look, oh god, Tetsuo lifted it up from behind, raising his upper body into a sitting position that allowed him for even deeper penetration. An intense jolt of pain shot through him and he winced. Okay, there's flesh. I see flesh and a nipple. Okay, flesh. He could feel Tetsuo's hot breath on his back. The thought of being in another man's embrace made him unbearably shy. He tried to shift off Tetsuo's lap, but Tetsuo spread his legs wide and began to thrust hard from below. Oh god. Oh god. The aggressive move drew a yelp from his throat with all of his weight resting against Tetsuo. He couldn't orient himself away from the source of the pain. As Tetsuo began to move into a rhythm, Yoji's gasp filled the room. His walls were convulsing, protesting the intrusion of Tetsuo's mass, and yet Yoji's manhood was bursting at the seams once more. Tetsuo wrapped his fingers around it and began to work it up and down. Soon, a new bead of translucent lust gleamed upon its tip. They just call everything lust in this game, don't they? The pleasure meddled with the pain until Yoji could no longer tell them apart. As his length grew slick with his excitement, I see a penis. Tetsuo tightened his grip, the wet squishing, the rustle of clothes, the light slapping skin on skin. The sounds worked at the tandem to, I don't know what it, will this show PP? I think, to heighten Yoji's euphoria. Okay, the PP was right there, but that's okay. He could feel Tetsuo's breath coming faster against his neck. Then Tetsuo bit his earlobe and he shivered. His heat continued to ravage Yoji's walls. Before long, a strange sensation began to build inside of him. Okay. Tetsuo rammed his tip against something inside him, and a powerful shudder ran down his spine as if he'd been struck by lightning. Unsure what had just happened, Yoji shot a look over his shoulder to find Tetsuo's steady gaze waiting for him. The look in his eyes was so carnal, so primal that Yoji couldn't look away. You guys can see this part. Yay! There's no pee-pee in this shot. Very nice. Okay. As they locked eyes, Tetsuo rammed into the same spot again. Whoa, that is a whole pee-pee! Wow, that is a full... Oh my god! The impact was so intense, frightening even that he couldn't stop himself from crying out. Holy shit! shut my eyeballs. As Tetsuo continued to focus on something inside of Yoji began to shift. Oh my lord, that is... Oh, how do I want to censor that for myself. What had felt to Yoji like sheer agony was slowly being overwritten with pleasure. I'm gonna cover this all up just in case. The sensation spread all the way to his core and he moaned helplessly, his mind too occupied to feel shame. Yoji was painfully erect by now, his length glittering with an erotic sheen that dripped all over Tetsuo's hand. Inside of him, Tetsuo's lust was swelling and he began to thrust more vigorously. Things were moving so quickly. Yoji's whole body seemed to pulse in time with his heart. Explosions of light went off like fireworks behind his eyelids. He couldn't see. He couldn't think. Tetsuo sucked in a breath, wrapped his arms around Yoji, and pulled out. Then he pushed Yoji down onto his back and drove himself to the hilt. To the hilt is crazy. Oh, okay, this is another scene. This one has no peepees. This one has no peepees. This one's okay, right? I think this is okay to share with the class. This is okay. Yeah, he resumed thrusting, rubbing against Yoji's sensitive inner walls, all the while roughly stroking Yoji's length. Wow, he's like multitasking, this guy. He's really good. He just got he's got his hands all over the place. There was no hope of resisting the onslaught. Yoji's climax was fast approaching. Unless they flashbang you again? Yeah, I hope not. Just in case. I got a burp. Sweat dripped from Tetsuo's forehead and landed on Yoji's cheek, though in hazy vision he could see Tetsuo's face tensing up just a little. Maybe Tetsuo was nearing his limit too. The next moment his body exploded in pleasure and Tetsuo's grip tightened around his shaft and everything went white, including the bed sheets, probably. Okay, no more. Okay, his back spasmed and arched as lust flowed from his hips, soiling Tetsuo's hand anew. Amid his convulsions, Tetsuo groaned and rammed hard, unleashing a molten flood, Jesus Christ, molten flood into the deepest reaches of his body. Tetsuo's flesh pulsed, Yoji's walls contracted. As the pleasure peaked, Yoji was hit with a powerful blast of that familiar, sweet, intoxicating scent. He inhaled the fragrance deep into his lungs. Oh, they're still going. Tetsuo's lips were parted slightly and his chest was heaving, yet another expression that Yoji had never seen. As he lay there, utterly drained, Tetsuo collapsed on top of him. Whew. Oh. Okay, I need water. I need tissue. Oh my god. They need a tissue too, holy shit. Oh, it was too much. It was too much. I had to blow my nose. Tissues for everyone. Oh god. Okay. He buried his face into Yoji's shoulder and wrapped his arms around him. In response, Yoji gently embraced him back. As they sank, exhausted, into the bed, Yoji realized that he felt complete. The hole in his heart no longer ached. It was like the last piece had fallen into place. Being with Tetsuo felt right. They lingered in each other's arms just long enough to catch their breath, then Tetsuo gingerly sat up. Yoji grunted softly as Tetsuo slipped out of him. Hi, readers. What they mean by that is like, what they mean by that is they were like shaking hands and Tetsuo's hand slipped out of Yoji's hand because they were both kind of nervous and palms were sweaty, so Tetsuo's hand slipped out of Yoji's hand. That's what they're talking about right now. It's a good thing you didn't come a moment earlier. It's a good thing you came when you did, or they came when they did, actually. Anyway. Hello, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, Renona. I hope you had a good stream. Well, someone definitely came. Everyone came right on time. This is the 18 plus stream. And we're looking at we just finished the Seigex scene. So if this kind of stuff makes you uncomfortable, just as a heads up, that's what we're doing. Although I think now that he's finally not in him anymore, I think it'll just be chill from now on. So I think we'll be okay. They were saying Gex, but I think now we're just chilling. It'll be fine. Oh no, we're not chilling, is it? We're not. No. There. I think he's pregnant. No, unless round 2. I don't think there's gonna be round 2, but I do think there might be meat babies. I'm not too sure about that. Then, just as his body relaxed, he felt a sudden discomfort in his body. Yeah, always wear protection. What is it? What do they say? The something about rubber. I can't think straight right now. He could feel the object descending rapidly. He tried to close his legs before. Oh no! Look away, Chat. Look away. I'm gonna put the safety Valkyrie there. Look away, Chat. Look away. Look away. I don't know what's gonna come out of his booty. It's probably gonna be a meat baby. Oh no. Ignoring Yoji's plea, Tetsuo forces. Tetsuo forced his legs open wider? Wait, why? Why is he doing that? Wait, does he want to see the meat babies? What? Please elaborate on what a meat baby is. I'm scared. This is Omegaverse, and our main character Yoji, when he is on his period, you know how women shed their uterine lining, he sheds meat babies, and I think right now he might be pregnant. Panicked and helpless, all Yoji could do was turn away. His walls, raw from Tetsuo's thrusting, burned as the object slid down their length. Unable to fight it any longer, Yoji burned his face in his arms. His body strained, shuddered, and finally relaxed. Warm wetness trickled from his entrance. Okay, this is, it's okay, there's no cutscene yet. Right in front of Tetsuo. We're gonna do this so you guys can kind of see. I don't think the PP ever goes that high, so we're okay. Oh, he should have anticipated this, but he'd let himself get careless. He'd never thought that the urge would strike here of all places. No matter if Tetsuo knew about his condition, he still wasn't comfortable with him seeing it. Yoji curled up into a ball, his arms hiding his face. He just wanted to die. But then, as despair descended upon him, a gentle touch enveloped his trembling body. He caught a whiff of a pleasant scent and lowered his arms. Tetsuo was holding him, his arms looped around his torso. His embrace was firm, as if to reassure Yoji of his... Wait, what about the baby? What about the baby? Is it fertilized, or is it also a dead egg like last time? Tetsuo's tan skin was pressed against his. Yoji could feel his heartbeat. As he listened to its rhythm, he realized something. He could have sworn that he'd heard it somewhere before. Ah, of course. Oh yeah, when he was in the subway, remember? The day he'd nearly passed out on the crowded train. Someone had caught him and he'd heard the same rhythm. The same steady, powerful beat. Yoji looked up at Tetsuo. Sorry, I was drinking water. wait, I'm gonna blow my nose again. He's not gestate, it's just instant birth. I'm not sure, that's why I'm curious. But I'm wondering if it's like fish. Like, if he just lays the eggs and then they just have to be like fertilized. He didn't answer, but Yoji already knew. Maybe Tetsuo had accepted him from the very beginning. Maybe that was why nothing ever seemed to surprise him. I found you first. Yoji still didn't know what Tetsuo had meant by those words, but now he didn't need to. This moment was answer enough for him. This was where he belonged, his path. He knew no other way to live. Tetsuo was with him, and that was all that mattered. Wait, they're not going to address the baby Fent in the room? That day, the sunset was more vibrant than ever. For some reason, the color reminded him of old, dried blood. After gazing at the sky through the windshield a little while longer, Kitani got out of his car to wait for Xenia, as always. Uh-oh. Just as he finished his first cigarette, he spotted the boy passing through the gates. Kitani quickly crushed a cig in his portable ashtray and opened the rear passenger door. Okay, recap for chat. We love Kitani. He's a good guy. We hate Xenia. Xenia's crazy. But we love Kitani. Kitani's a really good guy, and he's basically like ex-Yakuza, and this is like his former boss's son. And Xenia's kind of crazy, and the former Yakuza boss is also kind of crazy now, and Kitani like takes care of both of them basically. Xenia sounded unusually chipper as he climbed into the backseat. He'd been in a bit of a gloomy spell recently, but perhaps something had cheered him up at school. As Kitani started the car, he heard Xenia humming behind him. Steering the car onto the street, Kitani kept his eyes on the road as he asked. In the rearview mirror, Xenia was smiling to himself as he gazed out the window. What did you feel, Xenia? What did you feel? Oh, and Xenia's not human, and neither are we, or Yoji. Xenia never made much sense to begin with, but combined with his cheery mood, the statement gave Kitani pause. His eyes darted to Xenia's reflection in the mirror, then back to the road once more. With each passing second, the Okinagas, Xenia and Kunihito both, were changing. He thought back to the phone call from the man named Kamya, and how upset Kunihito had become. Today was the day Kitani planned to investigate the chapel. He'd been hoping to avoid this if possible, but he was at the end of his rope. He needed to pull the trigger before it was too late. Furthermore, truth be told, it hurt to be kept in the dark like this. After all that he had given to the family, perhaps it was only natural considering his position. Still, he wasn't the type to sit back and watch. If his actions angered Kunihito, he would accept his punishment with grace. Xenia was still humming. Glaring up at the fading sunset, Kitani tightened his grip on the wheel. I'm scared, chat. I'm so scared. Once they arrived home, Kitani was about to start dinner preparations when he heard the phone ringing in the dining room. The chime echoed in his ears as he stood there, rooted in a vague sense of unease. Stiffly, he reached out and lifted the receiver. This is back when they used to have landlines, if you know what that even is, chat. Kamya! Alarm bells went off in his brain. Should he go straight to Kunihito? Or was this an opportunity to do a bit of digging? As he weighed his options, he heard footsteps thundering down the staircase. A moment later, the door to the dining room burst open. Kunihito stood there, gasping for breath, his face ghostly pale. Visibly terrified, Kunihito snatched the phone out of Kitani's hands and put it to his ear. Kitani, you should just get the other landline and pick it up, and then you can listen in. Old 90s tip. Kitani stood behind him, intent on scrutinizing Kunihito's every last blink, but quickly discovered that he didn't need to. In a matter of moments, all the blood had drained from Kunihito's face. White as a sheet, Kunihito returned the receiver to its cradle. Afterwards, he just stood there, staring off into space. The room was not particularly warm, and yet his forehead and neck were dripping with sweat. Kitani was about to say something when the door opened and Xenia poked his head in. Kunihito marched over and seized him by the collar. Triangle. Kunihito moved surprisingly fast. Even Kitani couldn't stop him in time. Kitani rushed over and looped his arms under the man's shoulders, pinning his arms. Kunihito growled, flailing in Kitani's grasp. In the struggle, Zenya fell back onto the floor and glared up at Kunihito from under his disheveled hair.
なぜ私の言うことが聞けんのだ。お前は御主様から尊き血肉を分け与えられた身だというのに、この愚か者。
Yeah, the art style's really good, although they all have extreme Dorito chins. They have the massive yaoi chins.
知るか俺は出来損ないなんだろうが。尊き血肉ふざけんな。誰もそんなもん欲しくなかったんだよ。バチ当たりが。やめてください、親父。
Kunihito screamed and swung his fists. Kitani tried to restrain him, but he was flung off. Yeah, the voice acting and like the sound effects, the audio engineering, incredible. So good. Like all the vibes are really, really good. They really bring the horror aspect well. The BGM is like fantastic as well, the OST. Kunihito swung at Zenya's head. A dull thud echoed through the room. Zenya curled up on the floor, shielding his head with his arms, and Kunihito raised his fist again. Kitani latched onto Kunihito's raised arm and the old man rounded on him. His expression was almost demonic, with wide eyes and deep creased wrinkles, a radical change from the simpering coward who prostrated himself on the floor of the chapel. After a brief struggle, Kunihito finally relented. Breathing heavily, he flung his arms into the air. Uh-oh. He's gonna try to kill Yoji! Bellowing nonsense at the top of his lungs, Kunihito dashed out of the room. His footsteps faded. Kitani surmised that he was headed to the chapel. He turned to Zenya. The boy was sitting slumped on the floor, his head hung low. Kitani extended a hand to help him up, but Zenya swatted it away, then staggered to his feet. Beneath his long blonde locks, his complexion was startlingly pale. Without so much of a glance in Kitani's direction, Zenya silently left the dining room. He walked down the hall, up the stairs, into his bedroom, and locked the door behind him. After a few minutes, Kitani followed him and put his ear to the door. He could hear something rattling inside, Zenya's dice. With a heavy heart, poor Kitani. Back in the dining room, he pulled out a chair and collapsed into it. Then he leaned his elbows on the table, laced his fingers, and buried his face in his hands. He was utterly exhausted. That call from Kamya must have been serious, considering how enraged Kunihito had been. What could Kamya have said? Kitani took a deep breath and then set in his transceiver to replay the call that I had just recorded. Oh, nice! He recorded it! Uh-oh.
息子さん一人の手綱もろくに握れないとは。状況はますます予断を許さない局面に至っています。これ以上余計なトラブルを抱え込むわけにはいかない。残念ながら、もうあなたに教団の要職を務めさせるわけにはいきません。沖永家の御主様はこちらで回収させていただきます。 後日そちらへ伺いますので、そのつもりで。
Who was this benefactor? Moments ago, Kunihito had described Zenya as an anointed one of the holy flesh of the benefactor. In response, Zenya had called himself defective. I never asked for this, he'd said. Defective? He'd said the same thing that night Kitani had found him rolling his dice on the dining room floor. At the time, he'd assumed there was no deeper significance to the word, but perhaps he'd been mistaken. And then there was the ritual Kunihito had been screaming about. To the average person, they would sound like the deranged ramblings of a madman. Kitani would have seen it that way himself if not for Kamya. But the involvement of a third party made it so much more likely that something really was going on. Zenya might be involved as well. He needed to know. Something told him that soon it would be too late. Kitani quietly closed his eyes, but the fear gripping his heart would not go away. Kunihito didn't leave the chapel until the small hours of the morning. His face haggard, he went straight up to his room. As Kitani watched through the crack in the door, Kunihito quickly fell fast asleep. He was snoring so loud nothing was liable to wake him up now. Sealing his resolve, Kitani descended the stairs into the basement. Soon he was standing in front of a grimy wooden door. Oh no, I'm scared for Kitani, you guys! The door to the chapel was thin and cracked, and Kunihito always kept it locked. Kitani's heart ached with guilt, but it was too late to turn back. Licking his chapped lips, Kitani extended a sweaty hand and grasped a doorknob. He needed to do this as quietly as possible. Stooping down, he drew his right leg back and kicked forward as hard as he could. Something gave way with a clunk and the door came loose. He gave it a little push and it opened with no further trouble. The chapel was dark and noticeably chilly. He could barely make out the interior. He didn't believe in gods or ghosts, but he still found the place unsettling. Scanning the room, his eyes settled on the altar where Kunihito would always pray. Something was resting atop it, concealed behind a curtain. At the base of the altar was the chest of documents. Kitani walked up to the chest, crouched down, and pulled it out. It was small enough to fit in his arms and engraved with a strange pattern of intertwining snakes. Using both hands, he carefully lifted the lid. Sure enough, the chest was full of books and papers. He grabbed a few at random and flipped through them. Some of the pages were browning at the corners, while others had been torn and taped back together. They were clearly very old. The tone of the writing was quite formal as well. Were these research papers? As he worked his way through the contents of the chest, he found a small leather-bound notebook lying at the bottom. The book was well worn from years of use and smelled faintly of stale oil. Inside, every page was covered to the margins with scribbled writing. It seemed that the previous owner had been an obsessive sort. As Kitani flipped through, he found a small card sandwiched between the pages. At first glance, it looked like a driver's license. Further inspection, however, revealed it to be a registration card of some kind. One look at the name, Kitani's eyes widened. If his memory's correct, that was Kunihito's uncle's name. Why would Kunihito's uncle's notebook be here? With an encroaching sense of dread, Kitani returned his attention to the pages. Our sect, the Liberated, has hidden them, protected them, and worshipped them for many years. There is no greater honor than to share our lives with them, but this blessing is not granted to just anyone. I am one of the lucky few. I hope that this record will be passed down through the ages so that all my descendants may know this joy. They live in symbiosis inside our bodies. I call them, henceforth, inner beings. Exactly how many followers did the Liberated have? He had to know more. His eyes devoured the notebook's contents, and there he found described a world more bizarre than anything he might have hoped to imagine. If everything in here was true, but no, it couldn't be. The only logical conclusion was that Kunihito's uncle had lost his mind. Except, there was one thing that this explained perfectly. Zenya. No! Something heavy struck the back of his head. Before he could do more than realize that someone had attacked him, his sight dimmed and he slipped into darkness. It's either Zenya. I don't think it's Kunihito. It's either Zenya or it's Kamya. Today was Komanami Academy's founding day. Thankfully, that meant no classes. Upon arriving home the night before, Yoji had fed his fish, crawled into bed, and passed out until morning. He must have been more tired than he'd realized. He woke up feeling completely drained and lay curled up in bed for quite some time. But though his body was fatigued, his spirit was strangely light. The sun filtered in through the gaps of the curtains, illuminating the room ever so faintly. Yoji stared up at the ceiling and exhaled slowly. Yesterday. After leaving Tetsuo's house, he practically skipped all the way home. It still didn't feel real. If someone were to tell him he'd dreamed the whole thing, he'd be inclined to believe them. But a dream— I can't get it! 1 second. Yeah, I had to write down the time. I'm gonna edit that out later. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why did they gotta jump scare me like that? Why they gotta pee-pee jump scare me? We were just having a wonderful conversation. It was all going well. We were like going through plot. Fucking flashbang, my fucking eyes, dude. Oh, man. But a dream wouldn't have left him quite this sore. Yeah, you tell him. Tetsuo's voice, his face, the heat pressed against his body, all of it had been real. Even the part where they cleaned up the lump he'd birthed in Tetsuo's room together. Was it dead or was it alive? Okay, I think it's over. I think we're good. Oh, Jesus Christ. He was grateful that there was no school today. Not only was he aching all over, but he had no idea how to face Tetsuo after that. He glanced at the window. Beyond the gaps in the curtains, the sky was blue and cloudless. He guessed it was around noon. He couldn't remember the last time he'd enjoyed such a peaceful weekend. Before now, he'd always had to wrestle with some lingering anxiety. Today, however, was different. Today, he could truly relax. As he laid sprawled out ungracefully on bed, drowsiness soon reared his head once more. He's gonna get kidnapped. But just as his eyelids began to droop, his phone started to vibrate on the coffee table. Jostled back to reality. Oh no, scary music. Yoji gingerly sat up and reached for his phone. I'm scared, Chad, I'm scared. There was a message from an unfamiliar address. Was it from someone at the academy? Though suspicious, he opened the email. I'll tell you everything. Come to the school ASAP. Don't do it! Don't do it, Yoji! Don't do it! Don't! Oh my god, Yoji, you're such a stupid motherfucker. Don't do it. I know you're gonna do it, but don't do it. You're so dumb. Don't do it, please. At least tell somebody you're gonna go. At least tell Tetsuo or bring Tetsuo. It didn't say you have to go alone, right? You can go together. One possibility came to mind. Could the message be from Xenia? Yoji had never told Xenia his email address, but well, this was Xenia he was dealing with. He could easily have dug it up somewhere. Besides, he couldn't think of anyone else who would send him something like this. Everything about it reeked of a trap, and considering the most likely culprit, taking the bait almost certainly meant risking his life, no exaggeration. The question was, should he risk it anyway? Staring down at the screen, he weighed his options. He had already decided to accept his new life. What more did he really need to know? Yeah, that's right. Oh god, stop flashbang. I swear you god, if you flash another dick, I'm gonna lose my mind. Tetsuo's face flashed through his mind. He had no obligation to go, but no matter how many times he tried to shrug it off, his heart still wavered. He wanted to know the truth. Phone still in hand, Yoji got out of bed and quietly closed his eyes. He wanted to know the truth about himself, no matter what. Opening his eyes once more, Yoji closed the email. Please tell me you told somebody. Uh-oh. Kitani awoke suddenly as if hauled from the depths of the ocean. Where was he? What had happened? As he tried to remember, a sharp pain flared in his skull and he grimaced. His vision blurred. He felt dizzy. When he tried to get up, however, he noticed something was strange. His right hand was floating in midair. No, wait. It was connected to something. His right hand was handcuffed to a doorknob. Who had handcuffed him? Why? Kitani sat up and looked around. He was in the dining room. Didn't he go down to the chapel? He didn't recall coming back upstairs, so what was he doing? It was Xenia! Kitani whipped his head around. Xenia was standing there, phone in hand. As Kitani's eyes widened in surprise, Xenia smiled like nothing was out of the ordinary. He couldn't believe it. Lowering his gaze to his watch, he found that the small hand was pointing to 4 p.m. Had he really been unconscious for nearly 24 hours? Xenia pulled a small vial out of the pocket of his slacks and shook it in front of Kitani's face. A clear liquid swirled inside. Uh-oh. Some kind of sedative. That would explain the fatigue and headache. Or sedative, I guess. Xenia donned an expression of exaggerated concern. So Zenya was the one who'd carried him here. Fidgeting with his phone, the boy raised his
もう
eyebrows.
すぐねパーティーが始まるんだよもうさ親父がはしゃいじゃって大変
パーテ
そう
ィーそれは
でもね北にはダメ連れてけないよだってね人だからさお留守番ね
Only human. He didn't know what that meant, but he knew that he couldn't let Zenya go alone.
連れて行ってください坊ちゃん
んダメだよ
お願いします
Desperate, Kitani bowed his head. It wasn't immediately obvious, but something was definitely wrong with Zenya. The boy was too calm, almost
ダメ
resigned.
だってばだってさ北にはまだやることがちゃんとあるんだよ
It's always the damn blondes. It always is. He pulled something else out of his pocket. A syringe?
坊ちゃんやめてください
大丈夫死なないからほんのちょっとだけだから
Oh god. He uncorked the vial and filled the chamber of the syringe. Kitani tried to stand, but his body refused to cooperate. Desperate to put some distance between them, he slid backwards. The cuff jostled against his wrist, rattling loudly. Zenya strolled over to Kitani and crouched down, a faint smile playing at his
坊
lips.
ちゃん
大丈夫北に大丈夫
He whispered as if reassuring a frightened child, and seized Kitani's left arm, rolled up his sleeve. His body was tense from trying to escape, and his veins were plainly visible. The needle sank into his skin. Kitani felt its chill, coupled with a slight prick of pain, and gritted his teeth in frustration. Just when he'd finally caught up to them, they were going to turn around and leave him in the dark once more. And he knew he might not catch them a second time. He couldn't let himself pass out, yet his vision was already starting to dim. His eyelids grew heavy and drowsiness spread through his body. The strength drained from his limbs and the world grew distant. Still, he fought to keep his eyes open. He could see Zenya's face inches from his, looking back at him with a tender, almost mournful expression. In all the years he'd known the boy, Kitani had never seen him look at anyone like that.
クリスティちゃんをお願いね
Zenya going to die? Zenya was saying something, but he couldn't make out the words. Then Zenya leaned in and he felt something brush against his lips. He gazed at the boy through heavy-lidded eyes, begging him silently not to leave. But at last, all of his senses faded. He could see nothing, hear nothing. Bochan! The words sank with Kitani into the darkness. No, our guy Kitani! Thank you for the educational... Thank you for the raid, Renona. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Yoji stood in front of the school gates, staring at the deserted campus. With no one else around, it was like a different place altogether. The feeling was unsettling. He walked up to the gates and stopped. It was a holiday and yet the gates were open. This had to be Zenya's doing. The mere thought made his legs grow heavy, but he couldn't turn back now. Walking through the gates, Yoji headed for the main entrance. The sun was setting and the sky was an especially vibrant shade of crimson. As he drew near the main building, his composure began to slip. Every nerve in his body was on edge. His legs grew heavier and heavier as if he was being repelled by a giant magnet. Alarm bells rang in his head, screaming at him to turn around. But he couldn't. Suppressing the urge to flee, Yoji walked into the front doors. Ugh! Look at the meat! There's meat on the walls and on the ceiling! Ew! The instant he crossed the threshold, goosebumps rose all over his body. Something was very, very wrong. The whole building gave off an eerie vibe. He couldn't see anyone around, yet he could sense, what? People, everywhere. Were they hiding? Then he noticed something strange about the statue of the Virgin Mary by the doors. She was completely covered in some kind of weird grime. The janitor was supposed to clean that statue every day. There was simply no way it could get that dirty over the course of a single holiday. Yoji squinted at the statue and froze. What he'd mistaken for grime was actually a cluster of strange brown lumps in all different sizes clinging to the statue's surface. A memory flashed through his mind. They looked very similar. No, identical to the dried flesh lumps he'd found scattered around his room. Something landed on his head. It clung to his nose and mouth, blocking his airways. It reeked of spoiled meat. Unable to breathe, Yoji grabbed the obstruction with both hands. It was soft and squishy. His fingers sank deep. Disgusted, he spit back a scream. His efforts quickly grew more and more frantic until he lost his footing and slammed into a locker. Even then, it wouldn't let go. Was it another one of those lumps? But that was as far as his thoughts got. His throat seized. Desperate for air, a high-pitched ringing filled his ears. It felt like his eyes would burst from his skull. His senses were going numb. Everywhere he looked, the world was painted over with dark, rotting blood. Finally, his legs gave out and he collapsed. Darkness quickly stole over his vision. The last thing he saw was the cold, dirty floor. Something soft and moist touched his leg. It felt like a water balloon, he thought dimly. Except it was pulsing and slowly crawling up his body. Yoji forced his heavy eyelids to open and looked around as best he could. He was lying on a hard floor. Above, he could see the bony specter of fluorescent bulbs that weren't turned on. He could also make out a small pile of tools and rows of perfectly lined desks. Where was he? Fat, squishy little lumps crawled past his face and hands. He grimaced. A nauseating stench hung in the air, reminiscent of decaying flesh. He tried to sit up, but soon found that he couldn't move his hands. It felt like they were bound tightly with rope. He could hear something slithering a short distance away. Uh-oh. It's Kunihito. A gruff voice spoke. Yoji slowly turned to face it. A shadowy figure stood in the dimly lit room. He couldn't get a clear view, but it was definitely a man, an older man, judging from his voice and build. Nothing about him was familiar. Oh, oops. He didn't understand what the man was saying, but he knew that he was in danger. He wriggled, trying to work his hands free. Uh-oh. The man grinned, his eyes bulging. He seemed unstable. The man scoffed and spread his arms wide in dramatic fashion. The chosen one. The female. The words hit him like a ton of bricks. Kamya had called him that too, which meant... Yoji spoke with all the courage he could muster, but his words seemed to have no effect. The man walked forward slowly, a smile on his face. With each step, Yoji could hear that slithering sound. Dozens of fat lumps swarmed up his legs. Lumps of slimy, dark red flesh. He turned to look at them, then immediately turned away. Uh-oh. Oh! Something slammed into Yoji from behind. Uh-oh. Wet, sticky tendrils wrapped themselves around his body. Not the tentacles. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we know where this is gonna go. They slid up his ankles to his lips and the waist of his chest, tightening around him like fat ropes. Was the scene you mentioned last time? No, the one I was talking about is the one where he's like in a room and there's like meat babies everywhere. Nausea surged his throat. He flailed, desperate to escape, but the fleshy creatures held tight. Its fluid stained his white dress shirt. The man's laughter joined with the slithering of flesh and the man's laughter joined with the slithering of flesh and grew to fill Yoji's world. And we're gonna fade to black here? Take care of Christy for me, okay? Oh! Kitani! Zenya's voice sounded so close. Kitani tried to call out to him and promptly woke to the sound of his own voice. He winced. His head felt like it was in a vice. The room was spinning. He'd slipped up a second time. This time, however, he could at least remember what had happened prior to losing consciousness. Could he have slept for another 24 hours? Panic sparked in his chest and he looked at his watch. Small hand indicated 5 p.m. Assuming it hadn't been another full day, that would mean only an hour or so had passed. Xenia must have only given him a small dose. Regardless, his body felt like lead. Xenia. He cast a quick glance around the room. The boy was nowhere to be seen. Shame filled him. How could he have let Xenia go? He should have done everything in his power to keep him here, even if that meant hurting him. Swallowing his regret, he attempted to sit up and felt a weight on his right shoulder. He looked over and promptly did a double take. There was a green mass on his arm. Christy! Christy! It was Xenia's pet iguana. She was chewing on Kitani's hair as though she'd mistaken it for a snack. Take care of Christy for me, okay? Finally, the words clicked. On closer inspection, the iguana was wearing a ribbon around her neck, a key dangling from the center of the bow. Was it the key to his handcuffs? Kitani slid his hand under the iguana's belly and gently attempted to pull her off. But she still had his hair in her mouth. Had his hair in her mouth. He tugged her away a few times before she finally let go. Using his left hand, he untied the ribbon around her neck. It took a bit longer than it would have with his dominant hand, but eventually he managed to get the key into the lock. With a loud click, the handcuffs came open. After being suspended in midair for so long, his arm was numb. There was a mark around his wrist where the metal had dug into his skin. Shaking the feeling back into his hand, Kitani got to his feet. Before he could take a step, however, his eyes landed on the iguana curled up on the floor. He couldn't just leave her, as Xenia had asked. He needed to put her back in her habitat, but first, he was curious about the chapel. Where was Kunihito? After a moment's hesitation, Kitani decided to take the iguana along with him. First, he checked the chapel, then take her back to her room. Uh-oh. He scooped Christy up, then quickly left the dining room. As he moved down the hall, he listened for any sign of Kunihito. Nothing. He wasn't in his room either. Anxiety spiking, Kitani dashed down the stairs to the basement. The door to the chapel had been left wide open. The snake-patterned chest lay open too, its contents strewn about. Not much had changed since before Kitani had lost consciousness, save for one thing. Whatever had been hiding behind the curtain, it was gone now. Cautiously, Kitani entered the chapel and crouched down in front of the chest. He picked up the little notebook lying on the floor. He'd been in the middle of reading it when someone, almost certainly Xenia, had attacked him. The contents were shocking to say the least. The Liberated was a sect that worshipped entities which Kunihito's uncle had called inner beings, or simply them. As the name suggested, they dwelled inside one's body, like parasites. But the notebook went on. Inner beings. All inner beings were once part of him, the ultimate purebreed. I will touch upon purebreeds later. Some members of the sect refer to him as the benefactor. The benefactor? Kunihito had mentioned him during that phone call with Kamya. No one knows where he came from, as our sect was formed during the Meiji period. One can deduce that he must have appeared around this time. In the beginning, he took human form by anointing his worshippers with his holy flesh, specifically through oral ingestation. He increased the number of hosts dramatically. Henceforth, I shall refer to the parts of him living inside of us as residuals. These residuals strongly resemble raw flesh. Anointing his worshippers with holy flesh, parts of him living inside them? Wait, if this benefactor was human? Pressing a hand to his mouth, he kept reading. Hosts. A host is someone who shares his body with a residual. Residuals live in the bowels of their hosts. Like all living creatures, residuals have strong reproductive instincts. They are able to change the host body into male or female forms. If a host is not properly chosen, then his body may reject the residual's presence. This can cause both mental and physical decay. Oh, that's what happened to Xenia! That's what happened to Xenia! Additionally, it has been proven that only men may become hosts. We believe that this is because the presence of a uterus interferes with the alteration process. Male hosts. Males are overwhelmingly more common than females. They exude a type of pheromone which females detect as strongly appealing scent. In addition, it has been observed the more compatible a male is with his residual, the greater his powers of regeneration. That means Tetsuo? He is a male. Wait, Xenia was wrong because Xenia said Tetsuo was human. But Tetsuo's not human. And that also means that Yoji's dad was also a male. Powers of regeneration, as in the ability to recover from injury and disease? This gave Kitani pause. Unfortunately, the notebook didn't explain in detail. He got the sense that the males might recover quickly from cuts or broken bones. But what about a gunshot? Could this regeneration repair damage to organs? What about rapid blood loss? Surely a host's human body couldn't endure the shock. Perhaps guns were a viable option against a weapon against them. While contemplating this, he read further. Female hosts. Female hosts are exceedingly rare. A female must mate with a male in order to produce a purebred. In addition, by mating with humans, a female can spread his residual to others and create new hosts. Females emit pheromones as well. A female's pheromones are powerful enough to affect even particularly sensitive humans. Furthermore, direct contact with a male will cause a female to excrete formless pheromone fragments. I call these fragments mark meat. Mark meat signals that a female is present. Only hosts can see them. That's why Tetsuo could see them! Additionally, females and purebreeds are able to excrete tangible fragments visible to the human eye, which I will call flesh seeds. What's the difference between mark meat and flesh seeds? When animals other than humans consume flesh seeds, the result is invariably fatal. So if an inner being, a prospective residual, finds a compatible human body, that person becomes a host, and from there is transformed either to a male or female. To Kitani, the terms felt degrading somehow, almost like these people were considered subhuman. But why were they divided into males and females in the first place? For breeding? Breeding what? Purebreeds. Purebreeds are a separate entity, born only when a male and female mate. You may know a purebred by its scarlet eyes. Whether a purebred is born depends largely on the compatibility between the male and the female, but overall the likelihood is extremely low. As of this writing, it has been decades since a purebred was born. Upon the birth of a purebred, both parents die! Unlike the flesh seed of a female, the flesh seed of a purebred can create new hosts independently. Females can spread flesh seed by mating with humans, but a purebred's flesh seed need only to be ingested. A purebred can control mark meat and flesh seeds at will. It is also blessed with powerful regenerative abilities. The pheromones it gives off are far stronger than those of a male or female, strong enough to enthrall any human. Currently, the Okinaga family protects the last known purebred. He has lost over 2/3 of his original mass, however, which has dramatically reduced his abilities. Purebreeds. Based on what was written here, they were the strongest of all. It seemed that males and females existed primarily to produce these creatures. It reminded him of the hierarchy of bees. The purebred was like the queen, the brood mother. At this point, Kitani looked up at the ceiling and exhaled deeply. How he wished he could convince himself that the text was a work of fiction. Clearing his head, Kitani lowered his gaze back to the notebook. He had reached the final page. In conclusion, I would like to explain why I chose to record all of this. My purpose is and always has been to protect him, but at the same time I cannot deny that he has stolen my heart. He was truly a beautiful boy, you see. I only saw him once in my childhood, but I was transfixed by his scarlet eyes and angelic features. When he noticed me staring like a deer in headlights, he smiled. I will never forget the sight. Sadly, I was but a lowly initiate and in no position to interact with one so exalted. That was the first and last time I ever saw him in human form. The next time I saw him was when the heretics attacked. Faith in him had waned over time, and a faction of the liberated had foolishly decided to kill him and create a new purebred. The attack left our church in ruins, but I snuck away amid the chaos to see him. I wished so desperately to behold his flawless beauty one more time. I still feel the pain of that moment as though it were yesterday. There, in the basement, I found him lying on a white pedestal, covered in blood, his body in ruins. I knew it was him, but the average person would have seen nothing but a slab of meat. He had no face, no arms or legs, no human parts. Years of anointing his worshippers with holy flesh had reduced him to a husk. Just then, a group of heretics arrived with flaming torches intent on burning him to ash. The moment I realized their intentions, my body moved on instinct. I took him in my arms and slipped past the adults, running as fast as my little legs would carry me. I myself wasn't sure I had thought to do why I had thought to do such a thing. I just wanted to protect him. I didn't want to give him up, not to anyone. He had smiled at me. After that, I decided I would continue to protect him. Once the heretics were wiped out, the new leader of the liberated entrusted him to my family. Enclosed in this notebook is a map to the holy ground where we worshipped him and performed our rituals. Rituals? Kitani flipped to the book, and sure enough, an old tattered map was folded between the pages. With sweaty hands, he unfolded the thin scrap of paper. It was a map of the entire town. In the bottom right corner, one area was circled in red. Impossible. It's the school, isn't it? This holy ground was Komanami Academy. I freaking knew it. He remembered what Kunihito had said. Prepare the ritual. Revive the benefactor. And Zenya had mentioned a party starting soon. Had the two of them gone to Komanami Academy? Maybe there was still time. Maybe he could still stop them. As Kitani moved to stand up, he felt something tug on his hair. He turned his head to find Christy sitting on his shoulder with a few strands in her mouth. He'd been so engrossed in the notebook, he hadn't felt her climb atop him. He stroked her head, frowning to himself. He remembered the look on Zenya's face right before he'd lost consciousness. Thinking back on it, that had been the expression of someone resigned to his fate. Zenya's fate. Kitani dashed out of the chapel and up the stairs, down the hall, into the second floor. There he put Christy back in her habitat and ran to his room. Reaching into the back of his closet, he retrieved the gun he had kept hidden behind his clothes. It had served him well in the Yakuza days, and he had hung on to it just in case. He hadn't used it in quite some time, but it still felt right in his hand. Next, he took out the case of bullets and loaded the magazine. After making sure the safety was on, he tucked the gun into his belt. Then he ran out the garage. There should have been 2 cars parked inside, but one of them was missing. One set of car keys was missing too. Kunihito and Zenya must have taken it. Panic intensifying, Kitani jumped into the remaining car, fired up the engine, and steered the car out of the garage. It took everything he had not to floor the accelerator. Rush hour was at its peak, so he took the long way to school, avoiding the main streets. Even then, it was slow going. He smacked the wheel in frustration. His wrist still stung where the cuffs had dug into his skin. At last, the school came into view up ahead. Sure enough, the family's second car was parked outside the gates. Kitani parked the spot behind it and hopped out. Today was the Academy's founding day, and the school was closed. There were no students in sight, but the gates were wide open. Apprehension swelling, Kitani hurried through the gates. Fortunately, he had an idea of where to look. That building, the one he'd seen many times when rescuing Zenya from his 5 o'clock torment. That was where this holy ground was likely to be. Kitani took one step into the main building and came to a stop. Something was off. The air was unnaturally humid and clung to his skin. Oh, but he can't see the lumps! Was the school always this dark? Was it just because no one was here? The Virgin Mary statue near the door was utterly filthy. No, not just her. From the lockers to the hallway, everything was covered in grime. How could the school have gotten this dirty? Kitani walked past the lockers, down the hallway, and out into the courtyard. Outside, the scenery looked as red as the sun itself. The color was reminiscent of fresh blood. There, standing quietly beneath the setting sun, was his destination, the chapel. Kitani followed the cobblestone path to its doors. They were firmly shut. This had to be the place. Stealing his resolve, Kitani pressed a hand against the door and pushed. The more he struggled, the harder the rope dug into his wrists. Yoji lay on the floor immobile. The thin, fleshy creature was coiled around every part of his body. He could feel it pulsating against his skin. Worse was the crimson fluid, too sticky to be blood, that had soaked through his clothes. It took all of his willpower not to empty his stomach. Through his blurred vision, he could see wriggling lumps of flesh scattered all around the room, glistening in the dim light. Eventually, he realized that he was lying on the floor of the chemistry lab. Still, that didn't explain the old man. Who was he and what was he doing here? Biting back his disgust, Yoji glared up at him. The man lowered his arms to his sides and approached Yoji with a rapt expression. He knelt down and grabbed Yoji's chin, gently turning him to face him. His gaze distant, he spoke with a theatrical passion. Why does the soundtrack go so hard? It really does! The soundtrack is really good. The OST is crazy. He spread his arms wide to indicate the room. Damp little crimson lumps were everywhere, pulsing like living hearts. Was he saying that those things were humans who'd been forsaken by God? It was madness. The man's eyes glinted unnaturally. He seemed to be drunk on his own monologue. His eyes blazed with dark passion. The man's deranged expression sent a shiver down Yoji's spine. It felt like he was being dragged down into his madness. The man released Yoji's chin and got to his feet. Oh! He walked off in the darkness and returned moments later carrying something in his arm. Yoji couldn't make it out clearly, but it looked to be about the size of a newborn baby. It was some kind of stone? As Yoji squinted at it, he suddenly felt an inexplicable terror. At first glance, it looked inert, lifeless. But no, its surface was pulsating, covered in dark, veiny lines. As he watched, protrusions would sporadically rise from beneath the surface and retract again just as suddenly. They reminded him of the tendrils that were wrapping around his body. Were those tendrils originally part of that stone? No, wait, it wasn't a stone. Its leathery surface reminded him of something else entirely. Something like dried shrunken flesh. The man caressed the object in his arms. That thing was the benefactor. Just then, Yoji heard music in the background. Yuyake Koyake, the same tune that played every day at 5 p.m. A shadowy figure had appeared near the lectern. Yoji stared in shock. He hadn't heard anyone enter the room. As the bells beat against his eardrums, the figure slowly stepped forward. Uh-oh. With his eyes now adjusted to the darkness, Yoji could see the figure clearly. A garish green shirt. I hope they don't show his nasty eyeball. Long blonde hair. Zenya. What was he doing here? An instant later, Yoji got his answer. Zenya wasn't wearing his eye patch. His exposed right eye, normally hidden from sight, was hideously disfigured, the skin around it swollen and red. His eyeball was buried beneath the raised flesh. Blood trickled from his lower eyelid like scarlet tears. There was more. Zenya's chin, neck, hands, all of the exposed skin on his right side was red and raw, as though someone had peeled off the top layer. Ew! Please don't show me that. If there's a CG for that, I'm gonna scream. Yoji stared in disbelief. Zenya's usual smirk was nowhere to be seen, and his face was as pale as the fresh cadaver. Yoji barely recognized him.
Oh, Zen! Yoyaku! Yoyaku dazo! Machikogareta toki ga kita! Kono mesu o onnushi-sama e sasage-yo! Sou sureba, hibi kuchite iku omae no karada mo kanzen na osu ni shite itadakeru hazu da!
Zenya shot the man a glance and turned back to Yoji. Okay. But if he becomes a perfect male, what's the point? Because there's no female anymore, right? Oh, they actually drew his eye normal. It doesn't look nasty like it did in that other CG. He pulled something from the pocket of his slacks. That looks like a butterfly knife. A jackknife. Okay, fine, a jackknife. It unfolded with a light, pleasant click. Here, you can see it if I do this. The man's voice echoed with a childlike glee as a dark, red lump pulsated in his arms. Eyes fixed on Yoji, Zenya slowly raised his knife. Sirens went off in Yoji's head. Desperate, he flailed against his intestinal restraints.
Bye-bye.
Zenya whispered in a low, cold voice, then he stepped forward. Yoji was trapped. Sensing imminent death, he stared unblinkingly up at Zenya. The knife glittered high above Zenya's head. Yoji squeezed his eyes shut. Uh-oh. Next thing he heard was a dull, wet noise followed by a low groan of pain. Is it Kitani? Oh! When he opened his eye, he saw Xenia leaning into the old man. The knife buried in his gut. The man's eyes were open wide. His precious meat lay forgotten on the floor by his feet.
Yeah. ゼン、どうして？
あんたさ、ほんとバカだよね。
Xenia growled as he forced the knife deeper into the man's stomach.
俺はあんたの願望とかどうでもいいんだよ。
After one final push, Xenia yanked the knife free. Holding his gut, the man trembled, then collapsed to his knees, almost in slow motion. Xenia exhaled softly. He was covered in blood. Slowly a grin spread across his face.
バカじゃねえよ。マジ狂ってるだろ。こんなもんがなければさ。俺は。
Rage sparked in his eye. He raised the knife high with both eyes and brought it down upon the crimson slab of meat.
こんな体にならずに済んだんだよ。
やめろ。ダメだ。やめろ。やめろ。
The sound of flesh ripping, tearing drowned out the man's screams.
こんなもんがあるから。あるから。
He struck again and again and again. The room echoed with wet stabbing sounds as blood splattered all over Xenia's body. The razor-sharp blade dug in mercilessly and the red lump began to wilt like a day-old balloon. Blood poured from its wounds, pooling on the floor. The old man wailed in despair. The smell of copper was nauseatingly thick. Finally, Xenia fell still, save for the heave of his shoulders. The lump was little more than formless chunks now. Xenia's anger had faded. Now his expression was just blank. With blood dripping from his long blonde hair, he looked like a warrior from some ancient battlefield. Limply, he rose, bloody knife still in hand. He gazed at Yoji with a look of unnatural calm.
やっと二人きりになれたね。ヨウジ。ずっと知りたかったんでしょ。だからここに来たんだよね。
Cold fear trickled down his spine. Xenia was going to kill him. But he couldn't move, not with the intestine creature still binding him in place. Xenia approached at a leisurely pace.
試しに、御主様とやらが吐き出した種肉を学校で飼ってる動物にやってみたの。あれ、俺だったんだけどね。したらさ、みんな死んじゃった。すごいよね。ちゃんと効き目あるんだよね。
He's the one that killed all the animals! So Xenia was responsible for the massacre, but what did he mean by flesh seeds? The first thing that came to mind were the lumps scattered around them. Guffawing to himself, Xenia came to a stop next to where Yoji lay.
俺ね、幼児のこと大好きだよ。だってやっと生まれた大事なメスなんだもの。だからさ、ずっと俺のものにしたくってしょうがなかったんだ。
Crouching down, he spoke in a sing-song voice as he reached down to touch Yoji's cheek. Something warm and sticky clung to Yoji's skin. A drop of blood dripped from Xenia's chin to the floor right in front of his face. The blonde stared down at him with a dull, lifeless eyes. His hand slid down Yoji's face and seized his chin.
今までのことは全部メスの幼児が悪いんだよ。オスを挑発して引っかき回して。だから償おうね。これで全部おしまい。
Something wet touched his throat. He felt a tiny prick of pain and realized that it was the knife. Xenia leaned in until their noses touched.
大好きだったよ。バイバイ。
Are we gonna die? Yoji's body went rigid. He shut his eyes tight. The pain at his throat grew. The door slid open and Xenia froze. Cast against the light of the hallway, a dark shape stepped into the room. Is it Kitani or is it Tetsuo? Is it Kitani or is it Tetsuo? It's Tetsuo! Yeah, every time. Never misses a beat. Zenya snorted and shot a smirk at the new arrival.
遅いんだよ。バーカ。メール投げてからどれだけかかってんだよ。
Wait, Zenya set it up? So Zenya had sent that email? It sounded like he sent one to Tetsuo too, but why? Zenya pulled the knife away from Yoji's throat and got to his feet. Tetsuo came to a stop a small distance away. His expression was the same as always, but Yoji sensed something different, an intensity. A shiver ran up his spine.
あと1分遅かったら、幼児殺しちゃうとこだった。
なんなんだよ、これは。
His low growl cut through the coppery
意
air.
識だよ。そこでぐちゃぐちゃになってるご神体を復活させるためのな。けど、そんなのどうでもよかった。俺は、お前の幼児を呼び出したかったんだよ。
Zenya stomped hard on the benefactor, which was floating in a pool of its own blood.
意識。最高の舞台だろ。おあつらい向きだ。メスを奪い合うにはさ。
Zenya's lips twisted into a sneer as he lowered himself into fighting
ずっ
stance.
とこの日を待ってたんだ。ずーっとさ。いい
Are we gonna fight?
お前。
But he has a knife!
目障りなんだよ。
I'm pretty sure Tetsuo is barehanded. I mean, Tetsuo is probably buffer than him. Oh! With a scream, he charged, swinging his knife. Tetsuo jumped back, but the tip of the blood-soaked blade grazed his arms, carving a vertical line from his wrist to his elbow. After all the flailing, the rope binding Yoji's arms had finally come loose. Yoji got to his feet and dashed over to Tetsuo. Blood flowed steadily from his wound. He looked around for something to use as a bandage. But then, right before his eyes, something impossible happened. The blood sowed and congealed and the wound started to heal itself. Come to think of it, Yoji had witnessed this once before. And at the time, it had reminded him of his father. Zenya watched silently for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing.
やっぱりそういうことだったんだ。
You didn't call it, you called him a human! He brought the knife to his lips and licked the blood from the blade with a smile.
なんだと思ってたんだけどさ。お前、やっぱりオスだろ。しかも、宿に
A
行くと相当
perfect
相性
male!
のいい優秀なオス。
Then his face contorted with
だ
rage.
からあの子も聞かなかったんだ。ああ、そうか。体勢があったんだな。だから。ああ、ムカつく。ムカつく。
While muttering to himself, he slowly extended his knife out to the side.
ムカつく。
Uh-oh.
なんでなんだよ。
He screamed and lunged at Tetsuo a second time. Tetsuo shoved Yoji away, then leapt back to avoid the arc of the blade. Zenya's attacks were wild and reckless. He swung at Tetsuo again and again. There's a cat in my lap. Tetsuo caught his arm mid-slash. They struggled for dominance, glaring at each other's eyes.
なんで俺が出来損ないでお前がそうじゃないんだよ。おかしいじゃねえか。そうやってメスも幼児も手に入れて。
Zenya growled with gritted
俺
teeth.
がどんなに苦しんできたかお前にわかるか。この不完全なくだらねえ体のせいで毎日ちょっとずつきしんで腐っていく。この体に無理に入ったクソ肉のせいで俺の体は少しずつ死んでいくんだよ。なのにお前はただ優秀なオスってだけでメスも勝手に近づいてくる。不公平だよな。だからせめてお前は死ねえよ。死んで俺を少しでも幸せにしろ。
His scream echoed through the chemistry lab. Yanking his arm free of Tetsuo's grip, he swung his blade once more. Tetsuo narrowly avoided the desperate attack, but he didn't account for the follow-up. The blade sank into his shoulder, and Zenya's expression broke out into delirious joy. A flicker of pain crossed Tetsuo's face, but then he grabbed Zenya's arm. Zenya's smile stiffened. He tried to pull away, but Tetsuo held fast. Uh-oh. Blue or red, chat? Uh-oh. I don't know what blue or red would mean here. So if you're new, blue is rationality, and red is like, not lust, but like instinct. So it's if you would make a rational choice or if you would make an instinctual choice. So usually red ends up with like jorking it because you're kind of like going off of your instincts, and the blue is you being like, okay, I'm not gonna jork it. Red? You think red? Okay. Most people are saying red. I'm scared. Tetsuo's fist exploded against Zenya's face. His entire upper body bent backwards from the force. He relinquished his grip on the knife and stumbled backwards, covering his face with both hands. Tetsuo took a breath and then ripped the knife from his shoulder. Blood gushed from the wound, staining his shirt red. He tossed the knife to the floor, then closed in on Zenya. Before the other man could escape, Tetsuo seized him by the collar and readied his fist once more. Oh yeah, the BGM's going so hard. A dull thud resounded through the lab, and Zenya reeled, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. Tetsuo didn't stop. Bone smashed against bone again and again, the rhythmic blows mixed with grunts of pain. Yoji found himself rooted to the spot. The ferocity of Tetsuo's assault was like nothing he'd ever seen. Every time he swung his fist, drops of red sprayed through the air. Yoji couldn't bear to watch any longer. He needed to make Tetsuo stop. Forcing his body to cooperate, he ran over to them. Just then, Tetsuo raised his bloody fist high above his head. Before he could bring it back down, Yoji seized his arm from behind. The motion of Tetsuo's arm jerked Yoji forward as he was unbelievably strong. Every inch of Zenya's face was covered in blood. Tetsuo slowly turned to look over his shoulder, and Yoji's heart nearly stopped. Tetsuo's eyes were filled with a dark bloodlust, his face dripping bright red. For the first time, his anger was plain to see. Yoji shrank back. For a moment, he was certain that he was Tetsuo's next target. But then, without breaking eye contact, Tetsuo lowered his fist. He released his grip on Zenya's collar, and the other man crumbled to the floor like a sandbag. But just as Yoji heaved a sigh of relief... Uh-oh. Does he have another knife? Zenya heaved himself to his feet, then took one lurching step towards Yoji. The next thing he felt was a sharp heat in his thigh. Yeah, I fucking knew it. Never take your eyes off the enemy. Confused, he looked down and found that Zenya had plunged a jackknife into his leg. You should have picked up the knife, you stupid! He grimaced in pain. It felt like he'd been stuck with hot poker. How is Zenya not passed out from the beating, though? Zenya laughed weakly, swaying on his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Tetsuo pulled the knife out of Yoji's thigh and thrust it into Zenya's gut. He stabbed him! His arm sank so deep, Yoji could scarcely believe it. Zenya clutched at his stomach, a dark stain spreading across the front of his shirt. Moaning in agony, he stumbled backwards into the window. His hand reached up, and with a vicious glare at Tetsuo, he seized the blackout curtain. Whether it was a gesture of desperation or resentment, Yoji wasn't sure. Still, gripping the curtain with shaking fingers, Zenya slid to the floor, his strength drained. The thick black fabric fell with him, and a moment later, dazzling light shone through the exposed window pane. Yoji squinted his eyes. The sunset was 1,000 times brighter than blood could ever hope to be. Lumps of flesh, oceans of blood, the old man lying face up on the floor. Zenya slumped beneath the window. The light laid the carnage bare. As he stared out at the brilliant sunset, Yoji began to hear a strange sizzling. Smoke was rising from the benefactor, or rather, from what was left of it. Protrusions shot up to its surface, flailing in silent agony. The pool of blood began to bubble and shrink. The hiss of the steam sounded to Yoji's ear like a desperate howl. With his dying breath, the old man called for his messiah. No sound came from where Zenya lay. Yoji stood in stupor, his injured leg forgotten. Then all of a sudden Tetsuo grabbed his hand. Yoji turned to look at him. The bloodlust had faded from his eyes. Tetsuo tugged lightly on his hand. Where's Kitani? Home, that sounded good. Gazing into Tetsuo's eyes, he nodded. Tetsuo's shoulder already seemed to be healing, but Yoji's wound was making it hard to walk. With Tetsuo leading him by the hand, Yoji limped towards the door. Tetsuo, can't you like princess carry him in your big, strong alpha arms? Carry your Omega. Outside the chemistry lab, Yoji stopped. Tetsuo was looking towards the stairs. The air was thick with lamentation, as if an invisible crowd of people were writhing in torment upon the floor. Uncontrollable sobbing, groans of bitter resentment, howls of unbearable anguish. Yoji didn't know if it was real, but he could hear it. That was certain. The voices mixed and overlapped, filling the halls from corner to corner. Then he felt his foot sink into something soft. He looked down to see what he had stepped on. The floor, which had been empty moments ago, was suddenly crawling with lumps of flesh. Yoji quickly looked up. They were everywhere, covering the walls and ceiling, pulsing. A putrid, sour stench filled his nostrils. He stared agog at the gruesome spectacle. Then, overcome with panic, he turned to Tetsuo. Could he see it too? Tetsuo tightened his grip on Yoji's hand. He spoke quietly, his eyes locked on Yoji's. Strangely enough, this helped ease the tension in his chest. Yoji nodded and Tetsuo walked off, pulling him by the hand. With every step, he could feel meat being crushed under the soles of his shoes. Did they do the gay kissing yet? You missed the Seigex. You missed the very intense Seigex. There was a lot of kissing, and then we even got penis jump scared. He thought disgust might drive him mad. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to keep going. Why live true? The exit nearest the chemistry lab was a staircase leading up the ground. It didn't matter. They just needed to get out. Now. Furry, you're still here! They ran up the stairs, then down the hallway to the shoe lockers. Hope bloomed in Yoji's chest. His leg hurt like hell, but he gritted his teeth and powered through it. Just a little further. I'm invested in the plot! I know! This is why I ended up streaming for 9 hours last time. Alas, Yoji's hope was short-lived. Uh-oh, is it Kitani? Arriving at the lockers, the pair froze. It's either Kamya or Kitani. Kamya's worst-case scenario, Kitani's best-case scenario. They could see the front doors just up ahead, but there would be no getting out of that way. Not through that. Oh, the meat! The door was blocked by a barricade of flesh, dozens of lumps piled atop another, wedged into the handles and hinges and locks. Yoji whispered, despair taking root. Just then, the lumps by the door fell still. A moment later, several dropped to the floor. They were headed for the lockers, for Yoji and Tetsuo! They moved like slugs, but surprisingly fast, leaving trails of dark red fluid in their wake. Tetsuo yanked on Yoji's hand, and together they ran back the way they'd come. But the lumps downstairs had been following them, and the path to the basement was blocked. Tetsuo looked up the staircase leading to the second floor, then took off running, Yoji in tow. Once again, Yoji found himself wondering where the nightmare ended and reality began, but now he knew that the question was meaningless. Even if nobody could see it but him, as long as this was the world he knew, then it was real. He had no choice but to face it. Suddenly, Yoji's sight went dim. He thought that the blood loss was making him dizzy, but no, this was something else. His mind! Something was pulling at it. Uh-oh. It has been so long. He heard a voice in his head. Light mode flashbang. It wasn't Tetsuo. It wasn't sound. It felt like someone was speaking directly into his mind. For years beyond counting, we have lived in secret and solitude, expunged, expelled from the world of man, yet we yearned for life. Even if we could no longer take human form, we swore to survive no matter the cost. Can you begin to understand our pain? Centuries spent crawling through dirt, the sky forever out of reach, denied any but the most meager existence, rejected and ignored by even the lowest of you who once walked beside us. Can you claim to understand our suffering? Red or blue chat? Uh-oh. 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 I don't know. I don't know about this one. Blue? It's gotta be blue. Blue? Blue? Okay, everyone's saying blue. Understand? How could he understand? He didn't even know who was speaking to him or how. Wait. A thought suddenly occurred to him. What if the voice was coming from the flesh? His mind kept going back to what the old man had said. He'd claimed that these creatures were rejected by God, forbidden from ever taking human form. But even if Yoji accepted that tale, he still could not pretend to understand. You are the long-awaited mother. Your body is no longer human. You exist to bear our progeny. The preparations are complete. All that remains is for you to will it so. Are you prepared to renounce your humanity? No, right? Blue? Blue again? Probably, right? Surely we're not going to renounce our humanity. I'm assuming rational thought would be no. Blue drink? I feel like it has to be blue again. It's like one of those things at the very end where they ask you the same question like multiple times. Blue. Okay, we go blue. Renounce his humanity? In other words, give up the life he'd known? The thought made him hesitate. He'd always thought that the world had nothing to offer him, but then his sister's face flashed through his mind. Perhaps he was more attached to the world than he knew. If only that were not so, how much easier would it be? Very well, one final question. Do you accept us? Do you accept all that we are? Blue again, right? Oh no, I knew this was gonna happen. Every fucking Otome game or BL game has these where like they ask you the same question 3 times. Blue all the way. Did we go blue all the way, chat? I want to accept them because I think part of it is like if you accept them, it's like you're making peace and you're kind of giving them what they want without like fully succumbing. Blue, blue, okay. No, fuck them, okay. Blue. Except life is one of them. As something not human, could he truly make such a choice? No, at least not yet. Something was still holding him back. His vision cleared and he returned to reality. Had he simply lost consciousness or had time itself stopped? He found himself still climbing the stairs. Unable to keep up with Tetsuo's speed, he tripped and nearly fell. Tetsuo turned around. Yoji stumbled forward, struggling to keep his balance. It felt like he'd awoken from a long dream. They reached the 3rd floor, landing and kept going. At last, the door to the rooftop was in sight. Oh, this is like their space! They're not here. Kitani pushed open the chapel doors to find a vast empty space waiting. Rows of vacant pews, a single solemn crucifix. No one was here. He'd guessed wrong. Kitani cursed and turned on his heel. With terms like ritual and holy ground being thrown around, he'd been so sure they were at the chapel. What other part of the school could it be? He wasn't that familiar with the campus, so he had no idea where to begin. Kitani dashed through the courtyard and back into the main building. Uh-oh, you have to go to the old building. The strange restless presence was more distinct than ever now. He could practically feel hot breath against his neck. Before he could take another step, he noticed that the hallway was littered with glistening chunks of meat about the size of his palm. He can see them now? Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be moving. The lumps of meat pulsed and wriggled along the floor, but just as he was wondering what they were, one of the lumps suddenly lurched in his direction. Reflexively, he stomped down it hard. There was a disgusting wet squish from beneath his heel. The lump twitched and spasmed, then felt still. More of the lumps were wriggling towards him now. Unable to process what he was seeing, Kitani began to back away. Just then, he thought he heard a voice. It sounded like it was coming from the stairs leading down to the basement. There was no time to waste. Kitani darted around the flesh lumps and dashed towards the stairs. As he proceeded down the dim corridor, he noticed a brightly lit classroom up ahead. The door was open and the sunset was streaming through the windows. Uh-oh. He peered cautiously through the open doorway. Immediately, he was struck by a strong coppery smell. Terror seized him, and he burst into the room. What he found inside shocked him to the core. The floor was covered with so much blood, he thought for a moment that it might be paint. A thick metallic scent made him cover his mouth. The room was full of the same flesh lumps he'd seen out in the hallway. What had happened here? As he gasped at the horrific sight, his eyes landed on a familiar shape. No, it couldn't be. His heart pounded in his chest, sweat dripped from every pore. He drew a shaky breath and swallowed hard. This wasn't happening. Shouting at the top of his lungs, Kitani ran to Kunihito's side. Kunihito's empty eyes stared at the ceiling. His mouth hung open as if in stupor, and pained wheezing pushed past his lips. A dark stain had spread across his clothes. Had someone stabbed him? The stain was centered on his stomach. Kitani felt a surge of rage. A large swollen lump of flesh had crawled into the wound. Its wriggling motions overwhelmed him with disgust. He grabbed a hold of it and yanked it hard. There was a wet tearing sound as the lump came free, and he flung it to the ground. It was still twitching. In a flash, Kitani pulled the gun from his belt. He clicked the safety off, took aim at the lump, and pulled the trigger without a second thought. The shot was deafening. As the bullet pierced its flesh, the lump began to sizzle. It spasmed for a moment, then slowly melted into the ocean of blood until all that remained were a few frothy bubbles. After he was certain that the loathsome thing was gone, Kitani clicked the safety back on and turned it to Kunihito. Gently, he touched his shoulder and nearly recoiled. His body was cold. There was no answer. Kunihito's eyes were blank, unseeing. A black ocean of grief rose to swallow his heart. He squeezed his eyes shut, struggling to keep himself whole. There was no hope left now. But then, just as despair took hold, Kitani heard a sound. It was too quiet to tell for sure, but it sounded like humming. And he recognized it instantly. He started to rise, but couldn't stop himself from turning back to Kunihito one last time. He touched Kunihito's shoulder tenderly, then gently closed his eyes. After a moment, he shook his head as though to clear it, then got to his feet. A shadowy figure sat beneath the window, hidden from the streams of crimson light. His long hair hung in limp strands, his one-screen shirt stained black. The sight rendered Kitani speechless. Ew! Thank you for the panty master. Woke up to Empreg Street, Peak Leoracore. You came at a bad time. Came at a bad time. Xenia was laughing. His right eye had been beaten nearly beyond recognition. He was covered from head to toe in blood. He was holding both hands against his stomach. At first, Kitani thought that he was applying pressure to his wound, but no, he was cradling something. Kitani squinted to get a better look and gasped. Xenia's blood-soaked hands were cradling a large wet mass spilling out of his open wound. Empreg! Horrible day to be a Xenia liker. Yeah. Xenia probably would have done better as a female, to be honest. His face was deathly pale and covered in blood, and yet he looked content. It was all Kitani could manage to say. His worst nightmares was unfolding before his eyes. His mouth and throat were as dry as desert. Nevertheless, he approached the boy slowly, one step at a time, praying that this was all just a dream. He came to a stop next to Xenia and let out a breath. Ignoring the hitch in his throat, he lowered himself to his knees. He set the gun down on the floor. Xenia's unfocused gaze turned his way. A flicker of relief touched his heart. Xenia was conscious. He could still see. No! Those are his guts. Those are your guts. No. You don't give that to people. You keep that. You need that. Maybe not anymore, but you keep that. You don't give that to people. As he spoke, Xenia offered up his intestines with a smile. Drops of red splattered to the floor. Speechless, Kitani stared at Xenia's face. What else could he do? The boy's eyes shimmered with love for his creation. He just wanted to be a mom. Aww, I do feel bad for Xenia, but he is crazy. Something hot rose in Kitani's throat, and he gritted his teeth against it. Uh-oh, he's gonna throw up. Instinctively, he reached out and put an arm around Xenia's shoulders. In response, as Xenia leaned into him and Kitani pressed back in kind, gently supporting his weight. Perhaps the motion was painful. The boy winced and smiled up at Kitani.
Kitani,
Uh-oh.
親父死んだの?
Kitani tightened his lips. There was no saving Kunihito now. Zenya seemed to interpret his silence as a yes. Fighting to hold back the swell of pain and anger, Kitani opened his mouth to speak, his lips still trembling faintly.
誰がこんなことを。あの二人ですか。
Sakiyama Yoji and Shironuma Tetsuo. He couldn't think of anyone else it could be. Oh no, is Kitani gonna kill them?
あの二人同じだったんだよ。俺とオスとメスでさ。
Kitani recalled what he'd read in the notebook. Those kids were hosts?
彼らはどこへ。
さあ、でも多分まだ校内にいるんじゃないかな。体、肉が。
I have a feeling Kitani's gonna kill Yoji or Tetsuo. Then you broke into a fit of coughing. Fresh blood gushed from his wound.
必ず捕まえます。
I'll avenge you both. A vicious beast howled inside him, his blood boiled hot with rage.
俺ね、なんかもうどうでもよくなっちゃったの。
Weakly, Zenya lifted a hand and pressed to Kitani's cheek.
とにかくもうさ、やりたいようにやろうって思って、あいつに負けちゃったけど。
Blood poured from his mouth.
もう喋らないでください。今から病院へ行けば。
Kitaniさん。
Ignoring Kitani's desperate pleas, Zenya continued, his lips wet with blood.
北にはいつもここ
Touch you where?
触ってくれたんだよな。
Wait, touch you where? Be careful what you're saying, Zenya. Zenya's finger brushed over Kitani's right eye. Kitani could feel him trembling, and it was breaking his heart.
本当はさ、俺のこと嫌だったんだろう。
No!
そんなことありません。
No! Kitani is just, he's just full of love. Kitani only has love in his heart.
しょうがないよね。
そんなこと関係ない。
Again, Zenya vomited blood, but this time the amount was far greater. It splattered crimson across his chest. Slowly his eyes began to close, a curtain descending on his final moments. Before he knew it, the name had left his lips. The boy slowly opened his eyes. His lips curled into a tiny smile. His voice was barely a whisper, and then his hand fell from Kitani's face. The light vanished from his half-lidded eyes, and his shallow breathing slowed to a stop. Kitani gritted his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut. It felt like his entire body was on fire. Unable to suppress the grief rising in his throat, he let out a sob. Everyone he cared about was gone. Now he had nothing. Nothing to protect. What good was he? What use was he to anyone? He had lost everything. The tears didn't come. Kitani gently closed Zenya's eyes and laid his body down on the floor. Then he picked up his gun and clicked the safety off. Now that he'd lost his reason to live, rage and despair were all that remained, and yet his mind felt strangely calm. He felt no hesitation, no uncertainty. Is he gonna kill himself in Minecraft? Oh no, he's gonna get Yoji and oh no, and he was going to find them. With a firm grip on his gun, Kitani left the lab. Oh no, Kitani, no. No, 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 no. A chilly breeze blew in as the door opened. It felt like ages since the last time he'd felt fresh air on his skin. Together, Yoji and Tetsuo stepped out onto the roof. Before them lay a gorgeous, vibrant sunset like something out of a painting in a museum. It was nearly beautiful enough to convince him that what had happened downstairs was all just a dream. Looking at the world from this angle, it was like nothing had changed. No matter how much insanity he'd endured, the rest of the world went right on spinning. His life, any life, was just a drop of rain in ocean. Anger, sorrow, grief, hatred. In the end, none of it mattered. Startled, he glanced back at the open door to the roof. Was that a gunshot? It sounded like it came from below. Was there still someone else on campus? Like Yoji, Tetsuo stared silently at the door. He seemed to be listening for something. But when silence persisted, he turned back to face Yoji.
Kegawa.
Yoji realized that he'd forgotten about his wound. As soon as he became conscious of it, a piercing pain shot through his leg. There was a trail of blood leading all the way from the door.
少し。でも動けないほどじゃない。
そうか。他にどこか怪我は？
大丈夫だ。
Yoji shook his head. Secretly, he appreciated Tetsuo's concern. Just then, he realized that they were still holding hands. It was a little embarrassing, but he didn't try to pull away.
どうする？これから。
The words left his lips as he gazed out the sunset. He honestly wasn't sure what their next steps would be. Even if they made it home, what then? What would happen tomorrow or the day after that? Censor that. And we need the Valkyrie to cover up the hand-holding. He didn't have the first clue what was happening to them or how they should handle it. Tetsuo replied curtly. The crimson rays illuminated his sandy brown hair as it swayed in the breeze.
ずっと一緒にいればいい。他のことなんて考えてねえよ。
どうしてそこまで。
Yoji honestly couldn't imagine.
言っただろ。俺が見つけたって。
Tetsuo's gaze was fixed on the scarlet sky. He said the same thing back at his house. What did it mean? What did Tetsuo first notice? When did Tetsuo first notice him anyway? Yoji's earliest memory of Tetsuo was the reason he had started avoiding the younger man. Early first semester during math class, he'd caught Tetsuo staring at him. Was it possible?
お前、最初から知ってたのか？俺のこと。
Senya had called him a female and referred to Tetsuo as the perfect male. He wasn't sure what exactly that meant, but he had got the sense that it had to do with the changes in his body. Male and female. The lumps of flesh in his body would... the lumps of flesh his body would excrete. Was he female in the sense that he could give birth? Pregante. Tetsuo remained silent, and Yoji interpreted this as an answer in its own right.
じゃあ、今までのも全部。
Yeah, how much does Tetsuo know, actually? I'm curious. Was he just acting on male instinct or something? A prick of pain flared in Yoji's chest. The cool breeze brushed past.
自分の体のことは知ってたのか？
周りと違うって自覚したのは中学の時だ。本当の親も名前も知らねえし。
What?
自分は人間じゃないんだ。
This is not a very logical answer. This is not a very logical answer. If you don't meet your real, if you're adopted, you don't meet a real, but you're not human. Is that like a normal train of thought that people have? Like, we're gonna ask Amoria. It was a little strange to see Tetsuo actually opening up for once, but it was nice nonetheless.
ずっと思ってた。人間じゃないのに人間の中で生きていくしかないって。でも
What a really silly line of thought.
こいつ同じだって。
Sorry, give me a second. I'm gonna let my cat out.
匂いがした。俺と同じ匂いが。
His scent, the first thing that came to mind was the pleasant fragrance that Tetsuo seemed to exude. Did he smell like that too?
俺の他にもオスはいる。沖永もそうだ。だから、なんとかした。
How did Tetsuo know this?
お前がオスだからか。
It was only natural for an animal to follow its instincts. Still, Yoji couldn't help but to wonder if that was all there was to it. Tetsuo paused to think.
今、よくわかんねえよ。オスとかメスとか、人間じゃないとか、そういうのも、お前をかけて嫌がられたりとか。
Tetsuo just chose red every time. He really did.
人間じゃなくても、メスでも、こいつはごく普通で当たり前のことしか
How did you even know he wasn't human?
普通の人間みたいに。それってどういう？お前、寂しくなかったか？
The question caught him off guard. Tetsuo looked at him
自
intently.
分は周りと違うって思った。一人で寂しくなかったか？
Lonely? He'd always convinced himself that he wasn't. As long as he'd believed that, he couldn't be hurt. He'd been afraid of his changing body, afraid of living in solitude. The people around him that seemed so cold and hostile, like they would cut him off if he got too close. So he decided that he needed to be cold too. Now that his walls had been torn away, literally, the pain that had always been there made itself known. Deep down, he was lonely. Still, he was pretty sure he wasn't the only one. He shot a probing look at Tetsuo.
お前と一緒にいたい。それだけだ。
Maybe their relationship was nothing but two people desperate for solace. But even so, what was the harm in that? Maybe it would lead to something more later on. Maybe they were really two halves of one whole, each looking for their missing piece. After hearing what Tetsuo had to say, Yoji wanted to contribute something to the conversation too. A question quickly came to mind. It was completely stupid, but he wanted to ask nonetheless.
お前さ、今まで
Yoji!
どっか行く
Oh
か
my god, I'm gonna punch Yoji in the face right now. Oh my god, holy shit. He's so dense and stupid. Tetsuo glanced at him
周りが
sidelong.
勝手に寄ってくるんだよ。ひでえ言い草。最低。
Classic Tetsuo. Yoji smiled in spite of
たくさ
himself.
ん付き合ってきたのに、好きな人とかできなかったのか。本当に惚れたやつとか。
Also, I know they don't know this, but the Kitani scare, or like, the flesh lumps are still after them. And maybe they can't open doors or something, I don't know.
だよな。
Tetsuo answered without hesitation and Yoji
だって
nodded.
お前、おかしいよ。いきなり無言で近づいてきて、触ったりして。
Just to be sure, are there different routes in love interest, or is it just a blonde dude? There's different routes in love interest, but most of them are bad endings because this game is depression.
こいつ何考えてるんだろうって。なんで
Mostly because it's a Nitro Troll game, and Nitro Troll games, every game ends in everyone dying. Gazing out the fading sun, Yoji smiled wistfully. It felt like ages ago.
最初はわけがわからなかったけど、助けてくれることもあったりして、もしかしたらこいつ
I hope they don't die, but I have a feeling they're gonna die. Or they're gonna jump together or something. They're gonna Yoru no Kakera it. This wasn't self-confidence speaking, it was simply the only explanation that made sense. Tetsuo didn't try to deny it either, instead he let Yoji continue. Not everyone, sometimes you bang your dog. Yeah, but... I guess that one, the bad ending, the dog dies. Well, ceases to exist, I don't know. I feel like Dramatical Murder actually had a lot of good endings in general. I mean, it was mostly bad endings, but it did have quite a couple good endings. Most of his memories from back were a blur, but this one he remembered as if it were yesterday. Ever since then, Tetsuo had always been in the back of his mind. What? Mori, don't play dramatical murder.
いろいろ話とか聞いてたら思ったんだ。ちょっと似てるのかなって。お前不愛想だし、全然話さないし、話聞いてるのかどうかもよくわからないし。でも、お前がそうなった気持ちはなんとなくわかる。
He exhaled softly and shifted his gaze from the sunset to Tetsuo. Oh my god, that was such a long dialogue.
そう思うんだ。だから、俺ももういい。
Also, Mori, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really appreciate it.
俺の気持ちを分かってくれ
If you guys aren't familiar with Mori's art, definitely go check out her Twitter page. She's drawn that really cool art of me with a dual disc. As he finished, he felt a burden lift from his shoulders. It felt great to get it out of his chest. At last, he and Tetsuo were seeing eye to eye.
変なこと言うけど。
With that little disclaimer out of the way, Yoji continued.
今もしこの世界に2人しかいないって言われたら、そうかもしれないって思いそうだ。
The world would carry on with or without them. Oh shit. Usually when I hear the Japanese, I try to translate it in my head and read the English, but I stopped doing that. I've just been reading it. Soon the day would end and the next day would begin. Unless they unfortunately got shot here for whatever reason. Just a random thought. Maybe his destiny had been determined long before he was born. If so, then he was glad that he didn't have to face it alone. Eternity seemed to be much brighter with someone by his side. Tetsuo slowly turned to face him, looking deep into his eyes. In the past, his gaze had always made Yoji panic. It had felt like pressure from which there was no escape. But now he understood the meaning behind it. I'm just so nervous, you guys. They're gonna die. Yoji gazed back as if to prove that he was serious about everything he'd said. They looked at each other in silence for a moment. Then Tetsuo began to speak.
Yoji.
Tetsuo had called him by his first name. Gently, like he was handling something fragile. Yoji closed his eyes. In his mind, he replayed the sound of his name on Tetsuo's tongue. It was comforting. He opened his eyes, needing to know that this was real. And then they're gonna... I'm scared. I don't want to feel relaxed here. Tetsuo tugged on his hand and Yoji turned to face him. His piercing gaze remained the same way as always, even when he was covered in blood. Are they gonna kiss? After a moment of eye contact, Tetsuo leaned in. I'm scared, chat. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Yoji closed his eyes. He felt their nose touch and then their lips. I feel like I'm gonna hear a gunshot and then it's gonna just all be... Yaoi can deflect bullets? No, not in this game. Not in this game. I'm scared. Tetsuo's lips were a bit chapped but warm nonetheless. Everyone's lips are chapped, okay? Through his eyelids, Yoji could still see the red of the setting sun. A delicious, dizzying scent enveloped them. From now, they would be together forever. Until death, or perhaps even beyond. After a gentle kiss, their lips slowly parted. Neither of them said it, but Yoji knew. The moment he'd accepted them had been the beginning of the end. Wait, they're accepting... Hoping to convey everything he felt in that moment, Yoji squeezed Tetsuo's hand in return.
Kitani!
Oh, gross! Shout at the trickle! That sends shivers down my spine. Holy shit! Ah, no. Yoji whirled to find a familiar figure standing at the door. It's not over till it's over. No, it was Kitani, Zenya's driver, and his hand was a pistol glinting dully in the sunset. Glaring at them with thinly veiled, bloodless, Kitani took aim.
親父と坊ちゃんの仇だ。
Without another word, Kitani pulled the trigger! When he slammed the Yoji from the side, a split second later, the roar of the gun filled his ears. He hit the concrete like a sack of potatoes. But the pain didn't matter. He quickly looked up. Tetsuo was hunched over, clutching his side with one hand. Yoji felt the blood draining from his face. A red stain was rapidly spreading across the fabric of Tetsuo's shirt. Blood trickled between his fingers. Yoji pushed himself to his feet and ran over. Tetsuo was breathing hard, his brow knotted in pain.
オスは治癒能力があるんだったが、どこまで持つんだ。銃弾が体内に入った状態で。まあ、お前がオスかメスかは知らないが。
He was talking like he knew about their condition. Come to think of it, Tetsuo had said that Zenya was a male too. Wait, regenerate? Was he referring to Tetsuo's healing abilities? Yoji had seen his body patch up minor cuts in the past, but a gunshot? Could his body still heal with a bullet inside him? What if it couldn't? Yoji felt his blood turn to ice. He stared at Tetsuo's wound. It was still bleeding. Sweat had broken out on Tetsuo's forehead. His breathing was rapid and his teeth were clenched. He needed help fast. Kitani, don't do this! No, I'm so sad! Kitani turned his glare on Yoji. He was going to kill them both right here. How could they stop him? Did they have a chance? Overwhelmed by confusion and panic, Yoji felt his body move on autopilot. He slowly stepped in front of Tetsuo. He was practically staring down the barrel of the gun now. A cold trickle of sweat ran down his spine. The man smirked. Hate blazed in Kitani's eyes. Yoji flinched but opened his mouth to speak.
確かに俺たちはひどいことをした。あんたがそうやって怒るのも仕方のないことだよな。さっきのは他にはどうしようもなかったってそう思ってる。俺たちがこんな体である以上避けられないことだった。そう思うしかないんだ。俺たちも。
In all likelihood, nothing could have stopped Zenya from doing what he'd done. Zenya had shown up to prepare to die, and that old man too had been far beyond reason. Kill or be killed, those had been the options.
正直迷ってる。こうすることが本当に正しかったのかって。もっと早い段階で何か気づいていたら変えられる未来があったんじゃないかって。
There was no turning back time, no point agonizing over what might have been. And yet, he couldn't stop himself. Was it a mistake to accept them? Should he reject them instead and cling stubbornly to life as a human? Or would that be far worse? He couldn't decide. Kitani's voice was tight with emotion. He glared viciously at Yoji.
あの人たちはもう二度と帰ってこない。仮にあの人たちが死ぬ覚悟でいたのだとしたら、それをお前は迷っているだと。笑わせるな。そんな中途半端な覚悟であの人たちを殺したのか。
Okay, to be fair, Kunihito was killed by Zenya. Okay, just FYI's. The dam burst and Kitani unleashed his fury. His words shook Yoji to the core. Kitani was right. He hadn't thought anything through. Even at the moment, he didn't know what he wanted. He'd failed to make a decision, and then things had just sort of turned out this way. Zenya and the old man, insane though they had been, had never lost their conviction. They'd risk everything in pursuit of their goals. But Yoji had no such conviction. He had no objective, no future he was fighting for. If he both spurned them and abandoned his humanity, What did he have left?
俺は
What did he want? Now that men had died so he could live, what was his next step? The ground seemed to spin beneath his feet. Then Kitani's expression faded, volcanic fury replaced by icy steel.
迷うのか。だったらせめて親父と坊ちゃんに詫びろ。あの世でな。
With that, Kitani took aim. But just then, Tetsuo heaved himself to his feet. Clutching his gunshot wound, he shot Kitani a pained glare. Was he still trying to fight in his condition? Kitani eyed him coldly. Suddenly, Tetsuo plunged his fingers into the wound.
白沼
His hand sank all the way to his thumb, tearing the opening wider. Yoji Kitani stared in shock as Tetsuo dug around his side. His After a moment, he pulled his hand out. His bloody fingers curled against his palm. He extended his arm and opened his fist, palm down. A dark red object hit the concrete with a metallic clink. Kitani gaped. It was the bullet. Tetsuo had dug the bullet out of his own wound. Stunned by the sheer insanity of what he had witnessed, Kitani didn't notice Tetsuo move until he was inches away. Shit! He tried to take aim, but Tetsuo was faster than he anticipated. Kitani's shot went wild. Tetsuo closed in. The next thing he felt was Tetsuo's fist slamming into his gut. Bile surged into his throat. He doubled over, choking for breath. His gun clattered to the rooftop. Oh, yeah. Take the gun and run! As Kitani collapsed to the ground, Yoji hobbled past, dragging his injured leg. Kitani whipped his head around, searching for them through the nausea and pain. Tetsuo and Yoji were making for the stairs, their arms thrown around each other's shoulders for support. Drops of blood dotted the ground in their wake. He needed to follow the blood trail. As he staggered to his feet, Kitani heard the door slam shut. The path back to the front entrance was so uneventful, it was hard to believe they'd fought so hard to reach the roof. There were no wriggling lumps, no voices, no obstacles. Was it because he had answered their questions? I don't think they grabbed the gun yet. This is exactly like when they didn't grab the knife. Learn, please! Clinging to Tetsuo, Yoji hobbled on until at last they made it outside. The blinding sunset was slowly fading into night. They came to a stop just outside the school gates. They couldn't risk being seen in public like this. Anyone who saw the bloodstains on their clothes would almost certainly call the cops. Through the labored breath, Tetsuo jerked his chin at the two cars parked in the street. One of them was the car Xenia always climbed into after school. Kitani must have driven it here. With no time to waste, they hurried over and peered in through the window of each vehicle. The other car still had the key in the ignition. Tetsuo opened the driver's side door and hopped in. I had to shower packed for much of an hour, but I can't leave my desk. I'm so invested watching the show with my chin in my hands. I know! I was gonna stream for 2 hours. It's been 5 hours. I hope you have a good trip, and I hope you can pack okay, though. Yoji was pretty sure Komanami had a rule against students acquiring their license. Evidently, the rumor about Tetsuo's past had some truth to them. As Yoji slid into the front passenger seat, Tetsuo turned on the key. The engine roared to life and the car pulled away from the curb. Instantly, Yoji collapsed into his seat, feeling utterly drained. His leg wound throbbed and his body was hot all over. Was he breaking out into a fever? He glanced to his left. Tetsuo's expression was as stoic as ever, but sweat pearled on his forehead and cheeks, and his knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Yoji thought back to the moment he'd pulled the bullet out. That memory made him shudder. At least this way the wound would heal, though it would likely take some time. It hurt to see him enduring in silence, but there was nothing he could do. He had a hunch to where Tetsuo was taking him. If it turned out he was wrong, well, no big deal. Yoji leaned his head back against the seat and let his eyelids drift closed. The confrontation with Kitani replayed in his mind. He could recall every last detail, right down to the look on his face. Nothing Kitani had said was wrong. On the contrary, Yoji agreed with most of it. It was hard to have his failings thrown back in his face like that. What would he and Tetsuo do now? Yoji knew only one thing. It wasn't up to him. Tetsuo parked the car outside a familiar white apartment complex. His guess had been right. Tetsuo had brought him home. Yoji climbed out of the car. It felt like forever since he'd last seen the place. Tetsuo's face was ashen. His breathing had not improved. Using each other for support, they managed to climb up the stairs to Yoji's apartment. The moment they opened the door, they realized that they weren't alone! The lights were off, but they could see something wriggling in the hallway. They felt no surprise. They knew what this was. Their bodies could sense it. Sure enough, they were here. It seemed that they would follow Yoji wherever he went, or perhaps his host body summoned them somehow. Yoji walked down the hallway, purposely crushing the flesh underfoot. Perhaps part of him wanted them to die. Together, he and Tetsuo entered the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed. A dark red stain began to spread over the bed sheets. The aquarium light was still on, but the water was too cloudy to see inside. More flesh lumps were scattered around the room. Yoji didn't care. He turned his body to face Tetsuo. It occurred to him that this was Tetsuo's first time visiting his room. If only they had met under normal circumstances. If only they could have lived ordinary lives. Maybe then they could have hung out here as friends. The image brought a flutter of regret. Perhaps things might have turned out differently if only he had chosen a different road. Was he foolish for clinging on to what might have been? He began to whisper. To be fair, they probably wouldn't have been friends then, you know? Staring up at the ceiling, Tetsuo replied. It was pointless, he knew that. So why couldn't he stop? Really? But right now? You want to do this now? Can you read the room? Please! Gingerly, Tetsuo sat up and climbed on top of Yoji with his bleeding leg and Tetsuo's bleeding shoulder. And though his doubts still lingered, Yoji wound his arms around Tetsuo's body. Tetsuo hiked up Yoji's sweater vest and began to unbutton his dress shirt. Really? I mean, maybe it's gonna be their final breath or something. I don't know. The other man's hands were rough and warm against his skin. It was soothing and yet felt off somehow. Was he nervous? To distract himself, he began to rub Tetsuo's back. Once his shirt was completely unbuttoned, Yoji pulled it and his vest off and tossed him to the floor. Then he began to undo his pants. Okay, wait. Tetsuo pulled his clothes off as well. Soon they were both naked. Yoji's gaze shifted to Tetsuo's abdomen and his eyes went wide. There was a swollen black protrusion about the size of a fist jutting from his stomach. Thick, veiny lines ran between it and the wound on his flank. Wait, what the fuck? It was throbbing so hard he could practically hear it. Yoji's sense of wrongness suddenly swelled. He didn't know why, but he felt afraid. Tetsuo shook his head as he slid his fingers gently down Yoji's chest. There was a similar protrusion on Yoji's chest as well. It wasn't as pronounced as Tetsuo's, but it throbbed in time with his heartbeat. As his doubts continued to swell, Yoji frowned. Oh, are they gonna make the pure breed? Are they gonna say Gex and then they're both gonna die because Empreg? Tetsuo seemed to have caught this shift in his expression. He couldn't answer. He didn't know how he felt. Then, as if to reassure him, Tetsuo pulled him into a tight embrace. This brought a faint swell of relief. Their faces drew close and they kissed. As soon as their passion deepened, Tetsuo's hand began to wander Yoji's body. His movements were gentle, yet at the same time, fanned Yoji's unease. His heart was pounding, and not from excitement. He struggled to keep his voice contained. He knew that he should be enjoying Tetsuo's touch, but he just couldn't give himself over to the moment. His rational mind refused to disengage. Tetsuo pulled out of the kiss. He looked at Yoji and smiled, but Yoji could tell that it was forced. He felt terrible, but he couldn't help it. He couldn't shake his doubt and fear. Part of him was rejecting Tetsuo. We might have picked the wrong options, chat. We might not get a CG because this might be a bad ending. But usually... They're naked! They didn't lock the door? They didn't lock the door behind- Oh my god, you guys are so fucking stupid! I swear to god! I swear to fucking Christ! They're gonna get shot! And they didn't take the gun, they didn't lock the door, they left the car outside. Come on now. Tetsuo turned to look and Yoji followed suit. Was someone else here? Yeah, of course. And then they're like butt naked. They're butt naked. Kitani's here with a gun. The bedroom door swung open. Kitani stood there, pistol in hand. Yoji felt the blood drain from his face. Yeah, what did you think would happen? He also stalked you, which Tetsuo warned you about. Oh wait, no. Makoto warned us about that. Was he talking about the time Yoji had woken up in the trash pile? That was right after Zenya had kidnapped them. Kitani stepped into the room, gun thrust out in front of him, his face twisted with hatred. True! They are naked right now. Kitani spat the words at them, then put his finger on the trigger. After that, everything happened in slow motion. Oh. There was a flash of blinding light and a roar that swallowed the world. A lance of scorching heat stabbed into Yoji's torso, tearing his skin, crushing muscle, shattering bones. It pierced his heart clean through. Tetsuo collapsed on top of him. He could feel blood spreading across his stomach. The wound was blistering hot. His skin was melting, the heat spreading through his whole body, consuming him from within. Strangely, there was no pain, just heat, like stepping into a sauna or a volcano. As consciousness faded, Yoji searched for Tetsuo. His eyes found a shock of sandy brown hair, but Tetsuo's face was hidden from his angle. A quiet disappointment filled him. He just wanted to see Tetsuo's face. One last time. Bad ending. There's more! A year had passed since the tragedy. Oh no, it's Kitani. The man smiled the way Kitani imagined a snake might smile. In his hands was a fancy-looking old chest that held a large quantity of equally old documents. Although Kitani recognized the man's voice, this was his first time actually seeing what he looked like. It's Kamya, isn't it? He studied the man carefully. His general demeanor suggested kindness and compassion, but the sharp light in his eyes gave him away. It had been 3 days since this man Kamya had contacted him. When he'd identified himself as one of the liberated, Kitani had thought that perhaps he misheard. It was a name that he would never forget. Instantly, it had summoned memories of the events that had taken place 1 year prior, and his chest tightened with bitter heartache. Kamya had asked for the documents stored in the Okinawa family chapel, claiming that they were the property of his sect. Frankly, Kitani had been more than happy to oblige. He'd made plans to dispose of them in the past multiple times, but somehow had never quite been able to go through with it. Kamya's request had been the perfect excuse. Once he'd agreed to return the documents, Kamya had chosen the time and place for their meeting. The Cerulean Warbler on the anniversary of the tragedy. Whether he'd chosen the day on purpose, Kitani had no way of knowing. Either way, it was his first return to the city in some time. Today, they were seated at the bar. Someone else had taken Kitani's old spot. The bar's relaxing atmosphere was unchanged, but it felt like the customer's demographic was younger compared to when he'd frequented in the past. Clearly, this was not Kamya's first visit to the establishment, but while he appeared entirely at home there, he didn't quite blend in with the rest of the crowd. Perhaps it was because the warbler's blue lighting made his smell seem even more mysterious. Kamya carefully set the chest down on the empty stool beside him, then picked up his glass. Its contents matched Kitani's right down to the shade of amber. Kamya swirled his glass without taking a sip. Perhaps he was enjoying the clink of the ice. Kitani considered his offers. Indeed, he had questions. He'd had great many questions once, but time had replaced most of them with a dull resignation. He would stick to the few that still weighed on his
あん
mind.
た本当は何者なんだ？
単刀直入な質問ですね。
Kamya
以
grinned.
前にも申し上げましたが、私は自由なる民の一教団員に過ぎません。ですが、駒
Oh, he's not a teacher
学院の教
anymore.
師として勤務してました。崎山洋二君と白沼哲夫君のクラスを受け持ったこともあります。
あの二人の？
ええ。
Sakiyama Yoji, Shironuma Tetsuo. No one had seen them since that fateful day. Kamya had made sure of
あの
that.
二人もオスとメスだったんだろ？
He stared at his glass as he spoke. Kamya smiled faintly.
そう。哲夫君はオスの中でも特に優秀な個体でしたよ。
Oh, it's baby
ここ数年
Tetsuo.
でもトップクラスの。だから我々は彼をずっと監視していました。彼は生まれてすぐに捨てられた子供だった。
Huh?
3歳の時に養子として引き取られましたが、
Wait, what?
養父母に虐待されていた。彼に優秀なオスの兆候が現れたことを確認してから、
Oh,
我々
that's
教団
good.
は
Oh
彼を
man, that's so sad.
別の夫婦のもとへ送ったのです。
Abandoned at birth. The words struck a chord with Kitani. He knew what it was like to be betrayed by one's parents.
幼児君はね、実に十数年ぶりに生まれた待望のメスでした。内なる存在の命が尽きようとしていた当時、新たなる指導者を生み出す可
Your
能性を
stream
持
died?
つのは
They're
メ
dead.
スである彼
Kitani shot them. This is a year later.
オスは皆触発されて彼に惹かれてしまったんですよ。前夜君もね。
Kitani's expression hardened. Ignoring it, Kamya
メ
continued.
スは人間にはわからない強烈なフェロモンを発する。けど、人間の男でも惑わされてしまう者がいたかもしれません。我々としては、幼児君は哲夫君のような優秀なオスと交わってほしかった。だから、そうなるように軽いお膳立てはしましたよ。同じクラスにしたりね。ただ、その後の二人の接触については私は何もしていません。思った以上にうまくいきましたよ。結果は失敗に終わりましたが。
Kamya shrugged and took a sip of his
聞い
drink.
ていいか？
はい。
坊ちゃん、前夜は自分のことを出来損ないだと言っていた。
Yeah, that's why Makoto's yandere. The pheromones. That word had remained a thorn in his heart ever since he had first heard Zenya utter it. To this day, the memory continued to torment
神
him.
のご意志か、類まれなる偶然か。どういうわけだか、前夜君の体には沖永家が代々引き継いで守っていた内なる存在。前夜君がまだ赤子だった頃に国人氏が食べさせたのではないかという噂もありますが。
Tani looked sharply at Kamya, but the other man smiled unapologetically.
内なる存在のかけらは強力だ。普通の宿肉の何十倍もね。だから前夜君は相性いかんにかかわらず無理やりオスとして体を作り変えられてしまったんです。よほど相性が悪かったんでしょうね。不完全な個体になってしまった。国人氏が儀式だ、復活だと言っていたことを。
ああ。
That was one detail he wasn't liable to
い
forget.
くら聖地へ内なる存在を連れて行こうとも、メスがいようとも、復活することなどありえなかった。
どういうことだ？
つまり、すべては彼の妄想だったんですよ。彼は教団内でも少々問題視されていた。そういう意味でも。
Kamya let out a long breath. His smile faded.
善也君は本当にかわいそうな子でした。
A sharp pain pierced Kitani's chest. Try as he might to convince himself it was all in the past, he still couldn't shake his regret. Kitani would never forget Zenya's final moments. The look on his face, the sound of his voice, his last
それで
words.
は私はそろそろこの辺で。
Kamya grabbed the chest and his briefcase and got to his feet. He pulled out his wallet and set a wad of cash on the counter, more than was necessary to cover his portion of the
Yeah.
bill.
こんなには。
いいんですよ。
Kitani tried to return the money, but Kamya had already started to walk off.
待ってくれ。
Seized by an impulse, he called to the retreating figure. He had yet to ask his most pressing question.
最後に一つだけ聞きたい。
Kamya turned back. He seemed surprised.
なんでしょう。
内なる存在の正体は何なんだ。
Instantly, Kamya's expression vanished. He lowered his chin and with his middle finger pushed his glasses up to hide his eyes.
秘密ですよ。ただ、我々はこれからも待ち続けます。新たなる始まりを。今日はありがとうございました。失礼します。
With a faint smile and a nod of his head, Kamya turned and strode out the door, a lightness in his step. Once he was gone, Kitani picked up his glass. He wasn't sure how to feel about any of this. After the tragedy, he had left his town behind. The authorities had blamed the murders on gang activity as the owner of the gun had been fired in the scene. Kitani had needed to make himself scarce. He told himself he'd never come back. But then Kamya had contacted him. Before coming here, Kitani had stopped by the Okinaga family grave. He'd brought flowers for all three of them, Kunihito, Zenya, and Zenya's mother. As he'd stood there in prayer, he thought back on old times, how every few months he, Kunihito, and Zenya would come pay their respects. For a boy who'd never spoke about his mother, he had never missed a visit. It was the one time that Kitani had known Zenya and his father to stand together side by side. He had always been fond of the moments they'd shared in front of her grave. No matter how damaged their relationship had been, the Okinagas were still a family in his eyes. Nothing would ever change that. Kitani took a sip of watery scotch and let the burn of the alcohol warm his memories of home. Kitani ending. What is this? Do I have to click on it? Oh no. Yay, we did it. We made it to the end. Honestly, I mean, it's obviously a bad ending because Yoji dies, but I really, really like Kitani as a character too, so I'm kind of glad that we got to see, like, his ending. I'm glad that he, like, lived on, you know? Even if he wasn't, like, super happy, like, it seems like, at one point I thought maybe he might, like, commit Sudoku, you know? So I'm glad that he didn't, and I'm glad that he was, like, you know, he's still living on somewhere. And, I don't know, it's not the worst ending. I think there's definitely worse endings, like the one where Makoto eats Yoji. I feel like that was one of the more peaceful endings, honestly. I think I would have freaked out if we had to watch Makoto eat Yoji. I think I would have actually, like, lost it. Or the meat baby ending, I think I would have lost it at that too. But that was a wild 14 hour plus, close to 15 hour, probably closer to 16 hour experience. I appreciate you guys for sitting through this very crazy ride of us talking about a meme game from my childhood, essentially, and then actually playing it, and then suddenly somehow getting invested. I was entertained. I'm glad. And a lot of you guys did stick around, so I really do appreciate it. I hope you guys had fun. I might, on my own time, play some of the other routes because there's just so many questions. So many questions. A lot of people have uploaded, like, Sweet Pool, like, they'll talk about all the routes. So you can go check on like if you look on Google, you'll find some nice articles that go through all the different routes if you are curious and you want to check them out and or like read what happened in them. You can definitely do that. And I'm gonna go pass the fuck out. Thank you guys again for hanging out. Leotsu. I'm gonna go pass out because it's really late and I have a long day tomorrow too. We will do a member stream tomorrow, probably. So if you're a member, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Or if you're not, I'll see you on Friday probably. Yeah, or you can play it yourself if you'd like. Mimi, thank you so much for the tip. Where's the tip board? Give me a second. No worries, Mimi. I appreciate the dono. It's less about that and it's more like I'm just not gonna go into like specific details about things, and I just want to like it was more of like a concern from like, you know, how I wanted to, because people were asking like how to approach certain things, so that was what it was. So don't worry about it too much. I think yeah. I think I was pretty clear in how I feel about my stance on certain things, so I don't really think I need to clarify more. So, and I trust that you understand my stance as well, so yeah. Anyway, yeah. Thank you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow if you remember. Yeah, this ending's really good. Oh, we're reaching the end here too. We'll just wait a little bit longer. Oh, I'm sad we didn't get a better ending, but that's okay. Okay, Leotsu and bye-bye. Good night.